We'll be right back. Bon dia, good morning, and welcome to day 3 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. We're coming to you live from Posto Cinco in Copacabana here in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. My name is Steve Action Jackson. I will be bringing you the English commentary today. We are just underway. The horn has just sounded. Not even 30 seconds has elapsed so far in this opening heat. This is Heat 1, Round 5 of the men's. In the water right now, we have in red, Juliano Lara, in white, Fabio Rodriguez, in yellow, Junior Souza, and in black, Miguel Herrera. There you can see in red, Juliano Lara, the event organizer for the IBA Grand Slam Series at Itacoatiara earlier this year, back in June. He is out in the water to compete this time around and up and riding. Rodriguez drawing first blood, gets a nice flip off of that little left. We still have fairly small conditions. We're looking at 2 to 4 foot offshore winds. I was actually out this morning for a fun little session. There are some good waves coming in, some sections to hit off of. It's very shallow on the inside, and the water's actually a little chillier than usual. We're looking at about 66 degrees Fahrenheit. Usually it's anywhere from 4 to 10 degrees warmer than that this time of year. But again, a little chillier out there, shallow water. But there's definitely a little punch out there with these 2 to 4 foot beach break waves coming in today here at Posto Cinco. And it looks like Junior Souza also getting on the board. He will get a 1 from the judges. Incomplete maneuver on that wave. Just waiting for the score to drop from Rodriguez. So again, we are just underway here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. Day 3 of competition. Right now, we are in the beginning of men's round 5. Following this, we will go into women's round 2, followed by round 6 of the men's, and we will wrap out the day with round 3 of the women's. Up and riding, it looks like we had a couple riders on that. Could be interested to see how that shakes out. Juliana Lara with the roll on that in the red jersey. But it looked like there was somebody behind him waiting to see how that drops with the judges. You can see we have another beautiful day on the beach here in the early goings in Copacabana. People just starting to come out. Usually this time of morning, the majority of the people that are out on the beach and on the beachfront are out for their morning exercise, their walk, their run, their cycling, what have you. And here we've got some of the best local bodyboarders, some of the best Brazilian bodyboarders, as well as some international talent getting out in the water for round 5 starting off the day. I do believe on the beach right there in that P5 T-shirt, that is a local rider Antonio Alex. He's looked pretty good through competition. We'll see him coming up later in Heat 5. He has won every heat that he has been in so far in this competition. He continues to roll. We will see him again later today. And it looks like we have an interference coming down, just waiting for the official judgment. It looks like Juliano Lara is going to be triangled. Interference first wave, red on white. Or, I'm sorry, just waiting for it to type out. Right now, Juliano Lara with an interference on his first wave, a 6.50 for Rodriguez on his first. Junior Souza with a couple of 1.0s, drawing sticks on his first wave. His first 2 waves, up and riding. Rodriguez on this right-hander, rolling through that section, comes out through the whitewater explosion. That will be a complete maneuver for him. And up and riding, Junior Souza in the yellow jersey, going for the air roll spin on the right, gets it around clean. Good rotation on that one. That'll get Junior Souza his first solid score of this heat. There again, early going here. Not a lot of action on the beach yet, but we've already got some action out in the water, some waves exchanged. We have an interference already called on Juliano Lara in the red jersey on his first wave. So right now at the moment, it's Fabio Rodriguez in the early lead with a 6.5 on his first wave, waiting for a secondary score. And that was Giuliano Lara with his second wave. There you can see a shot down the beach at Posto 6, as they call it. There's not really a Post 6 lifeguard tower there, but that little spot down there, there's a little fish market. There's usually an SUP stand set up down there. That's right down there by Fort Copacabana down at the end of the beach here. And a 3.80 for Giuliano Lara, a 3.90 jobs for Fabio Rodriguez, a 6.50 for Junior Souza, and just waiting for a score for Herrera. Right now, Rodriguez first, Souza second, Lara third, and Herrera in the fourth position. But again, waiting for Herrera's score to drop. And like I was saying, at this time of morning, you see a lot of people cruising the beachfront, riding their bikes to work, out for a morning walk or run. You can see a lot of the competitors walking to and from the competition area. And there's something you see on the beach all over the place in Rio. Some really detailed sand sculptures up and riding. Giuliano Lara in the red jersey. And that will be an incomplete maneuver. I've been saying it throughout the course of competition, a very athletic, healthy lifestyle here in Brazil. There you can see people running on the beach, stretching out, getting going for the morning. You will see this on an almost daily basis, unless it's really nasty winter or winter weather with rain and wind, or if it's a little cold, which Brazilian standards of cold are shorts weather for me. Every day you see people out on the beach running, swimming, stretching. There's exercise stations on the beachfront. You see athletic trainers, volleyball, football, foot volley, you name it. It's going on here at the beach. So you'll definitely see more of that coming up later today as things pick up and we get later into the morning and into the early afternoon. Meanwhile, out in the water, a 1.50 for Giuliano Lara. Again, he was given a triangle on his first wave. Rodriguez in white, Souza in yellow, Herrera in black. Currently, at the moment, Herrera sitting on a 4.0 and a 6.5 has him in the lead. Rodriguez in second. Souza currently sitting in third, needs a 3.90. Lara in fourth, needs an 8.50. That interference is really going to hinder him throughout the course of this heat. And here up and riding, Fabio Rodriguez on the right-hander, goes for the flip and gets it around. We have 12 minutes remaining in this heat. Top two waves will be scored for each rider to be put together for a combined total score at the end of the heat. Top two riders with the highest combined scores, they will move on to the next round. The other two riders, their run is done. So a 5.75 for Fabio Rodriguez on that last wave. He currently comes into this event ranked 5th on the Brazilian National Tour, the Confederation of Brazilian Bodyboarders. He comes to us from Sierra, which is a very... There's certain spots here in Brazil that are known to be hotbeds for bodyboarding. You've got Posto 5 here in Rio. You've got São Paulo, Espírito Santo, Ceará, Paraná, Bahia, Santa Catarina. All of these places have some really legitimate talent pools for bodyboarding, and there's quite a bit of rivalry between each area. Riders really, really pushing each other. Brazilians have a strong national pride, but they have an equally strong regional pride. Where they come from is part of who they are, and they defend that and emphasize that every chance they get. There you can see one of the girls' competitors coming out from a free surf. Like I said, I got a chance to jump out in the water for about half an hour this morning, pulled a few waves with local Posto 5 riders, Hermano Castro, Jonathan Cardoso, even saw Claudia Ferreira and Jeff Hubbard jump out in the water for a few waves. Conditions are a little small, but don't be fooled. There's still a little punch out there. It's very, very shallow on the inside, very easy to get bounced if you don't complete your maneuvers. Up and riding, Junior Sosa on this one, and he will complete this maneuver and ride out of the whitewater before ducking out the paddle back to the lineup. Junior Sosa waiting for the score to drop on that one. He has looked very strong so far through competition. He had another strong showing yesterday, making it through his heats, and here he is surviving for day 3 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. Real quick, I'd like to thank our sponsors, Void Rider Bodyboards, the state government of Rio de Janeiro, Rio Tour, Kidoguinho, YouTube, Huntler, also Brazilian Bodyboarding Confederation, Adding Sports and Entertainment, and Rio Bodyboarding Federation. Without their support and supervision, this event would not be possible. So thank you very much for your support and for making this amazing event happen. Out in the water, we have about 9 minutes remaining in this heat. Again, out in the water, we have Fabio Rodriguez in first in the white jersey. In second in yellow, Junior Sosa. Currently sitting in third, we have Miguel Herrera. And sitting in the fourth position, we have Juliano Lara, who is triangled on his first wave. He is battling not only the competitors out in the water, but trying to overcome that interference call as well. Meanwhile, that was Herrera on that last wave. And up and riding on this one, Junior Sosa on the right-hander. Goes for the roll and just gets caught up in the lip, and you saw him just get pitched over. That will be an incomplete maneuver. Those are the kind of waves I was talking about where if you're not careful, you'll get bounced off the bottom, and the sand is really fine here, so it packs down pretty well. That sandbar hurts. Trust me, I've been bounced more than a few times on bigger swells here, and even on the smaller swells when it's like 2 to 4 foot, a wave like that can definitely slam you and leave you a little sore at the end of the day. We are counting down to about 7 minutes remaining there. Out in the water, you can see Junior Sosa in the yellow jersey currently sitting in that second and advancing spot. He is trailing Miguel Herrera in the black jersey. Miguel currently sitting in third. And he only needs a 4.75 to bump Sosa out of that second spot and move into the advancing position. So again, Junior Sosa shadowing Miguel Herrera, trying to sit on him a little bit and pressure him so that he cannot get the wave that he needs. Again, Herrera needs a 4.75 to jump in front of Sosa and take that second and advancing spot. 6.5 minutes remaining. There you can see 3 of our 4 competitors out in the water at the moment. Currently, Rodriguez in white sits atop the scores with a combined 12.25. In second, Junior Sosa with a combined 11.90. Again, Miguel Herrera sitting in third, chasing a 4.75, looking to bump Sosa out of that second spot. Here we see a replay of Junior Sosa on his last wave. A nice air roll spin. And then it's going to section off. He's going to duck out. He's currently got a 6.50 and a 5.40 for that 11.9. And like I was saying, Miguel Herrera sitting in the third position, but up and riding. Junior Sosa trying to put a little distance between him and Herrera. A nice air roll spin there from Sosa. We'll see how that scores with the judges, see if that factors into his combined score, Annie, and helps put a little separation between him and Miguel Herrera from Venezuela. Just waiting for the scores to drop. There you can see the Brazilians on the beach flying the... I'm sorry. There you can see the Venezuelans on the beach flying the Venezuelan flag. A pretty large contingent of Venezuelans have come out for this event. They came out in force at the Jenks Pro in New Jersey for the U.S. Tour finale, and now they are here in Rio looking to do some damage at this Women's World Tour Grand Slam Series event and Men's Global Qualifier Series. And Junior Souza will get a 4.90 for his efforts on that last wave. That will not improve his overall combined score any. Meanwhile, up and riding, Fabio Rodriguez pulls into this left-hander, trying to go for the barrel ride and gets closed out on. The barrels out there today, very difficult to make it through. The waves tend to stand up, race down the line, and shut down. So you're more likely to get pinched in the barrel than make it out of one today in the smaller beach break conditions. So that's a gamble the riders have to be willing to take, and that one not really paying off for Fabio Rodriguez in the white jersey. He still remains in the lead with just over 4 minutes remaining. He's followed by Junior Souza. Herrera chasing a 4.91 at the moment, trying to move into that second spot and advance on to round 6. And Juliano Lara in red sits in fourth. Again, triangled on his first wave. He was given an interference call for dropping in on another competitor. And he currently needs a 9.90 or better. He's sitting on a 4.0, and his secondary score of 3.80 has been cut in half, as well as taking away the score he had on the interference itself. So that has pretty much handicapped Juliano Lara from Itacoachera. And 3.5 minutes remaining. Lara's pretty much been trying to dig himself out of a hole since the beginning of this heat when he was given that interference, and again currently needs a 9.90. He is right on the border of combination land. That is not territory that any rider ever cares to venture into. Real quick, for those of you tuning in online watching the live webcast, well, there you can see guys, soldiers from the military base out for their morning run. Every morning, you guys can see these guys running the beachfront, chanting and yelling and really pushing each other. They run the length of the beach from Fort Copacabana all the way up to Lemmy and back every morning, and that's how they get going. Meanwhile, we've got things going out in the water right now. Heat 1, Round 5 of the Men's Pro Division. Again, Fabio Rodriguez in the top spot at the moment. Junior Souza sitting in second in the yellow jersey. And there you can see him again jockeying Miguel Herrera in the black jersey from Venezuela. Herrera sitting in third, currently needs a 4.91 or better to bump Souza out of that second and advancing spot. And here you see a little paddle battle going on. Herrera's going to take off on this one. He kind of gets forced into not the greatest wave. He took off on the left, got the roll, but it closed out. That was a short, quick ride, a complete maneuver, but that I don't know if that's going to get him the 4.91. He needs to bump Souza out of that second position. But as I was about to say, for those of you tuning in for the live webcast this morning, be sure to stay tuned to riobodyboarding.com.br and ibaworldtour.com for all the latest news, video highlights, and updates. Also, if you are cruising Facebook, be sure to hit up Rio Bodyboarding International, the Facebook page, like the page, and drop us a comment. Let us know who you are, where you're coming from, and who you think is going to win this event. Who's your money on in the women's? Who do you think is going to take the men's? Let us know. And up and riding on that one, that's Miguel Herrera in black from Venezuela. He received a 3.75 on his last wave. He's still chasing a 4.91. We'll see how this scores. A 1.50 for the incomplete maneuver. Again, he is still chasing a 4.91 if he's going to move into that second spot ahead of Junior Souza. But with 20 seconds remaining, it doesn't look good. Meanwhile, the heat leader, Fabio Rodriguez, going for the air off of that little bowl section on the left, unable to complete the maneuver. That will not affect his overall score any, and with about 10 seconds remaining, it looks like Fabio Rodriguez and Junior Souza are going to advance out onto the next round, just counting down the final couple of seconds. And there you have it. Rodriguez and Souza will move on into round 6 later today. Meanwhile, coming up on deck, we are going to see Aurelio Marquez, Carlos Rojas, Irai Rodriguez, and Diego Segura. Irai Rodriguez and Diego Segura have looked pretty strong. Those two moving through their rounds yesterday to appear here on day 3 at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. Going to take a quick break. I will be right back after this. Okay, so the horn has sounded, starting Heat 2, Round 5 of the men's. Again, out in the water, Aurelio Marquez, Carlos Rojas, Irai Rodriguez, and Diego Segura. Irai Rodriguez has looked very, very strong so far. He's pulled off some big maneuvers in his previous heats, and here he is on day 3, continuing on, making his appearance in Round 5. He is also joined by Diego Segura, who has also looked rather strong. He's advanced through his last couple of heats, looking pretty solid. And again, here he is today in round 5, heat 2. And up and riding, Irai Rodriguez trying to pick up where he left off. Drops in on the right, drives off the bottom, hits the roll, comes out clean, and that'll get him on the board first. So Irai Rodriguez, again, picking up where he left off yesterday, comes out, draws first blood in this heat, gets on the board, and he looks ready to go today. And it also looks like Diego Segura getting on the board as well, and now up and riding. Rojas pulls into that one, a closeout barrel on the right-hander, and he got squished. Yes, I used the word squished. Like I said, there's some fun little waves out there. You got to choose carefully. Some of them line up pretty well. Others just section off and close out. Up and riding again. Irai Rodriguez looking for his second wave. Gets a big flip off of that section and comes out clean. He started off with a 6.25, and there he backs it up with another solid ride. So he should have 2 solid scores under his belt right off the bat to set the tone for this heat. And there you can see in black, Diego Segura trying to keep pace. He had a 5.65 on his first wave. Another solid wave there, just waiting for scores to drop. And a 1.5 for Rojas, waiting for Irai Rodriguez score. Here you can see that big flip. Gets it around, comes out through the white water, and a 6.25. So right now, to start things out, we're only a couple of minutes into this heat, and Irai Rodriguez is already sitting on a pair of 6.25s for a combined 12.5 and the early lead. So Irai Rodriguez coming out and laying down the gauntlet, really laying claim to this heat right off the bat. Meanwhile, Diego Segura with a 5.65 and a 4.60 sits in that second and advancing spot. We saw these guys advancing through their heats yesterday, looking very powerful, very strong out there, completing their maneuvers. And here they are again today, right back at it. Rodriguez in first, Segura in second, Rojas sitting on a 1.5, waiting for Marquez in the red jersey to get on the board. And here we have Marquez up and riding on the right. Goes for the roll off of that section, oncoming section, and unable to complete the maneuver. He'll get on the board, but he's going to want to replace that score sooner rather than later. And here we have Diego Segura up and riding on this one. A quick little left, goes for the air roll spin, gets the rotation, lands it clean, comes out, And that'll be another solid score for Diego Segura. This may very well replace his secondary score of a 4.60. Just waiting for the final scores from the judges on that one. And yes, a 5.50 for Diego Segura. So he now has a 5.65 and a 5.50 for his two high scores. Again, Segura currently sitting in second behind Irai Rodriguez. Those top two guys coming out and looking very strong. These guys are going to be very difficult to beat. They looked strong yesterday. They're coming out and really laying claim right off the bat this morning here in their Heat 2 Round 5 outing. And Marquez with a 1.50, Rojas with a 1.50. These guys, they've got some catching up to do if they're even going to have a shot at taking these guys out in this heat. Here you can see Rojas from Venezuela paddling for that one. He's going to let that pass by and roll on through. Again, this is a 20-minute heat. Top two waves will be scored towards the final combined score for each rider. The top two riders will move on to round 6, which we will see later this afternoon. Again, today's schedule, we're in men's round 5 right now. We will go into round 2 of women's after this. From there, we will go back into men's round 6, and we will finish out the day with women's round 3. So a complete day of competition here at Postal Cinco in Copacabana. We have 2 to 4 foot conditions with offshore winds. Not real big, but definitely some fun, punchy beach break waves here at Postal Cinco. And so far, we've seen some pretty interesting stuff out in the water. We saw an interference in the previous heat. We're seeing some pretty decent scores, some big maneuvers hit on these smaller waves. There you can see up and riding Marquez going for the roll on the left. Rolls off of the end section, and that will be a complete maneuver. That will be his first solid score. That should be a keeper or at least a starting point for Marquez. Again, out in the water right now, Aurelio Marquez in a red, Carlos Rojas from Venezuela in white, Irai Rodriguez in yellow, and Diego Segura in the black jersey. And there you can see Diego Segura paddling over past Rojas, Carlos Rojas from Venezuela. And Diego Segura will take his position in the water near the Venezuelan. We have 12 minutes remaining in this heat, and again, currently it is Irai Rodriguez in yellow sitting in that top spot, Diego Segura in the black jersey sitting second, Marquez in the red jersey sitting third, needs a 6.65 or better, and right now in the fourth position, Carlos Rojas from Venezuela. He currently needs a 9.65. He also is very close to the border of combination land. And there you can see Rojas in the white jersey paddling away from Diego Segura. And there you can see an SUP cruising through the lineup as well, right past Rojas and Segura. And Diego Segura up and riding in the black jersey. And that will be an incomplete maneuver. That will not affect Segura's score any, but definitely will not help his cause much. 11 minutes remaining. There you can see the Militar from Fort Copacabana doing another lap down the beach. Meanwhile, a 1.50 for Diego Segura on his last wave. Again, right now he is sitting on a 5.65 and a 5.50 for a combined score of 11.15. He sits in the second position. And up and riding in red, Aurelio Marquez rolls off of that right-hander, comes out through the white water. That'll be another solid score for him. That'll replace the 1.50 he had on his first wave. And that will be his new high score, a 5.25 to go along with his 4.50. He now has a 9.75 sitting in third and only needs a 5.90 to move into that second spot to overtake Diego Segura. So again, right now out in the water with 10 minutes remaining, halfway point of this heat, it is Ray Rodriguez sitting in the top spot on the strength of his two 6.25s. While Diego Segura sitting in second, he has a 5.65 and a 5.0 to his name. Sitting in third, chasing a 5.90 is Aurelio Marquez. And currently sitting in fourth, chasing a 9.65, Carlos Rojas from Venezuela. We have 8.5 minutes remaining in the heat. And there you can see Carlos Rojas from Venezuela taking a look at that wave, paddling over. He really needs to get to work right now if he's going to dig his way back in. He's still got plenty of time in this heat, but if he wants to climb back into this and get back into the mix, he's got to cut into that deficit a little bit. He currently needs a 9.65 to move out of that fourth spot back into the second place and advance out of this heat. So he basically is going to need two new scores to move into advancement position. Meanwhile, with less than 8 minutes remaining, here we have Carlos Rojas up and riding on the left. And that one was a pretty good wave, a completed roll on that one. That will definitely help his cause a little bit. That'll help cut into that 9.65 he currently needs. Just waiting for scores to drop from the judges, and then I will give you a situation update on Rojas. There you can see one of our security guards setting up a Machi Leon beach umbrella. And it looks like a 3.75 for Carlos Rojas. That will be his new high score for the heat, and that cuts his need down to a 7.40 now that he is chasing to move into that second spot. So still kind of a high score, but not impossible. We'll see what Mother Nature offers up by way of waves out there. But again, currently right now, Ray Rodriguez, only 2 waves under his belt, but both of them 6.25s. He's sitting out there waiting patiently for his next wave to come to him. Right now, he sits comfortably in the lead with a 12.50 combined score. He's followed by Diego Segura, a competitor and regular on the Confederation of Brazilian Bodyboarding National Tour here in Brazil. He currently sits in that second spot. Meanwhile, in third position, Aurelio Marquez chasing a 5.90, and the Venezuelan Carlos Rojas in need of a 7.40. That's the situation out in the water with just over 6 minutes remaining. And here you can see a replay. Carlos Rojas on that last wave, going for the flip on the right-hander, gets the rotation, comes out through the whitewater explosion clean. And that should be a legit score for him. And here he is up and riding again. The Venezuelan in the white jersey going for the roll on the left-hander. Falls behind the section. That will be an incomplete maneuver. And again, folks, people starting to come out on the beach. You see this every morning. People out for their morning run, their morning walk, stretching out up at the beach top. Like I said, they have exercise stations periodically along the beachfront. So you can go work out. You can go hang out at one of the kiosks with one of your friends and get coconut water straight out of the coconut. Never a shortage of things to do here on the beachfront in Rio. Out in the water, quick situation update. Just under 5 minutes remaining. Again, it's Ray Rodriguez sitting on that pair of 6.25s, waiting patiently. With those scores, he can bide his time and pick and choose what comes his way. He is followed by Diego Segura in the second position. He's followed by Aurelio Marquez, who's still chasing a 5.90. And Carlos Rojas, the lone Venezuelan in the heat, still looking for that 7.40 if he's going to move into second and advancing position. All right, and I'm back. Sorry about that, folks. Disappeared on you for a little bit, having an off-camera conversation with IBA Tour Manager Terry McKenna. I am back. We are just under 3 minutes remaining. I'm Steve Action Jackson, bringing you the English commentary here at day 3 of competition for Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. I apologize. I keep tripping myself up. I've been referring to Rio Bodyboarding International is RBI 2012 and RBI IBA. I still haven't had enough coffee in me yet this morning, so if anybody wants to get me a little cafezinho, por favor, that would be golden. We have just about 2 minutes remaining. And again, Ray Rodriguez came out and nailed his first 2 waves, 6.25s on both of them. And he has been on cruise mode the rest of this heat. He's just hanging out there, letting the other guys chase him. He gets to pick and choose. He's waiting for a good one. He's not going to waste his time or energy out there. So, this is just another example of what we've seen from Ray Rodriguez so far in competition. He was on his game yesterday. He came out here, first 2 waves, nailed them, and he's just been sitting back watching the rest of the guys chase after him since then. And there, Carlos Rojas in the white jersey from Venezuela, unable to complete the... Actually, it looks like they will score that a complete and then a bow out, so he will get a 3.80 for the roll on that right-hander. So right now, a 3.80 and a 3.75 for Carlos Rojas. He still needs a 7.35 or better if he's going to climb out of the basement here, get out of that 4th position, and try and bump Diego Segura out of the 2nd spot. But currently, Diego Segura in the black jersey. There you can see him paddling around out in the water. He has a 5.65 and a 5.50 for that 2nd position, and currently in 3rd. Aurelio Marquez in the red jersey. He's in need of a 5.90. 45 seconds and counting down, and here you can see Aurelio Marquez taking a look at this one. He's going to drop in on the right-hander, comes off the bottom. hits the roll, and it doesn't look like he's going to come out of that one. If he did, it was out of camera view, and I apologize. And up and riding Diego Segura with 20 seconds remaining on the left. Nice invert off of that end section for Diego Segura. That should be a nice way to finish things off for him. We're looking at about 10 seconds remaining, and I stand corrected. Aurelio Marquez did complete that maneuver and ride out. It was just out of camera frame, so I was unable to see it. I thought he got lost in the whitewater, but he did complete the maneuver. Looking at scores dropping from the judges as the heat comes to its end. Will he get the 5.90 he needs? No. He will get a 4.60. He would come up just a little short, and it will be Rai Rodriguez on the strength of his only 2 waves in that heat, being real conservative with his riding out there. 6.25 on both his waves, and then he just cruised. He sat out there and watched the rest of the guys ride, but it was enough in the beginning for Rai Rodriguez to nail down that top spot. Diego Segura moving through as well. So these guys, yet again, come through their heats, move on to the next round. And just underway out in the water, Heat 3, Round 5. In the water, in the red jersey, Bruno Invik. In white, we're going to see Heda Benima. And in yellow, Elton Neto, who we saw progressing through his heats yesterday, as well as Tiago Limera, who also had some pretty stout performances yesterday to make it through day 2 and appear here today for day 3 of competition. So again, we are just underway in this 20-minute heat. Top 2 waves will be scored for each rider for a combined final score. Top 2 riders will advance on to round 6, which we will run later today. Again, today's schedule here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. We are in men's round 5 right now. From here, we will go into round 2 of the women's. Then we will jump back into the men's with round 6, and we will wrap up the day with round 3 of women's. So a full day of competition here in Copacabana at Postal Cinco for Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. My name is Steve Action Jackson. I'm bringing you the English commentary, and if you're online watching the webcast, jump over to your Facebook page, like the Rio Bodyboarding International Facebook page, and leave us a comment. What's your name? Where you're from? Who do you think is going to win the contest? We want to hear from you. You can send your shout-outs through there. Also, youtube.com/IBA World Tour. You can pick and choose whether you watch in English or Portuguese. So whichever language you prefer, you can watch it in that language, and you can also leave messages on the YouTube channel. I will be getting to shout-outs in a little bit, and again, thank you to everybody for tuning in. Day 3 competition here in Rio. We're in the early going here of Heat 3, Round 5, 16 and a half minutes remaining. That was Bruno Envik in the red jersey getting on the board first, waiting for scores to drop from the judges. Meanwhile, up and riding, Elton Neto continuing his push through this competition. He made it through yesterday's heats, and he gets off to a strong start here today. A nice little combination on that wave. We'll see how that scores with the judges here in the early going. Again, 16 minutes remaining in this 20-minute heat. Bruno Envik and Elton Neto on the board first. And a 5.75 for Bruno Envik, a 5.0 for Elton. And there you have it. Those guys are out to the early lead. Envik first, Neto second. Benima and Lamera still looking to get on the board with their first wave. There you can see people starting to gather on the beach. We got some of the local crews on the beach supporting the guys out in the water, as well as some of the international talent starting to come out, show up. We've seen some people out in the water. Already saw Jeff Hubbard out in the water today, as well as women's competitor Claudia Ferreira. Meanwhile, out in the water, up and riding, Bruno Envik in the red jersey. Nice flip off of that left-hand section. Combos it with the roll. This is going to be a strong score for Bruno on this one. And meanwhile, here we see Benima paddling into this little right-hander. Drops in. Mid-phase turn, goes up, gets the roll, comes out through the whitewater explosion, and then will duck out. As I said, folks, it's pretty shallow in there. There where you see the white water, there's a lot of sand churning around because there's only about maybe a foot or two of water. So real easy to get bounced on that inside. You got to be very careful, even with these smaller conditions, that you don't get slammed in there. And it looks like a 3.50 for Benima and an 8.50 for Bruno Envik. He's now sitting on a 5.75 and an 8.50. He's setting the pace out there. He has a combined score of 14.25 and the lead. 14 and a half minutes still remaining in this 20-minute heat. But Bruno Envik out there coming out strong and really putting together a couple of solid scores. That 8.50, that is the highest score of the morning thus far. So Bruno Envik with an 8.50 on his last wave. He currently sits in the top spot with 14 minutes remaining in this heat. And here's a replay of Bruno Envik's last wave, driving down the line. Lots of speed on this left-hander. Great projection off of that. Gets the flip around, resets his line, combos it with the roll. A great combination, a very technical wave for Bruno Envik. The backflip, combos it with the roll, an 8.50 from the judges. Highest score of the morning so far. We're only in Heat 3 of Round 5 here, Day 3 competition, but an 8.5 from Bruno Envik. That was a solid wave, solid riding from the Brazilian. Meanwhile, up and riding in yellow, Elton Neto going up to the top, hits the roll, and then he will duck out. We have 12 and a half minutes remaining here in Heat 3, Round 5, Men's Pro Division, Day 3 of competition at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. Please bear with me. I'm still trying to wake up a little bit. I know I was out in the water for about half an hour this morning for a little bodyboard session, see what the conditions were doing out there. Then I went and grabbed breakfast, grabbed salgado with cheese and ham in it, and some coffee with milk, but I haven't had nearly enough coffee for the amount of sleep I've had in the last few days, and I'm doing my best to stick with it, folks, but I need somebody to bring me some coffee in here. All right, and that was Elton Neto on that one. That will be an incomplete maneuver. That will not really help his cause any. He currently sits on a 5.0 and a 5.15. If anything, he's looking for a secondary score to replace that 5.0, but still a pretty solid mid-range score. Again, a 1.50 for the incomplete maneuver. He sits in second position, that second and advancing spot. Meanwhile, in black there, you can see Tiago Lamera. He still hasn't gotten on the board with his first wave, so at the moment he needs a 10.15. He's crossed that line into combination land. He needs 2 scores to get him back in the mix with this heat. Right now, goose eggs on the board for Tiago Lamera. Meanwhile, in the white jersey, it is Benima chasing a 6.65, but right now there you can see Bruno Invik in the red jersey, Lamera in the black jersey, and it's going to be Bruno Invik kicking into this left-hander. Drops in, drives down the line for speed, goes for the air roll spin, and another solid wave for Bruno Invik. And up and riding, Elton Neto, the current second place holder, driving on the left, gets the roll off of the closeout section. So a quick wave exchange amongst our heat leaders. Bruno Invik in first, Elton Neto in second. Waiting for the scores to register from our judges. And a 4.25 for Elton Neto. Waiting for the score to drop for Bruno Invik. And a 6.25. That will improve his score. He now sits on an 8.50 and a 6.25 on that last wave for a combined 14.75. This is one of the highest heat totals we've seen so far. And Bruno Invik coming out here, he means business. We have about 9:40 remaining, and here's a replay of Bruno Invik on that last wave. Driving down the line, good projection, gets the air roll spin around, comes out through the white water. A nice, clean maneuver there. Solid score from the judges, a 6.25. So, again, he's sitting on that 6.25 he just got on that last wave, as well as an 8.50 for the flip-to-roll combo that he had previously. And Bruno Invik sitting comfortably in the lead, I would say. Currently has a 14.75. Elton Neto in the second spot has a 10.15. Meanwhile, Benima in the white jersey chasing a 6.65 or better to move into that second spot and supersede Neto. And currently sitting in the fourth position, Tiago Lamera in the black jersey has yet to catch a wave. Goose eggs across the board. Currently needs a 10.15. He's been comboed, but here he is, first wave up and riding. Tiago Lamera going for the air roll spin and unable to get it around as he was coming around. It looked like he dug his rail, and that will be an incomplete maneuver. That'll get him on the board, but really not going to help him any. Meanwhile, up and riding, Benima in the white jersey. That is Reda Benima in white on that wave, and that should be a pretty decent score for him. And up and riding, Elton Neto in yellow on the left gets the roll before it closes out. So a quick wave exchange between black, white, and yellow, waiting for scores to register from the judges. And it looks like Benima will score a 4.10. Waiting for the other scores to drop. Lamera is going to have a 1.50 for the incomplete maneuver, and Neto will be rendered a 4.25 from the judges. That will not help his overall score any. But there you have it, quick wave exchange. Current situation out in the water with 7:45 remaining. Bruno Invik in the lead. Neto in second. Benima in third, needing a 6.05. And Tiago Lamera in the fourth position with one wave under his belt, needs an 8.65. And Elton Neto up and riding on that one. A big air roll spin, lands it, sticks the landing, a little bit of a bounce there, but holds on. And that will most likely be one of his highest scores of this heat right now. Waiting to see what the judges drop on that one. That will most likely improve his overall combined score. And yes, a 5.65. That's his new high score for the Heat. So Elton Neto in the yellow jersey now sitting on a 5.65 and a 5.15. He still remains in that second and advancing spot, but now he has a combined score of 10.80. So now that will force Heda Benima to chase down a 6.70 or higher if he's going to move into that second and advancing spot. Meanwhile, again, Lamera sitting in the fourth spot. He now needs a 9.30. There you see the replay. A great maneuver from Elton Neto on that one, going big on these smaller conditions and rewarded by the judges for that one, a 5.65 on that air roll spin. So again, right now, Invik in the lead with a 14.7 combined score. Neto in second with a 10.8. Benima in third, chasing a 6.70, and Lamera in fourth, in need of a 9.30 or better. We have 5:45 remaining in this heat. Coming up on deck, we are going to see Felipe Lima, Felipe Mendez, Lucas Noguera, and Marcos Vinicius. We saw Lucas Noguera in action yesterday as well as Marcos Vinicius. Both of those guys looking very strong, making it through their heats. And here they are surviving to compete on day 3 of competition here in Rio at Postal Cinco in Copacabana. Four minutes remaining in this heat, and there you can see in white Benima and yellow Neto, but up and riding. Bruno Invik on this left-hander gets a roll, combos it with the flip, comes out through the white water, and that'll be another solid wave for Bruno Invik. Meanwhile, Benima paddling back out after his last wave, so we'll wait for that last wave exchange to score with the judges. We'll let them sort that one out, and I will give you a situation update in just a moment. 3:30 remaining in this heat. And a 5.40 for Bruno Invik. Decent mid-range score, but that will not improve his overall score. And he is already sitting on a 6.25 and an 8.50. So that will not affect his overall score any. Meanwhile, Benima with a 4.25 on his last wave. He now has a 4.10 and a 4.25. Here he is up and riding again on the right-hander. Rolls through that closeout section, comes out clean before ducking out. He currently sits in third position, needing a 6.55 or better to move into that second and advancing spot. He will score a 4.90, which will be his new high score, but he still is going to need a 5.90 or better to move into that second advancing spot. Again, Reda Benima with a 4.25 and a 4.90 currently sits in third. He is in need of a 5.90 if he's going to move ahead of Neto and advance out of this heat. We have just under 2.5 minutes remaining. And again, the situation out in the water, Invik in first, Neto in second, Benima in third, chasing a 5.90, and Thiago Lamera in the black jersey there. You can see paddling over, taking a look at this one. He needs a 9.30 right now. Here he is up and riding on a second wave. Takes off, ducks out, not much on that one to work with, and that'll get him in second wave of the heat, but that's not going to help him any. Meanwhile, up and riding in yellow, Elton Neto on the left. Tries to roll through that section, falls behind the white water. that will be an incomplete maneuver for Ailton. And it looks like Ailton will score a 2.65 on that last wave. There you can see him paddling back out in the yellow jersey. We have 1.5 minutes remaining. And here we have Benima scrapping for this one. Kicks into the little right-hander down the line, going for an air roll spin. A little slow getting the rotation round, but he does complete the maneuver. So that will be Benima on that one. I don't know if that's going to score a 5.90 with the judges and move him into second spot, but it does help his overall score as he gets a 4.50 from the judges, so a 4.9, 4.5. Again, he sits in third. He is still chasing a 5.90. We have under a minute remaining, and again, out in the water, there you can see the man in the red jersey, Bruno Invik, in the lead on the strength of an 8.50 and a 6.25. One of the higher combined scores we've seen so far, and the 8.50, the highest score we have seen so far today. Meanwhile, there you can see Tiago Lamera running out of time, 30 seconds remaining. He currently sits in fourth, needing a 9.30. And up and riding on this one, it's going to be Ailton Neto in yellow, firming up that second position, gets the roll, and then ducks out. So with 15 seconds remaining, there you can see Ailton Neto paddling back out, and there the heat leader in red, Bruno Invik. 10 seconds remaining. It looks like these guys are going to win the heat and advance on. Just waiting to count back. 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's the heat, folks, and it's going to be Bruno Invik winning that heat, coming out there and really taking control. He didn't have a score lower than a 5.40 out there. His high score is 8.50, 6.25, enough for a 14.75 combined score and the heat win. We will see him in round 6. There you can see Bruno Invik getting out of the water, walking up to the beach, being congratulated. Bruno with a stout performance in that last heat. Like I said, an 8.50, the highest score of the day so far, and one of the higher combined scores we've seen so far through competition, a 14.75. And back out in the water underway, we have Heat 4, Round 5. Opening seconds of this 20-minute heat. Again, top two waves will be scored for each rider, put towards their combined final score. Top two riders will advance on to round 6. And up and riding, Felipe Lima in the red jersey takes off on the little right-hander, gets a roll off of it, and that's one's pretty much a one-and-done wave. A little bit of a paddle battle getting into that between Lima and Mendez. A 3.50 for Lima to get things started here in Heat 4, Round 5 of the Men's Pro Division. Thank you for everybody tuning in online. This is Day 3 of Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. Right now, we are in Round 5 of the Men's Pro Division. After this, we will go into Round 2 of the Women's. Then we will jump back into Round 6 of Men's, and we will wrap up the day with Round 3 of Women's. So stay tuned. We've got tons of action coming up out in the water. Meanwhile, up and riding, Marcus Vinicius in the black jersey. One of the local guys. He's looked pretty strong so far, and he is followed by Felipe Mendez in the white jersey. So quick wave exchange from black and white, and we're seeing everybody get on the board, just waiting for Lucas Noguera, a.k.a. 50 Cent, to get on the board. And it looks like he had a wave as well. So, again, quick wave exchange. We saw white, yellow, black, all getting waves under their belt, waiting for the judges to sort that one out and drop their scores. I will give you a situation update in just a moment. And it looks like Lucas Noguera in the yellow jersey is going to get the best of that wave exchange. He will be scored a 4.50 to be given the early lead here in Heat 4. He is followed by Marcus Vinicius with a 3.75 on his first wave. Felipe Mendez scoring a 3.0. He sits in fourth. behind Felipe Lima. So again, current situation out in the water with 17 and a half minutes here in the early going of Heat 4, Round 5. Nogueira first, Vinicius second, Lima third, and Mendez sitting fourth. Lima currently chasing a .26 and Mendez chasing a .76. Again, all these guys with one wave under their belt, each of them looking for that secondary backup score. Stay tuned. I will be right back with you in just a moment. And up and riding on this one, it's white Felipe Mendez hitting off that end section. That will be a complete maneuver. So that will get Mendez his secondary score that he was looking for. 5.50 from the judges. That will move Mendez into the lead. Still here in the early going, 16 minutes remaining. And here, Marcus Vinicius in the black jersey up and riding on the right, kicks in, drives down the line, hits off the top, gets the roll, and he now has his secondary score as well. And there you can see Lucas Nogueira paddling back out to the lineup. He scored a wave as well, waiting for scores to register, and I will give you a situation update as soon as possible. And it looks like a 3.85 for Marcus Vinicius, and Lucas Nogueira moving back into the top spot with a 5.15 on his second wave. So, again, quick wave exchange. Lucas Nogueira coming out on top again with that wave exchange. Nogueira in first, Mendez in second, Vinicius sits third, and Lima currently in fourth. Mendez with a 5.50 on his secondary wave. That puts him in the second spot behind Nogueira. So Nogueira, Mendez holding on to those top spots. And here's the replay of 50 Cent, Lucas Nogueira with the flip off of that end section. A nice wave there from Nogueira. Lucas Nogueira rides with a lot of power. He's a bigger guy, but he's still able to throw his body around in smaller waves pretty well. It's very impressive to watch him ride the amount of force and strength that he uses in smaller conditions. He really powers himself through some smaller sections where you'd see a lot of other guys maybe struggle a little bit. So that was a good example of Lucas Nogueira using his strength and being able to throw his body, getting that flip over and being able to complete the maneuver, scoring a 5.15 with the judges to move him back into the top spot. There you can see out in the water in the black jersey, Marcus Vinicius currently in the third position. He is chasing a 4.66 right now if he's going to catch up with Felipe Mendez and move into that second spot. And here you can see Vinicius paddling over, taking a look, a little wave coming in, and he's going to back off and let that one roll through. Again, currently Vinicius in third, needing a 4.66. Lima in fourth, currently needs a 5.01 to move into that second spot. Occupied by that man right there in the white jersey, Felipe Mendez. He currently has a 3.0 and a 5.50 to hold on to second place. 13 minutes remaining. Not even halfway through this heat. Still plenty of action to come out in the water. Mendez is going to want to replace that 3.0. Meanwhile, Felipe Lima needs to get a secondary score so he can kind of get back into the mix of things. He only needs a 5.01 to move into the second spot. And here, Marcus Vinicius taking a look at this wave. He kicks into it, drops in, comes off a mid-face turn, and hits the roll. and unable to complete the maneuver. He got lost in the whitewater. That will not help his cause any. Again, Vinicius chasing a 4.66, and it actually looks like they score that as a complete maneuver. So a 3.85 for his last wave, and then this wave he will be scored a 4.0. So 4.0, 3.85. Marcus Vinicius still sits in third, chasing a 4.51. And here it looks like a little set rolling in. Do we have any takers on this one? Up and riding in white, Felipe Mendez drives down the line on the right-hander, hits the roll, comes up through the lip, completes the maneuver, and he will paddle back out. That should improve upon that 3.0 he has as a low score. And yes, he will receive a 4.25 for his efforts on that wave. That will be his new secondary score. He now sits on a 5.50, and that 4.25 he was just awarded from the judges. Meanwhile, up and riding, Lucas Nogueira drops into the right-hander, hits a quick roll, punches through the lip as it closes out, and that will be another complete wave for Nogueira. Meanwhile, it looks like we have a little set coming in. Marcus Vinicius paddling into position for this one, takes off on the right-hander, drops in, comes off the bottom, hits a nice clean roll, gives a little claim to let them know the judges he completed the wave, and then ducks out. That should definitely help get rid of that 3.85 he has as a secondary score, if not moving into a top score spot for this wave, just waiting for the scores to register again. And there we have it, 4.50, new high score for Marcus Vinicius. He now has a 4.5 and a 4. He still sits in that third position, though. He's chasing a 5.20 or better. He trails Mendez, who holds the lead at the moment, followed by Lucas Nogueira, Vinicius third, Lima in the fourth position. There you can see Felipe Lima in the red jersey. He's chasing a 6.20 right now. The gap is starting to separate things here, counting down to the halfway mark, just about 10 minutes remaining. And again, right now it is Felipe Mendez in first position, followed by Lucas Nogueira in that second and advancing spot. Marcus Vinicius in third, chasing a 5.20, and Felipe Lima chasing a 6.20, sitting in fourth. We have 9 minutes remaining in this heat, and again, currently out in the water, Felipe Mendez in the white jersey sits in the lead. He is followed by Lucas Nogueira in that second and advancing spot. Marcus Vinicius currently in the third position, chasing a 5.20, and that man in the red jersey, Felipe Lima, chasing a 6.20 to dig himself out of the basement. Currently sits in fourth place, looking to move into that second spot and advance on to round 6, which we will see later today. Real quick, I'd like to take a chance to send out some shout-outs to people. Danilo in the media room. Thank you, my friend. You've been a huge help while I've been here. Also, big shout-out to my wife at home. Oi, Kika. Bom dia. Eu amo você. Up and riding out in the water. Felipe Lima on the right-hander gets the roll, combos it with another roll. A smaller right-hand wave, but he gets a nice combination off on that wave. That should help improve his position a little. Don't know if it's going to be a 6.20 to get him out of fourth position, but it definitely will help. Meanwhile, Lucas Nogueira going for the flip on that wave, completes the maneuver, rides out clean, and that should be a pretty decent score for Lucas Nogueira in the yellow jersey. like I've mentioned a few times, the guys down here in Brazil jokingly call Lucas 50 Cent because he is so built. He does a lot of training, a lot of weightlifting, and he definitely resembles 50 Cent a little bit. Up and riding, Marcus Vinicius in, black kicks in his right-hander, going for the flip and unable to complete the maneuver. Marcus Vinicius has looked really strong so far through competition, but he seems to be struggling a little bit here this morning in his round 5 heat here in heat 4, day 3 of competition. He currently has a 4.0 and a 4.5, sits in third position, seeking a 5.20 or better to move into that advancing spot. And that last wave, unfortunately, not going to work to his advantage. So, again, quick shout-outs to Danilo, my wife, who is at home in our apartment a few blocks down the street. Hopefully she's watching online right now. I know she was still asleep when I got up at 5 a.m. this morning. So hopefully she's up having breakfast, watching a little bit of the contest online. Also, big thanks to Terry Teza McKenna for giving me a hand here in the booth, giving me a break periodically through the course of the day so I can try and stay fresh. It's kind of hard doing commentary on my own. I'm used to my partner in crime, Manny Vargas, being in the booth with me. He's back home in San Diego. He went back home to spend some time with his wife after working commentary for the Sintra Portugal Pro. And there you can see some of the girls on the beach, including local bodyboarder Gabrielle Gouveia. There you can see she has her Rio Guarda Municipal shirt on. She's a police officer around here. She's actually a biker cop. So she's definitely not one to mess with out in the water or on land. Meanwhile, up and riding, split peak, red going left, black going right, going for the flip, and Marcus Vinicius will complete that maneuver. So that should be a pretty good score for Marcus Vinicius. Most likely we will see his highest score of this heat drop on that one. Meanwhile, also waiting to see what kind of score drops from Felipe Lima, who split the peak on that one. And it looks like Lima being scored for an incomplete maneuver. Meanwhile, Marcus Vinicius will most likely be rewarded for that last wave. Just waiting for the final scores to drop, and I will give you a situation update in just a second. And a 6.0 for Marcus Vinicius. That's enough to move him up into that second position with 5 minutes remaining in the heat. So situation change out in the water. Lucas Nogueira maintains the top spot, but moving into second position out of the fourth spot, Marcus Vinicius with a 6.0 on his last wave. He moves into second. Now Mendez dropped down to third. He's in need of a 5.10. Felipe Lima currently sitting in fourth. He is in need of a 5.01 or better as well. So, again, current situation out in the water with 4.5 minutes. Nogueira first. Vinicius into the second spot. Menendez down to third, needing a 5.01. And Felipe Lima in fourth, also needing a 5.01. 4:25 remaining in the heat. And there you can see our riders out in the water. The heat leader in yellow, Lucas Nogueira, joined out in the water with current second place holder Marcus Vinicius, and there the man in the white jersey cruising the lineup, Felipe Mendez, getting bumped down to third. He is now seeking a 5.01 if he's going to move back into that second spot and advance out of this heat. 4 minutes remaining. Marcus Vinicius up and riding on this right-hander, throws into a 360 takeoff, combos it with the roll. A short ride, but a quick combination spin-to-roll combo on that right-hander. So Marcus Vinicius looking to improve upon his secondary score now. He has a 6.0 for a high score, and he will receive a 4.60 and does just that, improves his overall combined score to a 10.60. He now increases his lead over Felipe Mendez, sitting in that third spot. Mendez needs a 5.11 or better now, as does Felipe Lima, who resides in the fourth position. We have 3:15 remaining in this heat, and right now, Lucas Nogueira and Marcos Vinicius trying to separate themselves from the rest of the field out in the water. Nogueira in the top spot with a 10.65, Vinicius with a 10.6. And that is Felipe Mendez in the white jersey on that wave. And he will receive a low to moderate score for that wave. That will not be the 5.11 ride that he needs. Just waiting for the score to finalize. And there you can see the girls on the beach, all of them wearing some funky little hats and headdresses. Meanwhile, back out in the water, Felipe Lima in the red jersey with the air roll spin. We'll see if that helps his cause any. Mendez scored a 2.75 on the wave before that, not the 5.11 he needed. Yeah, there you can see the girls on the beach. Some mouse ears, some flowers, some rabbit ears. The girls are on the beach having fun today. Two minutes remaining in the heat. And again, out in the water right now, Lucas Noguera in the lead. Marcus Vinicius in second. Mendez in third, chasing a 5.11. Felipe Lima scoring a 4.90 on his last wave. That was enough to improve his overall combined score, but not enough to improve his position. He still needs a 5.11 or better. Up and riding, heat leader Lucas Noguera kicking into this one, and it's not going to line up the way he likes, so he kicks out and paddling back to the lineup. 1:30 remaining in the heat. And Marcus Vinicius up and riding, the current second place holder. Not much to work with on that right-hander. He'll duck out. He still remains in second position, 120 and counting down. Right now, Lucas Noguera and Marcus Vinicius in those top two spots looking to advance out. Vinicius came out here, looked like he was having a little difficulty out in the water, not looking as strong as he did earlier in the heat, but coming out. And we have a situation change in the water with 1 minute remaining. Felipe Mendez getting a 5.70 on his last wave. That moves him into the top spot. And here, Lucas Noguera getting bumped down to second, up and riding. Gets the air roll spin on this wave. We'll see if this is enough to put him back in the top spot. But right now, Mendez in first, Noguera in second. Here, up and riding, Felipe Lima going for the air roll spin. Gets clean rotation and landing, comes out. And fast and furious exchange here in the closing moments. 30 seconds left. Currently, Mendez in first, Noguera second, Vinicius in third, Lima in fourth. Waiting for scores to drop. Situation could very well change. It looks like Lucas Noguera may very well get the score he needs to move back into that top spot, just waiting for it to finalize with the judges. Meanwhile, this man, Marcus Vinicius, went from second to fourth. He's up and riding on this left, looking to get something to move him back up there. He gets a roll on that wave, about 5 seconds remaining. I don't know if that's going to be worth the 5.20 to get him back into advancing position. 6.0 for Felipe Lima on his wave. That moves him into the top spot. So Lima goes from fourth to first in the closing moments. So it goes from being Noguera and Vinicius looking pretty comfortable in those top two spots to not making it out of this heat at all. It looks like Felipe Lima and Felipe Mendez, but wait, the final score drops from the judges, and another situation change. Closing moments. Lucas Noguera moves back into the top spot on the strength of a 6.60. Felipe Lima in second. So it's going to be Noguera first, Lima second, Mendez in third, and Marcus Vinicius getting bumped from second all the way down to fourth in the closing seconds of this heat. And he will not advance. So it will be Noguera and Lima moving on to round 6 of the men's pro division. Wow, that one got crazy there at the end. All kinds of situation changes and rides coming down. Scores dropping from the judges all the way through until the very end of that heat. The last minute and a half of that heat was pretty intense, folks. A lot of action, a lot of situation changes. And there you have it. Lucas Noguera first, Felipe Lima second, Mendez third, and Vinicius fourth. And the horn has just sounded the beginning of Heat 5 in round 5 here in the men's pro division. Day 3 of competition here at the Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. Right now out in the water, Israel Eduardo, João Mojica, Antonio Alex, and Luis Velar. All of these guys, stout competitors there. Drawing first blood in red. Israel Eduardo up and riding, completes the maneuver, and that will get him on the board first here in the early going of this heat. 19:20 and counting down in this 20-minute heat. Top two rides count. Top two riders will move on to round 6. So out in the water we have Eduardo in red, Mojica in white, Antonio Alex in yellow and Luis Villar in black. Luis Villar, a very well-respected competitor from here in Brazil. He's actually started competing in marathons and has quite the running career going on the side as well. And here he is, Luis Villar in the black jersey, up and riding, hits the roll, punches through the lip, powers through the whitewater section, and completes the maneuver. That will get him on the board. So we have heard from Eduardo and Villar so far in this heat, and apparently Antonio Alex in the yellow scored a wave as well, waiting for scores to register from the judges. Antonio Alex, one of the young local guys from here at Postal Cinco, has looked very stout so far. He has won every single one of his heats to this point, and here he is today, day 3 of competition, round 5, heat 5. We'll see what happens at the end when all is said and done, but this is going to be a very difficult heat. There you can see in black Luis Villar cruising the lineup. He takes a look at this one. He's going to pass it up. Not really lining up to his liking. Is Israel Eduardo scoring a 5.25 on his first wave. Still waiting for scores to drop for Luis Villar on his first wave. And Antonio Alex. And there you can see Antonio Alex in the yellow on that one. Again, just waiting for scores to drop from the judges. While I have this opportunity, again, I'd like to welcome everybody who is tuning in and watching the live webcast. My name is Steve Action Jackson. I'm bringing the English commentary to you. Up and riding in black, Luis Villar. Going for the aerial spin, gets the rotation, comes out clean. Another solid wave from Luis Villar. He scored a 4.25 on his first wave from the judges. We'll see how that one registers. Meanwhile, score dropping for Antonio Alex. He got a 4.0 on his first wave. As I was saying, I'm Steve Action Jackson. I'm hosting the commentary on the English channel for the live webcast here, Rio Bodyboarding International 2012, day 3 of competition out in the water. Israel Eduardo putting together a strong combination of spins there, ending it off, tying it up with a roll. So a nice wave, a nice combo wave there for Israel Eduardo. Meanwhile, Mojico looking to register his first wave, waiting for scores to drop. And here, Antonio Alex dropping into this left-hander. Drops in, drives down the line, looking for a section, still going, and hits the roll off of the closeout section. And up and riding Mojica on that one. He's going to bail as that one shuts down. So he will draw sticks across the board from the judges on that one, it looks like. Just waiting for everything to finalize. Scores dropping for Mojica, Eduardo, and Alex. And a 6.50 for Israel Eduardo on his second wave. He now sits atop the score right now with a combined 11.75. He has a 5.25 and a 6.50. Currently in second, waiting for his secondary score to register. It looks like Luis Villar. And we're still standing by for scores for Antonio Alex and João Mojica. And it looks like a 4.65 for Antonio Alex will move him into the second spot at the moment. 5.75 for Luis Villar. That will bump Antonio Alex to third, Villar up to second. So again, quick situation out in the water. The update, Eduardo first, Villar second, Alex third, and Mojica fourth. Mojica up and riding. João Mojica driving down the line on this left-hander. Tweaks the invert. That one was a little different. Never really seen an invert quite like that. He inverted it vertically and sticks the maneuver. So we'll see how that scores with the judges. Actually, it looks like that one's going to score as an incomplete. So stand by for a situation update out in the water. And it looks like Terry McKenna is here to give me a little break so I can catch my breath and go track down some coffee. So I will let him step into the booth and give you the situation update out in the water. I'm Steve Action Jackson. I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay, well, welcome back, folks, and that is a very cool little shot of a stand-up paddleboarder there, just burning along with the old infamous hills in the background. Very iconic sort of shot that of Copacabana in Rio de Janeiro for day number 3 of what is a very good contest here, the Rio Bodyboard International for 2012. Right now we're in the Heat 5, Round 5 of the men's division, and of course this is a $45,000 US event. It's a 6-star rating on the GQS, the Global Qualifying Series for 2012. And my name's Terry McKenna. I'm just filling in for Steve Action Jackson for a heat or two, just to give Steve a bit of a breather. Don't forget to keep your little messages coming via the message board, folks. Send a little something through, a bit of a cheerio, and I'll do a shout out. And we'll do our best to make some noise for you. Well, that girl's making a little bit of noise of her own. And, well, that's a pretty common scene right here at Copacabana. It's pretty infamous for those beach chairs and just thousands of beachgoers lining the shoreline of this iconic beach here at Copacabana. So, current situation at the moment, Eduardo in the red singlet is in first, Luis Villar in second, Alex in third, and Mojica from Venezuela, just incomplete there for white. He's had a 1.5 and a 1.0. Skimpy bikinis are really the thing over here in Brazil. It's pretty crazy. I went down the shops yesterday to try and purchase something for my 14-year-old daughter, and I thought, you know what, I'll just wait until I get down to Mexico or somewhere a little more conservative. The last thing a dad wants to do is put a daughter in a pair of bikinis like those ones. So there's yellow. That is, once again, that man Alex in the yellow singlet. So Antonio Alex been surfing really good here throughout the competition. As we zoom in on the rider in the black singlet, this guy here, oh, sorry, this is red. That was nice, and the projection on that was pretty cool. So Eduardo, the Brazilian, that of course is Israel Eduardo from Brazil. Really nice projection out of the lip there, and that is, you can imagine, that's going to score pretty good. Prior to that, Eduardo had 5.25 and 6.5. I'd say that's going to be his best wave. That'll probably fall, almost in the excellent range on a day like today. Coming up in, here's the replay here, and you can see him just driving in. Beautiful line. Real nice projection out of the lip, and there he is, slaps the water as if to say, you little beauty. Felt pretty good about that. I called an excellent score, and it looks like we're going to see some good numbers dropping for that one. Coming up in the next heat, we're going to see Anas Haddad from Morocco. Great to see the Moroccans down here. From Brazil, Rafael Paes. From Portugal, Rui Pereira. And from Venezuela, Enya Moncada. So, starting to really see a lot of the international flavour coming into this round number 5 of the competition. Well, a little attempted recovery there by Luis Villar, but he was always going to lose some valuable points on that one. Just waiting for wave scores for Eduardo to load into the system. This will probably, it does give him the lead. In fact, last to red for that really nice ARS with a 7.0 for Israel Eduardo. And he goes into the lead now. Luis Villar down into second place in black. Third position is yellow. So Antonio Alex from Brazil now needing a 7.75. And it looks like Mallorca from Venezuela is in a combination situation. Let's see what Alex can come back with. This guy surfed really well yesterday. And look, that was a pretty critical maneuver there with 9 minutes remaining. Don't know if he's going to get the score. No, he needed a 7.75, and that's probably going to fall in around about the high 4s or low 5s. Got a bunch of people online watching the webcast. Once again, Terry McKenna here, just filling in for Steve Action Jackson, who will be back a little later on today. If you are watching the webcast and you feel like sending a message through, please do. We got Darlin Vieira is watching online, as well as Rodrigo, Cassia, Aaron Dinham is watching from Cornwall in England. How are you, mate? What's going on? And a bunch of other people, including some Aussies down under, are watching this webcast. Big shout out to Scotty Mason, all the gang. Marshall Watson, back from New Jersey, back in Oz. Glad to see you made it home okay, buddy. Okay, so situation at the moment, 8 minutes remaining. Rider in red is currently leading heat. That is Israel Eduardo from Brazil. Sitting in second place, Luis Villar. Third position is Antonio Alex. And this is Jean Mallorca from Venezuela. That's a little better wave there for Mallorca. And he'd only had a couple of 1.5s on his top two scores. So the Venezuelan gets his first decent kind of score. It's definitely going to be his best wave, but it's not going to be enough to make a difference. That is once again our SUP friend just paddling away. That's a nice contrast, isn't it, of the old Hawaiian style paddleboard against the brand new modern cargo ship. And then, of course, in the foreground is the most modern version of wave riding, the professional bodyboarders. Nice little shot there from our webcast crew at Beach Bite. So keep it up, fellas. Doing a great job. So Jose Mello sending out a little shout out to Luis Villar. Wanted to wish you the best of luck. Cassia also sending some love towards Luis Villar's way. He's a very popular guy, Luis Villar, here in Brazil. Of course, he really featured highly on the IBA World Tour for a number of years. And, that's the ride in red. He's got a very unique sort of invert style, this kid. He throws it up there very aggressively. A lot of flexibility and mid-course strength for Israel Eduardo. But that one, last of yellow was a 5.0, so Antonio Alex needing 7.75, and Mallorca in the white singlet needing a combination of scores, but that is Antonio Alex on screen at the moment from Brazil. As I said, yellow needing a 7.75 to go to second. So format for today's schedule, of course, we're into round number 5 of the men. And from there, we will be moving into round number 2 for the women's Grand Slam. Then it's back into round 6 of the guys. Finish off with round number 3 of the girls a little later on today. Thank you very much to Void Rider Bodyboards. They have been super supportive of this competition here in Rio. And they've got a very cool looking product. I went out, felt the boards, felt nice under the arm, and real quality sort of product. So thank you very much, Void Rider Bodyboards. Of course, the state government of Rio de Janeiro, very supportive as well. And I can tell you, folks, that the aide to the mayor came down there. The major's assistant came down yesterday, spoke to me, and said that the city wants to continue and grow this competition. They're loving having it here, and they call themselves the bodyboarding capital of the world. And they are going to be trying to make that official. At the moment, it's a slogan, but there is a push to do that. In fact, we did it in Port Macquarie, where we called Port Macquarie the bodyboarding capital of Australia, and we put it through legislation through the government. So it's not just a caption anymore; it's official, and they're trying to do that here in Rio. Well, that was really nice there from Israel Eduardo. He just can't put the finishing touches on those waves. You can see down there on the shore, guys whistling, pointing. So a lot of help from the beach here at Copacabana. It's a real sort of standard procedure to get friends and family and coaches and mentors down on the beachside and whistle you into the sets, and really puts a bit more pressure, I guess, on the local guys, having all their friends and family just watching them from a couple of metres away. Well, we're coming down to about 3.5 minutes remaining for this current heat in the water. Israel Eduardo in the lead. It's got a 7 and a 6.5. Luis Villar sitting in second, needing 6.0 for black to take the lead. Antonio Alex Brazil sitting in second, still needing 7.75 to move into second. And Mallorca from Venezuela looking for a combination of rides. So he's in combo land. We're just on 3 minutes to go. As we said, you are watching Heat 5, Round 5 of the Rio Bodyboard International for 2012. Coming up in Heat number 6, Anas Hadar from Morocco will take on Rafael Paes from Brazil. Portuguese rider Rui Pereira is going to be back in the water. And from Venezuela, we'll see Enya Moncada. So Enya Moncada will be out there representing Venezuela in the next one. Well, just having a bit of a quick chat to our head judge, Chico Garitano, tells me the swell is forecast to come up this afternoon. It's running a little late. And, well, currently in the red singlet. This time making the move, but getting a little caught up in the suds there was Israel Eduardo. And Israel trying to replace the 6.5. He's not going to do it. That was a 5.50. So probably lost a couple of valuable points there by unfortunately not just finishing that one off as sweetly as he would have liked to. Don't forget plenty of sites that you guys can check out online, folks, while you're watching this webcast. And of course, riobodyboarding.com.br is the official website for the competition. Make sure you go and have a look, check out the photos, press releases and videos. Flavio and the guys done a really nice job with the site. Of course, youtube.com/IBA World Tour is where you can watch the webcast, and of course the World Tour site itself, IBAWorldTour.com. Just a couple of spots to go and surf around and have a bit of a look at. That's the competitor in yellow at the moment. Antonio Alex in yellow. Luis Villar in second spot. You can see Luis is just keeping an eye on him, but well, Alex, this is a better one, and it's nice, good, strong bottom turn. And unfortunately, just kind of got caught in that M zone there, that wave just exploding underneath him. And, well, Alex, had he ridden out of that, might have had a bit of a chance, but it was a bigger set wave, good, strong maneuver. But unfortunately for Antonio Alex, it was an incomplete ride and won't go into the top two. He's still chasing a 7.75 to go to second. And that last wave for the record was a 1.50 average. Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, our sponsors, Void Rider Bodyboards, supporting sponsors. The State Government of Rio de Janeiro, thank you very much. Rio Tour, of course, they have incredible national tour here that's totally supported by the Rio de Janeiro government. So, yeah, Rio Tour jumping on board along with YouTube and Kido Ginu. I think that's how you say it. So thank you very much to those guys. Supervision, of course, by the Brazilian Bodyboarding Confederation. Proudly produced by Adding Sports Entertainment. Thank you very much, Flavio Brito and the guys. And, of course, all under the guidance of the Rio Bodyboarding Federation. Coming down to closing stages. In fact, that heat has finished. So it was Eduardo in the lead. Luis Villar did move through in second spot. Antonio Alex eliminated from the competition in yellow. And fourth place went to Moica from Venezuela in the white. So right now, folks, we are into the next of our heats. You are watching heat number 6, round number 5. Coming to you live from Copacabana Beach. Conditions a little cloudy today. You can see some of those rain clouds out off the coast, but on the beach here, most people just a pair of shorts is fine. Water temp's about 22 degrees. On the land, it's probably about 25 now. We'll push into probably almost 30 by lunchtime. But yeah, we're into heat number 6, and Rafael Paes from Brazil. Well, that's him there. He's opened up first wave of heat number 6. He's taking on the Moroccan rider Anas Hadar. Anas is wearing the red singlet, Rui Pereira from Portugal is in the yellow, and Enya Moncada from Venezuela is in the black. Well, a few people watching the webcast at the moment. I want to say a very good morning to Dr. Dente is watching, along with Darla Vieira. Leonardo is logged in, as is Juliana, and Elvis. Elvis is here. Well, that's where Elvis disappeared to. I thought he might have been still around. He's been hanging out in Brazil. First wave scores for White. Rafael Paz was a 4.75. Right now on screen they're watching Rui Pereira. Rui, of course, is a Portuguese rider. Been around for a long time. He's a very, very, very good competitor, Rui Pereira. He'll be looking for a strong result here to go towards his 2012 campaign to qualify through the GQS and onto the GSS. That is the Dream Tour for bodyboarders, the Grand Slam Series. Coming up in the next heat, Nicolas Capdeville will take on the Brazilian trio of Adriano Miguta, Luis Cesar, and Jonathan Barros will be out there as well. That's the next one. Just two ways locked in so far. First of white, 4.75, and first of red, a 3.90. Just got a little bit of help from the guys from Beach Bite just a moment ago. I was on my MacBook Pro, and as the tool manager, I've been traveling around for the last couple of years with the same computer. It's been rained on. It's been had coffee spilt down the middle of it. It's full of salt and ants. And anyway, it was inevitable, but it melted down today, and I've got the guys from Beach Bite trying to get the computer back up online for me. But right now, without a computer, I've never been in this position before on the road, and I'm going to have to get myself... Andrew Bleakley is watching, probably up and still watching the webcast, and Bleakers is going to go and probably grab me a brand new MacBook Pro and bring it to Venezuela. Thanks, mate. Really appreciate that. And we will confirm that a little later on. The guys have got the hard drive out, and they're confident that at least the hard drive is intact. And they may even be able to recover the computer, but I'll keep you up to speed with that. But it just hurts so much when your computer goes down and all your personal stuff is on it. And, a bit of a nightmare. But anyway, that's computers for you. Rui Pereira posting his first wave, 4.40. So right now, Paez in the white with a 4.75 is in first. Rui Pereira in second with a 4.4. And Anas Hadar is in third place with a 3.90. Great history here in Rio de Janeiro as we see Anas. These Moroccan guys absolutely ripping over in Sintra. And how's that three-roll combo? Nice snappy stuff there from Hadar right up onto the sand. And that's his second wave for the rider in red. That's going to be the best wave of this heat by far. And we'll just wait and see those scores come through. Looks like it's a 6.0. In fact, it is. And that takes Anas into the lead. Paez now in second. Rui Pereira in third. Rui's going to take this little one. No, he's decided against that. And Enya Moncada from Venezuela yet to get on the scoreboard for the rider in the black singlet. Yeah, Rio de Janeiro was given its name early on during the first Portuguese expedition sent to explore the newly discovered continent. And it was just January 1502. On the 1st of January 1502, they wrongly took it to the mouth of the great river. Thus, it was baptized Rio de Janeiro or River of January. That's what it loosely translates to, Rio de Janeiro. There's a little bit of information for you. Yeah, it's just got an incredible history. And, it's a beautiful city. I love it. It's surrounded by trees and valleys and mountains. It's just unbelievable. As we see Paez, second of white. Nice punchy little roll. And then gets out of there pretty quickly. Once again, competitors need to be aware of exiting those waves almost too quickly. because sometimes you can come down, make the move, and if you get out of there too quickly, if the judges haven't got a perfect view, it can appear that that it's an incomplete ride. So you don't want to do that to yourself. That was a 3.5 for Rafael Paez. So he's now sitting in second behind Anas Hadar from Morocco. Anas having a look at this one. Here he goes, the Moroccan rider. Just punching the one little roll off the end section. Also want to say a big shout out to one of my best mates in the world. I travel around a lot and meet a lot of cool people, but this guy takes the cake, and it is Juan Santos from Portugal. Big shout out to Juan. Missing you, buddy. I wish you were here in Brazil. We'll be having a blast, but hopefully we'll see you in Venezuela and Mexico. Okay, so time remaining about 12 and a half minutes remaining. And it's once again Anas Hadar from Morocco, currently in the lead, 6.0, 3.9. Paez from Brazil in second in white. Third place, Rui Pereira from Portugal. Rui Pereira chasing 3.86 to go to second. And Enya Moncada. Whoa, have a look at that. That was an incomplete ride. Nice attempt there from Anas. Just couldn't get the landing gear down on that one, though. So, yeah, Moncada from Venezuela been very quiet. Hasn't had a wave yet. We're just on 12 minutes remaining. In fact, that looks like Enya on his opening wave. And that was a pretty good sort of move there. Nice little ARS. Kind of mid-range score coming through for that one. Above 4.0. So, that keeps Enya Moncada in the mix now. Enya in fourth place, needing 4.26. Rui Pereira in third, needing 3.86. Paez in second, needing 5.16. Current heat leader is Anas Hadar from Morocco. A rider in reds had a 6.0 and a 3.9. Here's the replay of Anas Hadar, and wow, really nice attempted maneuver. Just couldn't finish it off. Rafael Paez. And also Rui Pereira just getting little waves. I'm not too sure how these are going to feature in the overall mix of things, but we'll wait and see. Also watching is Hermano Castro, just saying a little hi Terry, welcome to my beach at Posto number 5, Posto Cinco. G'day mate, thank you very much. Hope your father liked the jumper from Sintra. Got him one of those little Sintra hoodies, so hopefully Mr. Castro is pretty stoked about that. And big happy birthday to Hermano Castro's daddy. He had a birthday the other day while we were all away. Also, as we said, stacks of people online at the moment. Raquel Elizabeth also watching, along with Juan Santos, Hermano Castro. Renan Estevam is also online, as well as Luna Bruno. So you guys keep your messages coming, folks, and we'll do our best to keep making a couple of shout-outs. There is the infamous Copacabana Beach, looking down towards the fortress there from Posto Cinco. It's a very famous part of the beach, made famous by guys like Hermano Castro and also GT and Paula Barcelos. All these guys grew up around these parts. And GT, of course, multiple world champion. So it really is the bodyboarding capital of the world. Once again, Enya Moncada, Venezuela, just ripping off a little move. Here's the rider in red here, coming from behind. And the Moroccan Anas Hadar just using up priority on Rui Pereira. You can see Pereira not happy about the situation. Rui Pereira just lifted his hands up as if to say, "Come on!" But Anas Hadar, well within his rights to take priority on that. He was on the inside and he did have first momentum, but maybe just a little frustration setting in there for Rui Pereira. He needs to compose himself. He's gone down into fourth position, and you can see him on screen at the moment. So the Portuguese rider needing a 5.40. Enya Moncada's last wave, 4.25, puts him into third. So the Venezuelan now needing 5.55. 5.55. Okay, here goes Pereira. That was nice, wasn't it? And unfortunately couldn't finish it off, but I love it when they leave it really late and they just come in and bottom turn just under the lip as it comes down, punching it through the roof with a real lot of strength in the hands and arms. Unfortunately needs to make those sort of maneuvers to get the scores. So there's Rafael Paez, the Brazilian. Well, he might have betted his next wave. His second best wave prior to that, 4.75, and he's going to get a 5.0, so that's going to fall into his top two. In fact, that's enough to take him into the lead. So with just on 8 minutes remaining, that is a situation change. It is the Brazilian now in first position. Rafael Paez Blanco is in the lead with a 5.05 and a 5.05 for red to go back to first. Eddie Moncada chipping away, the Venezuelan in third. Requires 5.76, and Rui Pereira right in the mix, the Portuguese in yellow, needing 5.61 to go into second place, and there's just on 7.5 minutes to go. All right, well, here's another one for Hadam. Just reading the message board. If you can type in English, send them through, folks, and we'll do our best to read them out. Got another little message there from Hermano Castro. He said his old man, his dad loved the jumper. And muito obrigado. Donada, hombre. Okay, as we see Rafael Paez once again driving up and out of the back of that. All those waves are not going to feature in the top two. They were very, very small little sort of scores, so that's not going to affect anything. Right now, Paez in the lead, 5.05 and 5.0. Second spot, Hadar from Morocco. Anis needing 4.05 to go into the lead. Moncada from Moncada from Venezuela, needing 5.26 to go second. Pereira, 5.61. Really close, and you can see the Venezuelan camp there. And, well, they just got a big crew of people. Well, the beach seller just trying to flog some stuff off to those guys, but they can probably get it cheaper back home anyway. They're all heading there. They're probably saying to that guy, you know what, we're going to Isla de Margarita next week, and we can get that stuff half price. Sorry, man. Tell you what, some great bargains, though. I'm going to have to dump some stuff out of my bag and make some room for some Havianas. Aren't they cheap here? I went to the Haviana shop yesterday. I was like a kid in a candy store. Oh, my goodness. There was just thousands and thousands of styles and colours that I've never seen. Back home, Havianas are like $20 each. Over here, they're like $5 or $6 at the Haviana store. They're so cool. So I'll be grabbing a whole bunch of, little touristic sort of souvenirs from Copacabana and taking them back, hopefully, to Australia once I get there sometime in the near future. I think I'll get home about mid-October. So, of course, from here, the gang are packing up and heading off to Isla de Margarita for another 6-star GQS event, the Bodyboard Pro Festival in Venezuela. It's a Grand Slam for women, 6-star GQS for men, and Grand Slam for the DK riders. Well, you can see that little bubbling point out the back there. See that, folks? There's a bit of a reef out there, and when the swell is huge and wraps around the corner, right-handers come all the way back to where the contest is at the moment. And if you go up on the hill there, they call it the smile. It's a bad translation, but something like the smile of Copacabana, because what it does is leave a whitewashed. It just looks like a big row of teeth. Just this big right-hander that comes in a kind of a U-shaped. And that's, of course, where, the multiple world champion GT, Hermano, Paulo, all those guys learnt to surf big waves. Yeah, so Felipe Serpa is online at the moment. He's asking, are we going to have round 6 in a couple of hours? Yes, mate, we are. We're going to go, basically from round 5, we go into 4 heats of the women. Round 2 of the women. And then we'll be back with round 6 action. We got some real good talent coming up in that round, including Kalani Latanzi. He's one of the gun young riders coming through. Habana Castro is going to be out there this afternoon as well. Hugo Pinheiro, Nicholas Chiara. Just looking through this draw. Up a little later on this afternoon. Claudia Ferrari. Jessica Becker. Great to see Jessica Becker back in action. We're going to see... and Lourdes Infant. She's been really surfing well, the young girl from Venezuela. Well, riders just kind of waiting around to get some scores. Rui Pereira needing 5.61. You can see him in yellow. He's going to wait for something a bit bigger. Rui Pereira is a really tall guy. He's like 6'1" or something and probably pushing about 90 kilos. So he's kind of a bigger man, and he's going to need those bigger waves to really get the big moves going. But he surfed incredible in small conditions in Sintra. Looks like some swells approaching at the moment. Enya Moncada in black right there in the middle of your screen is sitting in third and needing a 5.26 to go second. Anas Hadar from Morocco in second, only needing 4.05 to take the lead from Rafael Paez. The Brazilian in white is the current heat leader. Well, Anas from Morocco just thought about... going for a bit of a paddle battle with Rui Pereira, but as I said, Pereira's a giant, and maybe Hadar just took a look at him and thought, maybe I better not, hassle this guy too much. There's Rafael Paez, and he didn't finish off the last move, but he joined the dots all the way to shore on that first couple of manoeuvres. Once again, Anas Hadar from Morocco. Nice little manoeuvre then. You can see Anas just landing it sweetly and looked right up at the judges as if to say, did you see that? Felt pretty good about that one. So here's the replay. Oh, nice little roll off the takeoff. Got a bunch of speed and bammed it up. Nice little ARS as well. And you can see him just shake the head then and think, you know what? That felt like a pretty good score, and judges are just having a real long look at this one. We've got good numbers dropping for Paez as well. Here's the replay from Rui Pereira, and really needing a score, and you can see him just getting that one ran away from him. Just got that little shampoo. We're back to live action now, and once again, Pereira just getting a couple of little scores. He's going to have to do a little better than that. That replay got him a 2.25. And the previous wave, a 3.25. The next wave was 3.25. Not enough. So Pereira in fourth place, needing 6.6 now. Paez posted 6.65. That's the best wave of the heat so far for Rafael Paez. Enya Mondaka. Well, you can see him really trying to lift the work rate. There's about 20 seconds remaining. That could be one of his last waves. And look at the pressure on the boy from Portugal from in the yellow. That is Rui Pereira. His campaign has 10 seconds remaining. You can see him just shaking his head saying, oh my God, bodyboarding, pro bodyboarding can be such a cruel sport. And there's the siren in the background. You can see the boys just clapping. In the end, it was Rafael Paez from Brazil in the white singlet in first place. He got a 6.65 and a 5.05. Anas Hadar from Morocco in second. Enya Moncada from Venezuela eliminated here at Copacabana, as was the Portuguese rider Rui Pereira in yellow. Well, this is a non-prize money round, and that is going to really hurt Rui Pereira, who made the trip all the way from Portugal. He knew he was going to get a pretty good seed here, and he only had to make it through a couple of heats. It's a $45,000 event, and it's a bit of bad luck, but that's the way the cookie crumbles, as they say. So, Juan Santos online saying, Anas Hadar, the man with no bones. Plastic man. That's pretty much sums it up. It's crazy. Also, just Juan Santos noticing there's a lot of bikini action on the beach. Juan, you would be just killing yourself here, matey. Can't imagine Juan Santos in Copacabana. That would be trouble. Well, we're into the next of our heats, and that is the French rider Nicolas Capdeville. And Nicolas is a highly decorated French bodyboarder. In fact, he's a former ISA World Bodyboard Champion. He's been very interested in sort of resurrecting his career, and he came along to Sintra and got a really good result at Sintra. And Nicolas Capdeville, very nice guy, very experienced campaigner, and he's up against three of the Brazilians. This is... looks like Adriano Minguta. Just a little wave there for the rider in the white. Luis Cesar is out there in yellow, and Jonathan Barros is in the black. First wave for white was a 2.50. Looks like we have Leticia online. So, good morning. Bon dia, Leticia. Keep your little messages coming through. If you can type in English, it would be appreciated. I do apologise. Santos. Yeah, so I, unfortunately, coming from Australia, it's an island in the middle of nowhere. Look, we only speak bad English, just monolingual, really. Julio's online. He's asking about GT and Jeff Hubbard. Yeah, they're both competing. They won't surf today, though, Julio. They'll be surfing tomorrow. That was interesting. For Barroso, right there, just lost the board and ended up continuing on with some kind of wacky kind of body surfing thing. So, okay, Barroso got a 1.0. Minguta got a 2.50. Nothing really outstanding at the moment. And you are looking at Nicolas Capdeville from France on screen at the moment. Just making his way down the line. Trying to find a good little spot to sit himself for the current heat in the water. Coming up, heat number 8, the final heat of round number 5. We'll see Maxime Ustina from France. This kid is really good. I put him in the same class as Tanner McDaniel, and who else is whiz kids around these days? We've got so many of them. Portuguese have got Miguel Adu, of course, is a really good talent coming through. Louis Finnegan from Australia. I guess the young Venezuelan boy as well. There's just so many good kids coming through on the World Tour at the moment. It's really encouraging to see, that's for sure. All right, well, Minguta. That's a bit better from the rider in white. Nice control, landed, kind of got a little tied up in the suds, but judges will probably notice that small stuff where judges situated in a very high scaffold, because you get so many people that line the beaches here in Copacabana, they need to look out and over them. So it's about a 2 or 3 story scaffold here that Flavio and the guys have built, and it's one of the best setups that I've ever seen at a pro bodybuilding competition. It's amazing. So hats off to to adding sports entertainment, and also the Rio Bodyboarding Federation. They've done an incredible job. Couple of local girls just checking out the action. They love their sports down here. Hello, just a little wave. Hola. Oi. I've noticed that I've been saying hola to people. It's totally Spanish. It's not appropriate. Over here, they just go, oi, which is pretty cool. I like it. There's a couple of guys just checking out their new cameras. Getting a lot of good photos coming out of this competition. Of course, the action real close to shore, so, all the spectators have an intimate view of the competitors. So, De Campos online talking about the Nathan. There's a Venezuelan flag flying high. They're very patriotic, these people, let me tell you. So Jonathan Barros is in the black. Luis Cesar in yellow. Adriano Minguta is in the white. Nicolas Capdeville is in the red. Nicolas posted 1.5 on his first wave. Barroso's had a 1 and a 1.5. Cesar in yellow. Luis Cesar got a 4.0, but it's Minguta in the white singlet currently leading this heat, folks, with a 2.50 and a 5.5. We'll see that little hat that girl's wearing at the moment. People walk up and down the beach and sell those for about $5 each. And I'll tell you what, I could see Juan Santos in one of those things, just twisting his little moustache like some kind of crazy Colombian. He should be called Carlos. He looks more like a Carlos. Okay, well, we are coming down to around about 13 minutes remaining at the moment. Minguta is in the lead. We do have a wave score coming through for Nicholas Capdeville, though. The French rider looks like he's posted his best score so far. And we'll just wait for that one to load into the system, and we'll put some names to numbers, and we'll give you the update. Well, there it is there. Capdeville, last of red, 4.4. Nicholas is into second now, so Minguta first, Capdeville second. Luis Cesar sitting in third spot, only needing 9.1 to go to second, and Barroso needing 2.91 to go to second. Very early days, though, folks, and once again, if you're on the live site, why don't you go to the little message board there, send a message through to me in English, if possible, and I'll do my best to read them out to you. We have a lot of people online watching the webcast, including Siri, and Beatrice is watching as well. And she's watching this guy here, Minguta, pushing it down the line. Nice little combo. Can he ride out of that? In fact, he does. Here goes Nicholas Capdeville. Watch this kid. Well, he's not a kid anymore. Nicholas has been around for a long time, and as I said, one of the most highly decorated European bodyboarders. Comes out of France, and a number of years ago was a world bodyboarding champion. Yeah, so just got a little comment coming through from Juan. He says, Capdeville, that's Pierre-Louis Costes's master. PLC comes from his school, you know. Capdeville is a legend, old school legend. He is, mate. So keep the little bits of information coming there, Juan. Appreciate your knowledge, mate, of the sport. It's a shame you're not here. Well, that looks like being the best wave of the heat so far. That last wave for black is going to fall into a pretty good score. Also, Cesar in yellow. So this guy's getting a roll on. Capdeville, bam, goes for the big move, but he is a very big fellow, and he can't get it. There's the old iPad 2. Guy just filming along, brought the family down to the beach. Look at those guys. Look how happy they are to be here. I tell you what, they've got such a happy-go-lucky attitude here in Brazil. Everybody's no wonder. It's such an awesome place to live. Here's the replay of yellow. This was a 7.75 from Luis Cesar, and you can see the projection out of that lip there. And look at Cesar. He's just almost smiling at the end of that one. He's stoked about that ride. And why wouldn't you be? It's enough to take him into the lead with a 7.75 and a 4.0. So Luis Cesar, Brazil, now looking to get rid of that 4.0 to move further ahead of Minguta in the white. So Adriano Minguta sitting in second spot. That is that is a nice little combination there for Barroso. And he's going to push that towards the shore. Right on half-time, fellas. There's 10 down, 10 to go for this current heat. You are watching heat number 7, round number 5 of the Rio Bodyboarding International for 2012. That is the current heat leader. That's a good set wave. Oh, goodness. And he just hit that so sweetly. Big, high-flying, skyscraping invert. Okay, well, Boogie, mate. is watching from France. And go Nicholas, a.k.a. Kappa. Yeah, so good stuff to Boogie, mate. Those guys do an awesome job up there in France to, of course, help to promote the sport. Glad to see you guys are enjoying the webcast. Well, let's have a look at those scores. Last big invert for Luis Cesar. That was the best wave, one of the best waves of the heat, 7.25. And I tell you what, Luis Cesar, here's the replay of this wave. Watch this kid fly. There he goes. X marks the spot. Punches a big invert. And very, very good technique here. Cesar has just posted a 7.25 and a 7.75 on his last two waves. So he's just rocketed out into the lead. This is really just one-way traffic for yellow. Everybody's fighting for that second spot now at the moment. In second spot is Adriano Minguta in the yellow singlet. Minguta, of course, from Brazil. Needing an 8.5 to take the lead. So it looks like Barroso. Yeah, it is Barroso. Currently sitting in fourth place at the moment. Dionathan, here he is, up and riding. His last wave was a 4.60. And that was pretty well done. Maybe that was the 6.0 actually before that. I think that's what he got, 6.0. That was a previous wave that we had in the replay system. And great job from the guys at Beach Bite, really killing it with the webcast at the moment, fellas. So, Caesar in the lead in yellow. Second place, white. Third place, black. Black needs 6.01. And Nicholas Capdeville, on the back foot at the moment. The Frenchman needing 7.60 to go into second with just on 7.5 minutes to go. So stacks of people online watching the webcast, including Luis Guillaume. Yeah, Juan Santos just saying there it's going to be very rough for the international riders to beat locals at their beach. They're just ripping. They are, mate. It is, and it's always hard, to beat people on their home beach, that's for sure, and they're so used to these punchy, quick little closeouts. Here goes Capdeville. Let's see if he can do something that's a bit better for Nicholas. And you can see he's a tall guy. He's like, when he does that, he needs to really get a lot of projection and to rotate those ARSs out of those any kind of major move like that for Capdeville. Definitely a lot harder than the boys from Brazil, which are usually sort of small gymnastic kind of shaped bodies. Here's the replay of Capdeville. Let's go through this one. You can see him really leaning into a beautiful line up into the lip. Ripped that one off nicely, picked up a 5.9, and Capdeville now still in fourth place, Nicholas Capdeville, but now needing a 6.11. That last of red was a 5.9. That was Nicholas's best wave, and, well, he'd be starting to, feel a little more relieved and knowing that he's still in the mix with just on 6 minutes to go. Don't forget, an official website for the competition is www.riobodyboarding.com.br. You can also check out youtube.com/IBA World Tour. And all your information, of course, the one-stop shop, IBAWorldTour.com. Well, Minguta just ripping off a nice little move on the inside. His second best wave was 5.5. I don't think he's going to replace it. That was only a medium to small inside wave there. It was a nice maneuver. Small wave, but big move. Always hurts the score just a little bit. And as expected, there's a 5.0. So he didn't change the situation. Nicholas Capdeville with 5 minutes on the clock, 5 minutos, needing a 6.11 to go second. Barroso in the black from Brazil, needing 6.01 to go second. In second spot, White. And current heat leader is this guy. And he has not put a foot wrong, Luis Cesar. He has just been really blazing through these heats. Absolutely, absolutely killing it. He's just had one of those heats where everything you touch turns to gold. Nothing's impossible for him at the moment. Here's, Minguta from Brazil. That wave just kind of cascaded over him, and just didn't really allow him an opportunity to do a good punchy maneuver, so that won't fall in the top two either. Cesar first, Minguta on screen in second. There's another replay of Luis Cesar. He's already got a 7.75 and a 7.25. It's going to be hard to improve on one of those. You can see we have so many media down here, folks. This has been the best thing for bodyboarding as far as media goes in South America, and you can see just one of many hosts from the Extreme TV channels here in Brazil doing a live cross there to the massive online audience. So series online at the moment. Just talking about Luis Cesar, talking about how he's a professor, apparently. Or something to do with a professor. So he's not just a pretty face. He's got the skills and he's got a brain as well. Alright, well, coming down to 3 minutes left on the clock. Steve Action Jackson will be back in the hot seat shortly, folks. Terry McKenna, IBA tool manager, just filling in and helping out both the beach commentary and the web commentary here at what is an awesome contest, the Rio Bodyboarding International for 2012. Okay, Nuno Matias is online. He said he's waiting for Pinheiro's seat and he wants to wish him good luck. Yeah, I'll pass that on, Nuno. And I did see, actually, I was talking to Hugo just a moment ago. He went for a free surf down the beach. He's looking pretty good, and he's always hard to stop in these sort of conditions. I'll make sure that I pass those good words on for you, mate, to our friend Hugo Pinheiro. And let's have a look at the heats here. Well, Pinheiro will be coming up. Where is Hugo Pinheiro? He's in heat 6, round 6. So I guess we got 4 heats after this of the girls. One more guy's head, of course, to come. In the next one, we'll see Maxime Usina from France taking on Happy Zawalski from Hawaii, Ricardo Ramos from Brazil, and Oscar Herrera from Venezuela. So that'll be the next heat in the water. But heat 6, round 6, we'll see Pinheiro. So make sure that you stay online for that heat. And you'll be able to cheer on your fellow Portuguese rider. All right, well, it looks like Steve Action Jackson has just rocked into the booth at the moment with Jeff Hubbard from Hawaii. So it looks like he's going to have a bit of guest commentary with Jeff. Hope you've enjoyed my little spot here in the booth, and I'll be back a little later on to help Steve Jackson out. I'm Terry McKenna, and we'll be back short with more action from the Rio Bodyboarding International for 2012.
All right, Steve Action Jackson coming back to you, back in the booth. I got some espresso in me, some acai. I'm all good. That was Jonathan Barroso in the black jersey on that wave. He currently sits in the second spot. We'll see how that last wave is scored if we have any situation change out in the water. But right now, Cesar in first, Barroso second. Those guys will advance out of this heat. Minguta third, and Nicolas Capdeville, the Frenchman, the 90s rider. There you can see him coming in. Nicolas Capdeville out there in the water making a return to competition here in Brazil. And joining me here in the booth is Jeff Hubbard.
How's it going, Steve?
Not too bad. For those of you who heard Terry McKenna, I cruised in here with Jeff. Jeff was kind enough to buy me some acai to kind of rejuvenate me for the day. So thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome. Yeah, you got to get some acai when you're here in Rio. It's one of the delicacies here in Brazil. It's really cheap and really delicious, better than anywhere else in the world. Something secret they put in the mixture, I'm not quite sure. Maybe crack cocaine, I don't know.
Yes, acai, a Brazilian superfruit, high in antioxidants. Usually I get it mixed with a little granola blended in, and you know what? It's a great pre-bodyboarding snack, or even a great way to energize, when you're running a little low on energy. So right now out in the water, it looks like we have for Heat 8, Round 5. This is going to be the last heat of this round for the men's, and we're going into women's. But out in the water, we have Maxime Ossina from France, Happy Zarowski from Hawaii, Ricardo Ramos from Brazil, Ricardo known as Choco, coming from São Conrado, and he is joined out in the water by Oscar Herrera from Venezuela.
Wow, this is going to be a really, really good heat. These guys are all unreal riders, and I know Choco from San Corrado is a local superhero, man. That kid, I've been watching him since he was, when I first came here, and he was just in Speedos. He must have been 11, and he was already doing, huge little backflips for how old he was. He was just a super grom, and now he's, in his 20s, and he's really good, just really technical on these ARSs that he does, and he's in these kind of waves. He's home in Brazil, and he's looking to please the fans for sure.
I know watching Ricardo Ramos yesterday, he looked pretty stout. Meanwhile, up in water, out in the up and riding, Ossina in the red jersey. Again, this is Maxime Ossina from France. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing his name. It's been a long time since I've brushed up on my French.
Yeah, no parlez-vous français, Steve? Maxime, he's from France. He's one of the up-and-coming French riders. I just met him yesterday for the first time. We were surfing with him, and he's pretty good. He's working with Pierre a lot, and a lot of the young guys from France have a really good talent. It's great to see that there is a new generation coming from France.
Now, you were over in Europe for the Sintra Portugal Pro before coming to New Jersey for the Jenks Pro, and then here. There's a pretty solid core group of riders coming from the European nations. We'll get back to that in a sec. That was Choco, Ricardo Ramos up and riding on that one. I'll give you a situation update in just a second. But back to my question with Jeff. There's a lot of talent coming out of Europe. Can you see the influence coming from the guys on the tour right now and how they're influencing the younger guys that are started popping up?
Yeah, it's a great thing in bodyboarding. You see the older generation influencing the younger generation. It just trickles down. We just saw Nicolas Capdeville from France. He's one of the original riders from Europe that made a huge impact on the sport over there, and bred bodyboarding in France, and that trickled down to Pierre and Amaury and all the areas and all the French region riders. And so those guys are just all stemming from that one guy who just lit it up back in the 90s. And so now you have another world champ from France, Pierre-Louis Cosse, and then you have these new young kids like Maxime in this heat who are all coming at it really strong. They see what they can do.
All right, out in the water right now, 17 minutes remaining in this 20-minute heat. Current situation out in the water, Ramos in first. He scored a 4.0 on his first wave. In second, Herrera from Venezuela has a 3.0 and a 1.0. He sits in second. Here you can see the black jersey, Oscar Herrera from Venezuela on that last wave. That garnered a 3.0 from the judges. He sits second. Currently in third, Maxime, the Frenchman in red, with a 3.40, and Happy Zarowski with a 2.15 and a 1.50. He now moves into the third spot. Maxime Ossina down into the fourth spot. Here's a look at Zarowski.
Yeah, Happy just not making it there. He's a little late on that one, but these tricky conditions, it's a little on. The wind swirls between onshore and side offshore, so it's you never know what kind of lip you're going to get. Now the lip's see it a little onshore right now, and so it's tough when the lip's not projecting you like that, Steve. You want the lip to be a little bit cleaner so it throws you in the air, and you see the guys do these great acrobatic maneuvers, backflips and big rollos and just extending themselves, and sometimes we'll even see an invert. We saw some nice arm verts here this morning from some local riders. Here's Happy. What's he got?
Happy going for the air roll spin and fell behind the section. I don't know if that'll be scored a complete from the judges. It looked like he fell behind on it. And I'm going to say it's going to be scored as an incomplete maneuver. Meanwhile, up and riding in red, the Frenchman, Maxime Ossina. Maxime with an air roll spin, gets around on the rotation, tries to combo it with the roll, but lands off the back, so it will be scored for the air roll spin, but not the roll on that one.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Maxime did an ARS on a small wave route. He got it around clean, and he started a bottom turn again. And if he had actually got a roll off, maybe he got a little anxious, realized he had another section to work with, and maybe if he just had to wait, and he would have got a really good score for getting two aerial maneuvers on one wave, which is hard out here.
And that was the Venezuelan Oscar Herrera dropping in onto the left, driving right off the bottom, punching the roll through the lip, and able to ride out on that one. That was a short, quick ride, but that will be scored as a completed maneuver. I will give you an update in just a sec. We are waiting for a few scores to register from our judges. Maxime Ossina with a 4.50 on his last wave. Still waiting for scores to register from Ricardo Ramos and Oscar Herrera.
Yeah, so why do they call Ricardo Ramos Choco? Is it because he's really dark? And Choco's, what is it?
I would imagine so. I don't know the story behind his nickname. I'm sure it's probably something colorful.
Yeah, it's a colorful commentary. He's just a really nice guy, and hung out with him before. And he always, surfs real well. I think he surfs San Corrado, which is a left, so I know he's really, really good on these left-handers. He can do probably anything on them. But up and riding, Maxime, nice roll. See, that might be his best wave. That was a really clean lip maneuver there, Stevie.
Yeah, he hit that just at the right time, so he was ahead of the pitching lip. He got good projection, nice clean landing, rode it out. Yes, you're right, Jeff, a 4.90. That's going to be his high score thus far in this heat, so he now has a 4.90 and a 4.75 as his two high scores for a combined 9.65.
Yeah, no, it's really good. And we have Ricardo Ramos Choco at second, Happy Zrusky's in fourth, and Oscar Herrera's in third. So, but everyone only needs a small score at the moment. Oscar needs a 4.1, Happy needs a 5.6, and Happy really doesn't have any scoring waves at the moment. So, these guys are working for it with about 13 minutes remaining, a little bit of time here. Everyone can catch a few waves because it's not far to paddle back out, Steve. It's about the beach is about a stone's throw off the sand. The waves are breaking, so you can get back out really quick.
Yeah, definitely not a long paddle. Definitely short break conditions out there. Shallow on the inside, some fun, punchy little beach break waves coming in. So the turnaround time is pretty quick. We've seen it throughout competition so far. We'll have someone catch a wave, turn around, paddle back out, and catch a second wave before their first score is even registered.
Yeah, it's really nice.
And there you can see Ramos in the yellow jersey taking a look at this one, paddling over into position and digging, trying to take off on this. But it's going to be the Venezuelan Oscar Herrera up and riding on the left. Comes off the bottom, goes for an air roll spin, gets caught up in that whitewater explosion and unable to complete the maneuver.
Yeah, so he knew he was trying to better a 3.15, and everyone's kind of going for flips here. But I guess they know a big score would just rocket him up. But he needs a 4.1, so maybe a big Rolo wasn't gonna get it. But we did see Maxime Ossina get a nice big Rolo and got a 4.9 for it. So it's not out of the question just to do a big roll and one clean move and get a decent score under your belt. Oh, Happy, a little paddle battle there. Oh, and up and running Choco. Oh, and he just got excited there, Steve. What happened?
It looked like he was about to complete the maneuver, going for the roll off of that end section. But I'm sure, as you may have noticed with the video footage, there's that little bounce, a little bit of backwash on the inside. You get that little bit of bounce, the whitewater explosion, and it's enough to shake some of the riders off their boards. We've seen it quite a few times so far today. You were even out in the water for a little free surf this morning. I saw you out there catching a couple of fun ones. There's that little tiny bounce, man, that makes things just a little bit more interesting than they need to be out there.
Yeah, the bounces is going to give you a little bit of projection, or when you come around from your move, you got to be prepared to put your nose up so you don't dig it. And Choco right there wasn't prepared for it. He just did a roll up, thought he was safe on a nice safety move, and dug his nose right when he was coming around. And I bet it probably wasn't. Yeah, you know what? It might have been better than 3.75, but we'll never know here. So he's trying to replace his 3.75 at the moment. He's got a 4.0 and a 3.75, and he's in third. He's a 4.26. Oliver Herrera is moved into second place at that last score. See, he just did a Rolo, Steve, through the lip Rolo and got a 4.6 on that last wave of Oliver Herrera, which is pretty, it shows you a lot right there. What the judges, they're not asking for much to get a small score.
Yeah, really, from what I've seen from the judges' scores, whether you're going for one big maneuver or putting a combination of maneuvers together, they're looking for the maneuvers to be performed cleanly. Because obviously we're not getting the big critical sets with the conditions today. So really, cleanliness, size definitely playing into the realm of judging right now, but cleanliness on the performance of maneuvers and a clean exit making a big difference in the scores.
It is exactly right, Steve. If you have a clean bottom turn and a good approach to the lip, you're going to get a good score, especially if you execute a nice lip move really clean. They're going to give you quality scores. We've seen high scores for just single rolls, and I think that's going to continue to be the case throughout the competition. It's a shore break sort of wave, so it dumps real quick. I just was over in Jenkinson's Beach in New Jersey, and it was really quick waves here. So this looks almost like a point break compared to Jenks at the moment. But Maxime Husuna up and riding.
Maxime going for the air roll spin. A little bounce on the landing, but gets it around. Exits the whitewater in front of the wave. Clean maneuvering. That should be a decent score there for the Frenchman.
Yeah, he's going to be stoked. Maxime, drove a nice bottom turn, hit the lip, and kind of got a little bounce on his spin around and came out pretty clean. We'll see whether the judges noticed whether he got caught up in the bounce, how that translated. Sometimes they deduct points if they don't like how you're spinning around in the air on your bounce. But we'll see. It's definitely going to be his best score, and it's going to keep him at first, I would assume. Best score of the heat.
I was talking earlier about how shallow it is on the inside. There you can see on the inside where it's a little whitewater, a little foamy, there's really only about a foot or two of water in there. So, again, with these guys out in the water and all of our competitors, even though the conditions aren't real big, we still have 2 to 4 foot surf, some punchy beach break. If you don't execute properly on the inside there, you can still get bounced and still hurt yourself in there. And
yeah, that's so true, Steve. I pulled into a closeout just for fun today on a set. The set was only about 2 feet, but I got to the bottom of the wave, pulled in a little barrel, and just bounced straight on the bottom real hard, and was a little surprised on how quick I got to that sand.
Yeah, I had the opposite end of that. I actually caught a wave and was going to paddle back out. A wave came in and broke in front of me. I went to duck dive under it and went knuckles first into the sand. I was like, oops, 6 inches of water, not going to duck dive very well in that.
No, yeah, the duck dives are hard, and it's shallow conditions, and you always got to be careful not to fold your board or hit your hands. So it's pretty interesting. We got Happy Zarowski's got a couple of scores on the board. He's in third place at the moment. Ricardo Remus Choco's moved into second with his last wave of 5.1. And Maxime Husana from France is dominating this heat. His last wave of 6.4 for that big completed ARS, and he's looking the goods here in this heat so far with 11.30. Oliver Herrera has moved into fourth, but he only needs a 4.51 to move in advancing position. So it's going to be a really tight heat coming down to these last 6 minutes, Steve.
Yes, we're just under 7 minutes remaining in this heat. And again, quick rundown of the situation in the water. Alsina in first, Ramos second, Zarowski currently in third, chasing a 4.71, and Herrera in the fourth position. He's looking for a 4.51, and up and riding, it looks like Ramos on the right-hander, and not much to work with for that one, so he's going to duck out and paddle back to find another one that's a little more conducive to what he needs out there.
Yep, it looks like Oliver Herrera went left on that one and didn't complete his ARS. They're both battling pretty hard here. Happy Zarowski's in white, just kind of waiting for the sets, and we have Maxime Husona paddling for this one, see where he's going to end up.
Maxime taking a look at this right-hander, drops in, does a mid-phase turn, goes up for the roll, makes it through the bounce and that whitewater explosion on the inside. That'll be a complete maneuver, but it probably won't affect his overall combined scores. He already has a 6.4 and a 4.9. He will receive a 3.50 on that wave for his efforts.
Yeah, exactly, Steve. It was a nice execution, but he didn't quite have a long enough bottom trim. The wave wasn't quite big enough, and at this point in the heat, the judges are looking for a little more. The scores have been set, the range has been plugged in, and now they're looking for something a little bigger. They've noticed the riders have got their feet under them. They're starting to do some moves, so the judges are expecting a little more at this stage.
Yeah, we've seen a really high level of consistency from the riders thus far for the first 2 days of competition and into this, the third day of competition. A high level of consistency with landing the big technical maneuvers, the air roll spins, the flips. So it's really starting to come down to small details that are making the difference between a score, which can really make or break a rider. Like you were talking about, coming off the bottom as opposed to a mid-face turn, executing cleanly, positioning on the wave, critical sections, and whether or not they're able to ride out in a clean manner.
Exactly. It's pretty awesome to see a good wave executed with power and speed throughout the whole length of ride. And that's what the judges are looking for. They want you to take off and drive off the bottom and really execute the maneuver using the whole wave face.
The best example I have to use really so far from today, back in, I believe it was Heat 3 of this round, we saw Bruno Invik from here in Brazil win his heat. He had an 8.5, which I believe is still the highest score of the day so far. He was able to combine a flip to a roll, and he performed both very clean, very seamlessly, and he was rewarded for his efforts.
Yeah, was that the left, Steve? He took off, did the nice ARS, and then came around and did a nice roll. I remember seeing that on the webcast, and it was really cool, really nice surfing. And here we got Choco straight up and riding. That was a big roll. How did he extend that off that little tiny section? That may help his cause here because he only has a 4 as his backup score, Steve.
Yeah, he got good projection off of that, good arm extension, so a nice extended roll on that, and looks like he's going to get a 5.15 on that. That'll be his new high score so far here in the heat. That will help his overall score. He now has a combined 10.25 for his score in this heat. He resides in that second and advancing spot ahead of Happy Zarowski, who's on the hunt for a 5.85 or better at this point.
Yep, that was really kind of surprising because he bounced off the lip, and I think the judges probably didn't expect that kind of projection that he got on that wave. You know, when he took off, it didn't look like much, and then when he hit the lip, it kind of just, the wave came together, and he was looking really good as he landed. And I think the judges noticed that, wow, okay, that wave actually had some size. He had good projection. You know, that was really exciting to see. But up and riding.
Oscar Herrera taking off on the left, going for the roll off of the closeout section, and unable to stick the maneuver. He came a little unhinged on that one. There you see him come up out of the water. He fell behind that one. He will paddle back out and look for something with a little bit more substance score-wise.
Definitely. He's in 4th. He's got 2.5 minutes remaining. It's going pretty quick. You see Maxime Hussona maybe paddling over to sit on some people and make sure they don't jump ahead of him. He's in first place. Choco's in 2nd. Happy's in 3rd, and Oliver's in 4th. Happy needs a 5.85, so he's in striking distance. But and Oliver Hurley needs a 5.65, and that might have just been it. He just did a nice. Oh, that was Happy Zarowski. That was a nice big roll from White, from what I saw. So that could definitely help Happy's cause. We'll see what the judges think. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but it'll definitely help get him into advancing position.
And Happy Zarowski will score a 4.65 on that last wave. It will not improve his position any. He is still searching for a 5.60 or better to move into that second and advancing spot. We have 140 remaining in this heat here in Heat 8, Round 5 of the men's. Again, we are going to go into Round 2 of the women's after this, and then from there we will jump back into men's competition for Round 6 and wind out the day with Round 3 of the women's. But again, right now, Round 5, Heat 8, 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining here on Day 3 at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012, coming to you live from Postal Cinco in Copacabana. I'm Steve Action Jackson, holding down the commentary in English, and joining me in the booth right now, Jeff Hubbard, who just clinched his 9th U.S. national title. He surpasses Mike Stewart for the most U.S. titles in bodyboarding history. How's it feel to add another piece of history to your legacy, Jeff?
Yeah, I was really stoked. I mean, it was a hard-fought battle with my brother Dave. He was ripping. all year, and all the other guys on tour are just really stepping up. We got Jacob Romero, who's on tour. He's super consistent, and all the young kids this year, Sammy Morantino, and Kyle Keeley, the battle, who won the last event, and Trevor Cam and Calhey Parker, and all these guys are really good, and it's tough to beat them every event, and so you really got to go out and just get lucky and just be just give it your all. It's cool. There's no holding back on the U.S. tour anymore. These kids are out for blood.
15 seconds remaining in this heat, and Happy Zarowski up and riding, looking for something to gather that 5.60. Goes for the flip, unable to complete the maneuver, and time may have just run out for Happy Zarowski and Oscar Herrera. Looks like Maxime Osina and Ricardo Ramos Chaco, those two will advance on to the next round. Again, we will see round 6 of the men's coming up later this afternoon. Right now, we're going to go into Heat 1 of the women's for round 2. And we'll see if we can't get Jeff Hobart to stick around and hang out for one more heat.
You know what? I promised my friend Jonathan I was going to go hang out with him and cruise the beach and maybe actually go catch some waves somewhere else and practice for this event. It looks like it's going to be pretty tough. But we see Choco coming in here. He was really happy, and the French kid, Maxime. So that was cool. That was really fun to watch these guys rip it up, and I'm excited for the next tomorrow and watch the next round, Steve.
All right, cool. Well, I'm going to let Jeff bounce out of here so he can catch up with our friend Jonathan and go score a little free surf. Thanks a lot for joining me here in the booth and helping with the commentary. I appreciate you answering my questions, as always.
No worries, Steve. Have a great day.
All right, and we are underway in this 20-minute heat. We are Heat 1, round 2 of the women's. Out in the water right now, Patricia Sechabel, Marilyn Fernandez, Juliana Freitas, who advanced from yesterday, and Isamar Vivas from Venezuela. She also advanced through round 1 yesterday to be here for day 3 at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. As I was saying yesterday, Isamar Vivas and a lot of the Venezuelans, were in New Jersey on the U.S. East Coast for the Jenks Pro, the season finale for the U.S. Tour. And Isamar Vivas came away with the win in the women's pro division, and now she is here in Rio looking to add another result to her resume. But right now, out in the water, it looks like Patricia Sechabel with a 5.25 on her first wave. She sits in the early lead. Isamar Vivas scoring a 4.75 to get on the board. Meanwhile, in white with a 3.50. Fernandez in the white jersey and Juliana Freitas in the yellow jersey with a 1 for an incomplete maneuver on her first wave. So with just over 18 minutes remaining in this 20-minute heat, the early going here of Heat 1, round 2 of the women's pro, it is Sechabel at first, Vivas second, Fernandez third, and Freitas in fourth position. All of these riders, 1 wave under their belt. Now they are seeking out a secondary score. I will keep you updated on the situation out in the water. 18 minutes remaining in this opening heat of round 2 for the women's pro division. All right, and I've just been handed today's batch of Doguinho, one of our sponsors for this event. Key Doguinho, they're mini hot dogs and hot dog buns. Really, really delicious. I probably shouldn't be eating as many as these as I have. I think I ate about a dozen of them yesterday, but so good. Mini hot dogs wrapped in a hot dog bun. It's almost like a Hot Pocket, but so good, and I've just been given my first couple of the day, so big thanks to them. Also, thanks to our other sponsors, Void Rider Bodyboards, the state government of Rio de Janeiro, Rio Tour, YouTube, and big thanks to the supervision and production provided by the Brazilian Bodyboarding Confederation, Adding Sports and Entertainment, and Rio Bodyboarding Federation. So right now out in the water, Fernandez taking a look at this one, paddles into the left, throws into a quick spin off the top, combos it with the roll, and unable to complete the roll, so should be scored on the first maneuver, but not the second. Meanwhile, Isamar Vivas in the black, paddling across the horizon, looking to kick into this right-hander, and that one's not going to form up for her, so she will turn around and paddle back out, look for another one. So a 2.65 for Fernandez on that. That will give her a secondary score, so she moves into the early lead. And here we go. Isamar Vivas from Venezuela up and riding on the right-hander. Kicks in, driving down the line, looking for a section. Goes for the roll off of that end section before the wave closes out, then throws into a forward spin in the whitewater for good measure. And that will be her second score. I believe she'll be scored for the roll and not the spin in the whitewater. Again, judges looking for progressive maneuvering. Big maneuvers on larger size set waves, looking for maneuvers performed in critical sections and performed cleanly. So trying to attack on spins in the whitewater, that's an old school contest tactic that judges want to really get rid of. That's really not progressive bodyboarding. And just waiting for scores to drop. It looks like Patricia Setchable with a 3.50 on her second wave. That moves her up into the top spot currently. Isamar Vivas with a 3.60. She sits in second. And here, Setchable up and riding again. Gets the air roll spin around. So Patricia Setchable going to work out in the water. She's already got a 5.25 and 3.50. And this should be a solid score, replacing that 3.50. If not taking over and being her high score in this heat. Right now it's looking pretty favorable from the judges, the score on that one. Just waiting for it to finalize, and I will give you an update out in the water. And there you can see Juliana Freitas in the yellow jersey paddling over, taking a look. Not going to kick into that one. And the score is dropped for Patricia Setchable, a 6.75. So now sitting on a 6.75 and a 5.25. Setchable takes the lead. Meanwhile, Fernandez up and riding. A series of spins, combos of spin, looking for the roll on the inside. Rolls off of the whitewater section, still going, looking for another roll. She works that one all the way into the beach. So Fernandez with a nice combination of maneuvers. We'll see how that scores with the judges' current situation. Fernandez sitting in third. She needed a 4.85. We'll see if she gets that from the judges, just waiting for scores to drop. She will get a 4.40. That will help improve her overall overall score. She's still chasing second place right now in third position, needing a 3.96 or better if she's going to move ahead of Isamar Vivas from Venezuela. So currently out in the water with 13:20 remaining. Setchable in first, Vivas second, Fernandez in third, and here we have Juliana Freitas sitting in fourth. Take a look at that, but it's Vivas up and riding. She takes off on the left, goes for the quick roll, unable to complete the maneuver. That will not help her score any. 13 minutes remaining in this heat, and again, Patricia Setchable sitting in the lead on the strength of her 5.25 and a 6.75 for her air roll spin on her previous wave. She's followed by Isamar Vivas, who has a 4.75 and 3.6. Fernandez in the third position currently has a 3.50 and a 4.4 for third, and currently in fourth, Juliana Freitas has sticks on the first one. She has a 1 from the judges, looking for a secondary score. Freitas looking for something to come her way so she can catch up and make a little ground, try and move herself into better position to advance out of this heat. And that was Marilyn Fernandez on that wave, going for the roll, lands off the back, unable to complete the maneuver. She'll paddle out and look for another one. She'll score 1.40 with the judges for her effort on that one. Meanwhile, there you can see floating out in the lineup in the red jersey, the current heat leader, Patricia Setchable. She has a 5.25 and a 6.75 for a combined score of 12. She sits atop the scoreboard right now out in the water. She's followed by Isamar Vivas from Venezuela. And it is Fernandez in third, chasing a 3.96. Freitas in fourth, chasing a 7.35. Freitas with only one wave under her belt, and that was an incomplete maneuver for a 1.0 from the judges. And there you can see out on the horizon a looks like a cargo ship out there. You see a lot of very large boats coming and going into Rio de Janeiro. Cargo ships, oil tankers, even a lot of cruise ships. There you can see out in the water right now in this heat, the current heat leader, Patricia Setchable, in the red jersey. We have 9.5 minutes remaining, and right now things have gotten a little quiet out in the water, so I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome everybody who is tuning in just now. This is day 3 of competition here at the Rio Bodyboarding International 2012, and up and riding, Juliana Freitas getting her second wave under her belt. She gets a nice clean roll off of that. That should be a pretty solid score. She'll be happy with that. She'll be able to build upon that for the rest of the heat. She currently has a 1, waiting for scores to drop on that most recent wave. That will definitely help her cause a little to dig her out of that 4th place spot. Right now it's Isamar Vivas in second, holding that second and advancing spot. Fernandez in white needs a 3.96. Freitas in yellow needs a 3.35 now as she scores a 5.0 on that last wave. That definitely helping her cause a little bit. So again, Juliana Freitas with a 5.0 on her last wave. She now needs a 3.35 or better to move into the second position. We have 8.5 minutes remaining. And again, situation in the water. Setchable in first. Vivas second. Fernandez in third. And Freitas in fourth. And it looks like we have a little bit of a paddle battle and no takers on that one. But on down the line a little bit, Juliana Freitas takes off on the left, completes the roll, rides out clean. That'll be a good secondary backup score for her. That'll replace the 1.0. And waiting for scores to drop. Will this be enough to move her up into the second spot? She needed a 3.35. Waiting for the scores from the judges. And she will score a 6.0 from the judges. That's enough to move Juliana Freitas from fourth up into that second and advancing spot. That bumps Isamar Vivas down to third. She now needs a 6.25. And Fernandez drops to fourth. She needs a 6.60 if she was going to move up to that second spot and advance out of round 2. And there you can see one of the local fishing boats cruising the horizon. Things have gotten a little gray here on the beach today. It looks like we might have some rain in the forecast, so stay tuned for that. But right now, even with the rain in the forecast, it actually looks like it's starting to rain right now from the ripple effect on the water. But rain in the forecast for this afternoon. Better surf conditions forecasted for the weekend. I was speaking with Jeff Hubbard off camera before we came back on the air, and he was pretty optimistic about the forecast for the weekend, looking at 6 foot plus for Saturday and Sunday. Right now, making the best of these 2 to 4 foot conditions with primarily side shore winds, and that is the heat leader Patricia Setchable on that wave. Meanwhile, up and riding Isamar Vivas, and she pulls the plug on that one. She was about halfway through her roll, upside down when she bailed the board. That will be an incomplete maneuver for Isamar. Meanwhile, Patricia Setchable waiting for scores to drop on her last wave. And a 7.50 for Patricia Setchable, a new high score for her in this heat. She now has a 7.50 and a 6.75. She improves her position, holds on to the top spot, but her score combined now is a 14.25. She solidifies that lead right now. 5:45 remaining in this heat, and Patricia Setchable is going to be pretty hard to catch up with right now. Juliana Freitas in the second spot. Here you see Fernandez taking off on this one. She's chasing a 6.60. She goes for the roll through the lip on the closeout, unable to hold on to her board. That is not going to help her cause any. She will remain in the fourth position, still looking for a 6.60. Meanwhile, in third spot, the Venezuelan Isamar Vivas, she's hunting out a 6.25 or better if she's going to move back into that second and advancing spot. Right now, Setchable and Freitas in the advancing spots with about 5 minutes remaining. Four and a half minutes remaining in Heat 1, Round 2 of the Women's Pro Division. Right now, out in the water, Patricia Setchable sits in the lead with a combined score of 14.25. Juliana Freitas sitting in second with a combined 11.0. Right now in black, Isamar Vivas from Venezuela chasing a 6.25, and Fernandez needing a 6.60. This is Juliana Freitas, the second place holder, up and riding on that one. Meanwhile, there you can see in the white jersey, Marilyn Fernandez. Again, she is chasing a 6.60 if she's going to move out of that fourth position into the second spot and advance out of this heat. Just under 4 minutes remaining, waiting for scores to drop. It looks like Juliana Freitas is going to score pretty well with the judges, and Fernandez looking for a decent score as well. We'll see if it's worthy of a 6.60 from the judges. Right now, it does not look like Fernandez is going to be able to get that second spot from Freitas. She scores a 5.50. She moves up into third out of that fourth position, but right now, Juliana Freitas holds on to that second spot. She scored a 6.50 on her last wave to strengthen her hold on that second place spot. So, again, right now out in the water, it's Setchable, Freitas in third position, Fernandez chasing a 7.0, and Vivas, the Venezuelan, chasing a 7.75. Time counting down, 3 minutes remaining in the heat. All right, we have 2 minutes remaining in this heat, and the situation remains the same out in the water. Patricia Setchable in the lead with a combined score of 14.25. In the second spot, Juliana Freitas in the yellow jersey sitting on a 12.50 combined score. In third, Marilyn Fernandez looking for a 7.0. And in the black jersey from Venezuela, Isamar Vivas, she is on the hunt for a 7.75 or better. That's a pretty big score to get right now. And time counting down, less than a minute and a half remaining. A big shout out to Mrs. Bitzer, Patricia Bitzer, Jason Bitzer's mother. She's checked in to say hello. She is asking when Jason and Oberta will be hitting the water. Right now, looking at my heat sheet, I do not believe they will be competing today, so stay tuned for tomorrow, day 4 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. Right now in the water, we have Heat 1, Round 1, counting down the last minute of the heat. Patricia Setchable and Juliana Freitas holding on to those 2 advancing spots. Coming up next, we are going to see Paula Simone, Parolo Machado, Maria Helena Tostes, and Isbilia Valdivieso. We saw Maria Helena Tostes put on a solid performance yesterday, as well as Isbilia Valdivieso. They advanced on from round 1. Meanwhile, out in the water, Marilyn Fernandez looking for a 7.0. Gets a nice roll off of that end section. Good extension. I don't know if that'll be enough to move her into the second spot with 25 seconds remaining in this heat. But we will wait for the scores to drop. And right now, it looks like Vivas has moved ahead of her into third, but still waiting for Fernandez's score to drop. She will move back into the third spot, but she needs a 7.0. Vivas needs a 6.85. Counting down, 5 seconds left, and it looks like it's going to be Patricia Setchable and Juliana Freitas moving out of this heat and onto round 3, which we'll actually see later on this afternoon. All right, and the horn has just sounded, starting Heat 2, Round 2 of the Women's Pro Division out in the water here at Day 3 of Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. We're coming to you live from Posto Cinco in Copacabana here in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Not quite sunny now like it's been the first couple of days. Clouds have rolled in, rain in the forecast, but we also were looking at the forecast earlier. I was discussing with Jeff Hubbard, and looking pretty promising for this weekend, so stay tuned for that. Keep an eye on that. But right now in the water, we have women's round 2. After this, we are going to go back into the men's for round 6, and we will wind out the day with round 3 of the women's pro division. Up and riding, Maria Helena Tostes in the yellow jersey, getting things started here out in the water with 19 minutes left in this 20-minute heat. Top 2 waves will be scored. Top 2 riders will advance on to the next round. And in the black jersey, the Venezuelan Valdivieso is Bilia Valdivieso going for the roll on that one, unable to complete the maneuver. So we have incomplete maneuvers on the board so far. Maria Helena Tostes with a 1.5, Valdivieso with a 1.40. Machado and Simone still waiting to get on the board. Still in the early going here, 18 and a half minutes remaining. Real quick, I'd like to thank our sponsors for the event: Void Rider Bodyboards, the State Government of Rio de Janeiro, Rio Tour, Quito Guinho, YouTube, the Brazilian Bodyboarding Confederation, Adding Sports and Entertainment, and Rio Bodyboarding Federation. Without their support, this event would not be possible, so a big thanks to them. Also, if you're online watching the live webcast, jump over to your Facebook page and like Rio Bodyboarding International on Facebook. And leave a comment. Let us know where you're at, who you think's going to win the competition, where you're from. Let us know. Send us a shout out. Send some shout outs to your friends, family, whatever. Hit that up, and I will do my best to read those on air for you. Meanwhile, out in the water, that was Maria Helena Tostes on that last wave. Looked like an incomplete maneuver. She scored a 3.50 on her previous wave. And here we have in white, that is Parola Machado. So that will get Parola on the board. So real quick right now, with 17 and change remaining in this heat, it is Maria Helena Tostes in the early lead. Machado moves into second on the strength of her 4.50. Now she'll be on the hunt for a secondary backup score. She is followed by Isbilia Valdivieso from Venezuela, and currently sitting in fourth position, Paula Simón, who is looking to get on the board with her first wave. Meanwhile, Isbilia Valdivieso, the Venezuelan, getting a ride on that one. That will be her second score of this heat, and right now she has a 1.40 she's looking to get rid of, and she'll have a 3.40 to work off of with that second wave. Meanwhile, Machado taking a look at this one, kicking and not able to scrap into it. But further down, going on the left, that is Maria Helena Tostes. She already has a couple waves under her belt, wasting no time to get a third wave under her belt. Meanwhile, Palace Amount in red, still yet to get on the board. She's got goose eggs across the board right now. She needs to get down to work if she's going to keep pace with the other girls out in this heat. Be sure to stay tuned to RioBodyboarding.com.br and IBAWorldTour.com for all the latest news, highlights, and updates from Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. Also on YouTube.com/IBA World Tour, you can choose which webcast you decide to view. The webcast is available in both English and Portuguese, so click on the language of your choice and enjoy the show out in the water here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. Right now out in the water, 15 minutes, 20 seconds remaining, and it is currently Maria Helena Tostes in the lead. She has a 3.50 and a 3.60 for the lead. Still here in the early going of this heat. She is followed by Isbilia Valdivieso, who has a 3.4 and a 1.4 she will be looking to get rid of. Machado currently sits in second with a 4.5, looking for a backup wave. Here she is kicking into this right-hander, takes off, drops in just as it's about to shut out, so she will duck out the back on that one. And again, currently out there in the water in the red jersey, Paula Simón, no waves under her belt yet. Nothing on the scoreboard. She needs to get to work right now if she's going to keep pace. And that was Isbilia Valdivieso in the black jersey with the incomplete maneuver on that wave. She will paddle back out and look for another. Right now she has a 3.40 and a 1.50. She's going to want to replace that 1.50, and before all is said and done, she's probably going to want to get rid of that 3.4 as well. So far, some low scores in this heat, but things still in the early going. 13:50 remaining in the heat, just under 14 minutes. And peeking out my webcast booth window, I do believe I just saw my friend Macahound cruising around. Hopefully I can lure him into the booth to answer a few questions, hang out with me for a couple of minutes. Rafael Viena, known as Macahound, one of the more well-respected bodyboarding locals here at Posto Cinco, doesn't really compete much, but when the swell is up, he's one of the guys out there absolutely killing it. Definitely somebody I'd like to reel in here in the webcast booth on the English commentary. Fortunately, he does speak pretty good English. He's a professor at one of the local universities when he's not out in the water bodyboarding. Pretty smart guy and definitely a quality bodyboarder. Meanwhile, out in the water, just under 13 minutes remaining. And there you can see in the red jersey, Paula Simón eyeing up a wave, looking to get on the board with her first effort of this heat. And that one's not going to shape up for her. But it looks like that was... We had a quick little wave exchange, a split peak. It looked like Maria Helena Tostes in the yellow jersey and Machado in white. Machado on the right, Tostes on the left. We'll wait to see scores drop on that. It looks like an incomplete maneuver for Maria Helena Tostas. Meanwhile, Machado waiting for her score. And up and riding is Bilia Valdivieso in the black jersey. Hits a quick roll off of that closeout section and then tries to roll off of the inside whitewater section as well. That will not be scored by the judges. So Valdivieso waiting for her score to drop. Meanwhile, Machado looks like a 3.40 and a 4.50 she has right now at the moment. We'll wait just a moment for the scores to register from our judges, and then I will give you an update. With 11:40 and counting down left in this heat, it looks like a 4.25 for Isbilia Valdivieso on her last wave, a 1.50 for Maria Helena Tostas on the incomplete maneuver, and Machado out there with a 4.50 and a 3.40. So Machado in the lead right now. And it's Parola Machado in the white jersey sitting atop the scores at the moment. She's followed by Isbilia Valdivieso. Maria Helena Tostas sits in third in search of a 4.06. And again, Palasamon, no scores to her name yet. She needs to get on the board. She doesn't have a primary or a secondary score at the moment. .10:25 remaining in the heat, and Palasamon took a look at that one and let it pass by. Meanwhile, that is Maria Helena Tostas in the white, reclaiming her board, and Valdivieso taking a look at that one. The Venezuelan sitting a little further down from the Brazilian girls. She takes a look at that one, but no takers. I stand corrected. Simone up and riding on her first wave. A quick left, gets the roll off of the section, rides out clean, and then ducks out. That will get her on the board with a pretty decent score to start things off. Just under 10 minutes, just past the halfway point, and Palasamon is finally on the board with a 4.75 to get things started for her here in Heat 2, Round 2 of the Women's Pro Division. She currently sits in fourth. Now she's chasing only a 2.90 to move into that second and advancing spot, which is currently held by the Venezuelan Isbilia Valdivieso. And there you can see Palasamon paddling over, taking a look. And Palasamon takes off on that one. That'll get her a secondary score. She is now moved up into the top spot. So she did nothing for the first half of the heat. Now, 2 waves under her belt. She goes from fourth position all the way up to the top. She has a 4.75 and a 3.25 for a combined score of 8. She bumps Machado down to second position, who has a combined score of 7.90. That bumps Valdivieso down to third position. She is now seeking a 3.66. And Maria Helena Tostas in the yellow jersey moves to fourth. She is on the hunt for a 4.31. Meanwhile, up and riding Machado looking to reclaim that top spot. Kicks into the right, gets a roll off of the closeout section, and then bails out after riding out of the whitewater cleanly. So Machado answering back. And with 8 minutes remaining, we may very well have a situation change. Yes. It is going to be Parola Machado moving back into the top spot. She will bump Paula Simon down into second. Remaining in the third position, Isbilia Valdivieso needs a 3.76. Maria Helena Tostas in fourth, looking for a 4.41. 7.5 minutes remaining. And Isbilia Valdivieso up and riding on that left, goes for the roll, unable to complete the maneuver. That won't improve her score any. she'll paddle back out and look for something a little more substantial. We have just over 7:15 remaining. All right, up and riding. Maria Helena Tosas in the yellow jersey on this small little left. Hits the roll, comes out clean, and that'll be a one-and-done maneuver wave for Maria Helena Tosas. She will score looks like we're going to get a 3.5 on the board for her on that one. That will not improve her position any. She's still chasing a 4.41 to get out of that fourth position and move into a advancing spot in that second place position. So, again, right now, 6.5 minutes remaining. Machado in first. Simão second. Valdivieso in third, chasing a 3.76. Tostas in fourth, looking for a 4.41. They can see out in the water in the white jersey, the current heat leader, Parola Machado. She has a 4.50 and a 5.5, and that looked like Paula Simão in the red jersey, streaking down the line on the right and then bailing. So she will score a 1 for that. That will not affect her score any. She remains in the second position. .540 remaining in this heat. And again, it is Parola Machado in the lead currently, followed by Paula Simão. Paula Simão was quiet for the first 10 minutes of this 20-minute heat. No waves to her name, no scores. She sat in the fourth position and looked like she wasn't going to do much. And then she kicked into gear and went to work. At 4.75 on her first wave, a 3.25 for a backup. That moved her up into the lead. Then she got bumped back down to second. But she went from fourth to first on 2 waves. Now she has 3 waves under her belt, but she's looking for something to potentially replace that 3.25. She needs a 5.26 or better to move into that top spot, but she currently sits in that second and advancing position. So Paula Simão getting down to business here in the water after hanging out for 10 minutes and watching all the other girls. So that's the situation out in the water. Machado first, Simão second. Those two in advancement position. Valdivieso, Helena Tostas in fourth. Those two on the outside looking in. They need to get some work done. 4.5 minutes remaining. And here we have Paula Simão up and riding on the right, driving down the line, throws a nice clean reverse, resets her line. Not much to work with on that end section, but a nice clean reverse. You haven't seen too many shoulders on these waves to perform a reverse. Paula Simão getting one knocked out, nice, clean, snappy, reset her line clean, and that was a nice maneuver there from her. This may very well replace that 3.25 as her secondary score. And yes, a 4.0 for that last wave for Paula Simão. That will help improve her overall score. She still remains in the second spot, but putting a little more distance between her and Valdivieso. Valdivieso currently needs a 4.51, and here the heat leader, Parola Machado, up and riding on the right, gets the roll through the lip, comes out clean, and then bails. So a quick little wave for her. We'll see if that helps any. I don't know if that'll improve her overall score, but we will wait for the judges to register their opinion on that. Again, Parola Machado in the white jersey currently in the lead. She sits in that top spot with just over 3 minutes remaining. And score is dropped for Maria Helena Tosas on her last wave. She scores a 6.25 and moves into the second spot ahead of Paula Simão. And there is Belia Valdivieso in the black jersey on that wave. So a little shake-up out in the water. I will give you an update as soon as all the scores register. 2:45 and counting. Right now, situation out in the water. Machado in first. The Tostas up to second. Simão down to third. Valdivieso currently in fourth. 2.5 minutes remaining. And just a real quick look. A 5.50 and a 4.75 for Parola Machado has her in the lead. Maria Helena Tosas, on the strength of a 6.25 and 3.60, has moved into the second and advancing spot. That bumped Paula Simone down to third. She is sitting on a 4.75 and a 4.0. She needs a 5.11 or better at the moment. And in the fourth position is Belia Valdivieso from Venezuela in the black jersey. She is chasing a 5.61 at the moment. She's got a 4.25 and a 3.40. She's going to need to replace that 3.40. Time counting down. We are under 2 minutes left in this heat, and some last-minute shuffling here with the girls out in the water. A little bit of a quiet start, especially for Paula Simone, who did not catch a wave for the first 10 minutes. Then she came to life, moved up into the top two positions, and she has just been bumped to third. She is now looking for a 5.11. There is the heat leader, Parola Machado, in the white jersey out in the water. Looking to do a little bit more work before this is all said and done. 1:20 remaining on the clock, and here is Parola Machado looking at this one. She's going to let that one go by. But up and riding, Maria Helena Tostas in the yellow jersey, streaking down the line on that left, hits the roll, and comes out. Maria Helena Tostas on that wave, waiting for scores to drop for her. She currently sits in that second position. 45 seconds remaining, and a 5.90 for Tostas on that one. Situation change out in the water. Tostas moves to the top spot, bumps Machado down to the second spot. Again, time counting down, 30 seconds remaining. Simone in that third spot needs a 5.51. Valdivieso in fourth needing a 6.00. Those two girls hunting, searching, desperately in need of something to move them up into that second and advancing spot. 20 seconds remaining. Right now, it's Tostas holding the top spot. Machado in that advancing second spot. Simone, Valdivieso stuck on the outside, looking in, on the hunt, hoping for something to come through. Up and riding the heat leader, Parola Machado throws it into a reverse spin on the left-hander, and that should help firm up her win. Heat is over, and it looks like Tostas and Machado are going to advance out. A 3.50 for Machado on that last wave. That will not improve her overall score any. So, again, Tostas and Machado advance out. Paula Simone and Valdivieso, their day is done. All right, so the horn has sounded. The start of the next heat, Heat 3, Round 2 of the Women's Pro Division here. Day 3 of competition at the Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. We are coming to you live from Postal Cinco in Copacabana here in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. I've been saying beautiful Rio de Janeiro, but right now the clouds have come in. It looks like rain is about to move in. It's gotten very gray and dark out there. And out in the water right now, up and riding, we have in the white jersey, Tatiana Meneses drawing first blood in this heat. She gets on the board first. Also out in the water with her, Fabricia Silva, Renata Cavaliero, and Joselene Amorum. So, again, Silva in red, Meneses in white, Cavaliero in yellow, and Amorum in black. And it is Meneses with a 2.75 on her first wave for the early lead. 18 and a half minutes remaining in this 20-minute heat. Top two waves will be counted. Top two riders will move on to the next round. For those of you just joining us today, I'd like to welcome you to the Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. My name is Steve Action Jackson. I'm hosting the English commentary, and up and riding out in the water, Fabricia Silva. She gets on the board with her first wave. Meanwhile, it's yellow. Renata Cavallero on this wave, the little right-hander. She gets a roll off of it, and not much of a secondary move available on that one. So those girls are on the board just waiting for Amorum to get on the board with her first wave, and then each of these riders will have their starting point to work from here in Heat 3, Round 2. Right now, again, we are in Round 2 of the women's. From here, we will go back into men's Round 6, and we will finish out the day with Round 3 of the women's, and that will finish things out for Day 3 of competition here in Rio. A full slate, and we've seen lots of action out in the water. We've seen some high scores already today. We saw an 8.50 from Bruno Invik, one of the highest scores of the day. We also saw an interference called earlier in one of the heats. We've seen a couple of interferences, some aggressive paddle battling, some jockeying, all kinds of crazy stuff going on out in the water. And air roll spins, flips, lots of technical maneuvers on these smaller waves. We have 2 to 4 foot surf with primarily side offshore winds. And it looks like we're about to get some weather rolling in, awaiting a larger swell to fill in that has yet to show up. Cavallero up and riding in the yellow jersey on the left, driving down the line. Hits the section before it closes out. Nice clean roll. That will help her cause. She has a 3.50 on her first wave. We'll see where this one registers with the judges. Right now, Cavallero in the early lead. She will get a 5.50 for her effort on that. She now has a 5.50 and a 3.5. Meneses with a 2.75 sits second. Silva with a 1.50 for the incomplete maneuver sits third, and Amorum there in the black jersey looking to get on the board with her first wave right now. Nothing to her name to go by. And Silva taking a look at this one, paddling over. Looks like a little set wave coming in. She kicks into this one, and looks like black. That was Amorum on that wave. Joselene Amorum on that wave took off, driving down the line, went to hit the roll, unable to complete the maneuver. So just waiting for scores to drop. It looks like Silva and Meneses had waves as well. An incomplete maneuver for Silva. She will get a 1 from the judges, a 1 for Meneses, incomplete as well. And Amorum, looks like that was an incomplete maneuver for her as well. So the girls with a little difficulty on that exchange of waves. 1.25 for Amorum. So right now, Cavallero with a 3.5 and a 5.0 sits in the lead with 15 minutes remaining in this heat. And if Mrs. Bitzer is still watching, I stand corrected. Jason Bitzer will be coming up in Heat 4, Round 6, so he will be coming up later on today. Meanwhile, out in the water, that is in black, Joselene Amorum. That will be her first solid score of this heat. That will give her something to build upon most definitely. She will score a 4.50. That bumps her up into that second and advancing spot. 14 minutes remaining out in the water, and it's Renata Cavallero in the lead. Joselene Amorum in second. They are followed by Tatiana Meneses and Fabricia Silva. So Meneses and Silva sitting in those third and fourth spots on the outside looking in. Meneses really only needs a 3.01. Silva looking for a 4.26. Meanwhile, up and riding, Cavallero, the heat leader, takes off on that one, and not much to work with as that wave shut down on her. She will draw sticks across the board from the judges, a 1.0 on that wave there. All right, we have just over 12 minutes remaining. There you can see out in the water the current heat leader that is in the yellow jersey, Renata Cavallero, that paddling into position, taking a look at this one. She'll let that one roll by. Currently, she is sitting on the strength of a 3.50 and a 5.5. She holds the lead with just under 12 minutes remaining. She is followed by Joselene Amorum in second. Then Tatiana Meneses in third. Tatiana needs a 3.01 to move into second. And currently, Fabricia Silva in fourth. She is on the hunt for a 4.26 or better at this point. 11 and a half minutes remaining here in Heat 3, Round 2 of the Women's Pro Division. We have just under 11 minutes remaining in this heat. And there you can see Joselene Amorum. She currently resides in the second spot, paddling for this one, taking off on the left-hander, driving down the line, looking for a section. Hits the roll. A nice, clean roll. Good projection. So Joselene Amorum looking to firm up that second spot and advance out of this heat. Meanwhile, there you can see the woman chasing her. Tatiana Meneses in the third position currently needs a 3.01 or better to move into that second and advancing spot. She had an incomplete maneuver on her last wave. That will not really help her any, but she will paddle back out and have another opportunity. We're at the halfway point in this heat. 10 minutes remaining. Up and riding in the black jersey, that is Joselene Amorum. Again, she was in the third position. Situation change out in the water with just over 9:30 remaining. Right now, Cavallero maintains the lead, but it is Fabricia Silva scoring a 5.50 on her last wave. She moves into second. There she is on another wave. Fabricia doing some work here, looking to move out of this heat into the next round. Meanwhile, up and riding, Meneses on this one. So a quick wave exchange out in the water. Meneses hits the roll, looking for a little reform section on the inside. Not going to get it, but solid wave for her. And the heat leader, Cavallero, jumps in, chimes in for good measure. So a quick wave exchange from all four of our competitors out in the water. Just going to wait for the scores to drop, and then I will let you know what the situation is out in the water. We are just under 9 minutes remaining. Currently, it's Cavallero, Silva, Amorum, and Meneses, but scores dropping, and we're going to have a situation change out in the water. Silva with a 5.5 and a 4.75 on her last two waves, moves into the top spot, bumps Cavallero down into the second position. Cavallero with a 3.15 on her last wave, and now she is bumped down to the third position as Joselene Amorum scores a 3.25. She's got high scores of 4.50, 4.75 on her last wave. So her last two waves of 4.75 and 3.25. The 4.75 is enough to bump Amorum back into second. Cavallero dropped down to third with a 3.15 on her last wave. And Meneses dropped into the basement. She now sits in fourth, but she only needs a 3.25 or better to move into that second spot. 8 minutes remaining, and a quick exchange from all of our riders shuffled the standings out there. So again, right now it is Silva in the lead, Amorum second, Cavallero third. Meneses up and riding, sits in the fourth position. Hits the roll off the closeout section. She's really only looking for a 3.25. We'll see if that one is enough to move her into the second spot. So stand by, we could see. And yes, a 3.75 on that wave. Meneses moves from fourth into the second spot. So situation change again out in the water with 7.5 minutes remaining. Silva in the lead. Meneses up into second. Amorum down to third. And Cavallero, who was the heat leader for the first half of this heat, has been dropped all the way down to fourth. She is currently looking for a 4.26 or better to get back into that second spot. And she needs a 4.75 or better if she's going to retake the lead in this heat. Up and riding, Joselini Amorum on the right-hander, throws into a forward spin off the top, resets her line, goes for the roll, so she hits the spin-to-roll combo on that one. That should be a pretty decent score for her. That may very well move her back into the third position, currently occupied by Tatiana Meneses. 6:45 remaining in the heat. And there you can see Cavallero, who was the heat leader for majority of her time out in the water for this heat. She now sits in the fourth spot looking for a 4.26. And still waiting for the score to drop for Joselini Amorum on her last ride. She's looking for a 5.01 or better to move into that second spot. She may very well have it from the judges, just waiting for the score to finalize. We have just over 6 minutes remaining, and things have definitely taken a turn for the interesting out here in the water in this heat. 6:05 and counting down, and yes, a 5.65 for Joselini Amorum. That moves her from third into first. Situation change out in the water, less than 6 minutes remaining. Joselini Amorum into first. Fabricia Silva dropped down to second. Meneses bumped down to third. She now needs a 4.25 to move back into advancement spot. And Renata Cavallero in the fourth position, looking for a 4.76. Here you can see Cavallero paddling over, taking a look at a wave rolling in. Not going to stand up the way she would like. So time counting down, 5.5 minutes remaining, and all kinds of shuffling going on out in the water. Each wave exchange changing the face of how things are out there. Amorum currently in the lead, Silva second, Meneses third, Cavallero fourth. And here we have a little paddle battling going on. A few of the girls taking a look at this one. Again, Cavallero sitting in fourth, needs a 4.76 if she's going to move back into advancing position. Currently, the top two spots, Joselini Amorum in first with a combined 10.40. In second, Fabricia Silva with a combined 10.25. Meneses in third, chasing a 4.25. And Cavallero again in fourth position, chasing a 4.76. And up and riding, Joselini Amorum driving on the left, goes for the roll, gets bounced on the inside in that whitewater section. Incomplete maneuver. She will receive a 2.0 for her attempt on that one. That will not affect her overall score. She remains in the lead, just under 4 minutes remaining. Again, Amorum first, Silva second, Meneses third, and Cavallero in fourth. And here we have Meneses up and riding on this one. Going on the right, hits the roll, rides out cleanly in front of the whitewater before ducking out. Will that be the 4.25 she was looking for? It does not look like it. Scores dropping from the judges, and a 3.15 for her effort on that. That will not be enough. That will not affect her overall score. She is still on the hunt for a 4.25 or better, that she's going to move ahead of Fabricia Silva into that second spot and move out of this heat. Counting down, 3:15 left in the heat. Just under 3 minutes remaining. And I have to say thank you to event promoter Flavio Brito. He was kind enough to drop off some more Kidalguinho to me. I'm hooked on these things. Up and riding in red, Fabricia Silva streaking down the line on the left. Hits the roll, and I lost her behind the photography tower, but going for the roll on that one. There you can see out in the water, Cavallero looking for the 4.76 that'll move her back into advancement position. She spent the majority of this heat in the lead, and then a quick wave exchange from all of the girls bumped her all the way down from first all the way to fourth. She dropped from the top of the scoreboard down to the basement, and now she's looking to dig her way out. Now she needs a 4.91 as more scores drop. Again, Fabricia Silva sitting in the lead, Amorum second, Meneses third, Cavallero fourth, and looks like Terry McKenna is back in the booth, and he scored himself some acai. This stuff is awesome. I eat acai almost every day being down here in Brazil, and everybody who comes down here dives into it and loves it. The Brazilian power fruit acai, absolutely killer to have during the day before a surf session or just to keep you going. I mean, great stuff. I can't say enough about it. You blend this stuff with a little bit of granola, and you're golden. There you can see out in the water, Renata Cavallero. Again, she's sitting in fourth position looking for a 4.91, a minute and a half remaining, time running down, and it's kind of tough to see when someone ends up in the scenario. I've been in competitive scenarios like this. You're holding the lead, you think you're safe, and then a quick flurry of wave exchanges, and all of a sudden you go from first to fourth, and you go from the top of the board to the outside looking in. There you can see competitors getting ready to head out to the water for the next heat. Meanwhile, up and riding, that is black. Joselene Amorum sits in that second spot, trying to fend off Meneses and Cavallero. Making a little effort there. We'll see if that affects her overall score. She's currently sitting on a 5.65 and a 4.75. She'll get a 3.90 for her efforts. That will not affect her overall score. 45 seconds remaining. Time running out for Meneses and Cavallero. 40 seconds. Meneses needing a 4.40. Cavallero needing a 4.91. Here's Meneses up and riding. Throws into the forward spin. Trying to get around that section. It's just going to shut down on her. That will not get the score she needs for that one. She'll get... Waiting for scores to drop. It looks like she's going to get somewhere in the range of a 2.5 on that. 20 seconds remaining. Cavallero looking at this set coming in. This is her last opportunity. Paddles over. She's not going to get on this. 13 seconds and counting. 10 seconds left. Cavallero, here she goes, taking a look at this. Matter of seconds left. The last wave for Cavallero, her last opportunity. She drops in, gets around the section, throws into a forward spin, unable to complete the maneuver, and she will not be able to move into that second spot. Silva first, Amorum second. Those two will advance on to the next round. Whew. I need a second to catch my breath after all of that. That got a little crazy. I think right now I'm going to duck off camera, off mic. I'm going to get things started here in this heat, and then I'm going to have Terry McKenna step in. I'm going to duck out and eat some more of these Key Dolguinho that Flavio Brito dropped off for me. Just so you know, if you're watching online or if you go to www.riobodyboarding.com.br. All the information is on that site for the event, the updates, the news, the sponsors. If you click on the Key Dolguinho logo, it'll take you to their site. These guys actually deliver. The other night, I told my wife that they're one of the sponsors for the event. She actually ordered up a whole box of these and had them delivered to our apartment. I got home from the contest. I was stoked. I was like, all right, Key Dolguinho for dinner. Meanwhile, up and riding out in the water, Kale in the white jersey for her first wave. She gets on the board, draws first blood. Right now out in the water, this is going to be Heat 4, Round 2 of the women's. We have Curtis Montenegro, Chris Kale, Yuliner Gonzalez, and Alexandra Herrero. This will be the last heat of Round 2 for the women, and then we'll go into men's Round 6. Right now, Terry McKenna coming in. He's going to step out real quick, put down the acai, then he'll be back here in the booth. We'll get Teza going on the mic and give me a chance to wolf down a few of these Dolguinhos. Again, I'd like to welcome everybody joining us here today for Day 3 of competition at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. We are just underway in the final heat of Round 2 for the Women's Pro Division. Heat 4, Round 2. Right now, out in the water, we have Curtis Montenegro, Chris Kale, Yuliner Gonzalez, and Alexandra Herrero. So 3 Brazilians, 1 Venezuelan. Some great conditions, 2 to 4 foot surf. The water's a little chilly, but chilly by Brazilian standards, I should say. I'm from New Jersey. 66-degree water temperatures is board shorts temperatures, but I digress on that one. Kale getting on the board first with a 1.50. Just about 18 minutes remaining in this 20-minute heat. Top two waves scored. Top two riders will move on to the next round. Again, as I mentioned, we are going to go into round 6 of the men's after this, and then we will wrap up the day with round 3 of the women's. Coming up on deck, we will have Terry McKenna stepping into the broadcast booth, giving me a chance to step out, grab some lunch, and catch my breath. Some interesting heats, lots of action out in the water. Stay tuned to riobodyboarding.com.br and ibaworldtour.com for all the latest news, highlights, and updates. And here we go. Terry McKenna stepping into the booth. I'm Steve Action Jackson. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay, well, welcome back, folks, and yeah. Okay, so welcome along, folks. It is currently heat number 4, round number 2, and Terry McKenna just stepping into the booth here to look after Steve Action Jackson. Yeah, so some fun little waves around today, folks. Some around about 2 feet, maybe 3 feet on the sets. And just watching right now, of course, Gonzalez. And she's been really surfing well, this young girl from Gonzalez from Venezuela. Really surfing well and stamping herself as a real star of the future. Kali, good to see her back in the competition again. Of course, Cristina Kali from Brazil. Has been a really, really good surfer for a long time. Montenegro from Brazil is in the red singlet. And Areo is also in the black singlet from Brazil. Send your little messages through, folks, from on the live page. I'll do my best to read them out for you over the web. Yeah, so once again, it's the Rio Bodyboarding International for 2012. First wave scores for red for Montenegro was a 4.75, and first of white for Kale was a 1.50. Now watching Gonzalez, and as we said earlier, she's been really surfing amazingly, this young girl. So Yelena Gonzalez in yellow. Her first wave score comes through at 3.0. Also, it looks like a bit of a wave coming through for the first of black, Alexandra Herrero from Brazil. And Herrero's first wave score 1.65. Girls have got 1 wave each. Montenegro in the lead with 4.75. Gonzalez second with 3.0. Black in third. White in fourth position. And once again, coming up next, we're going to go straight into round number 6 of the guys. Kalani Latanzi, of course, is a very good talent coming out of Brazil. And he did apply for a wild card at one point, Kalani Latanzi. Got very close to getting one. He did, in fact, pick up a wild card at the Grand Slam event in Itacoatiara. And, Kalani Lutanzi, real super talent here in Brazil. Also coming up in that heat, we'll see Daniel Reyes from Venezuela, Fabio Rodriguez, and Diego Sequeira from Brazil as well. It is, yeah. All right, well, nice little camera work there, and you can see red. Whoa, that was a good roll. And she comes out of it. And look at her just claiming that one. That is a solid roll for Montenegro. And, wow, good scores dropping from the judges. 6.75 last of red. That has been by far the best wave of the heat so far. Chris Carley, have a look at this one. And I'll tell you what, when I first started working on the IBA World Tour, Chris Carley was one of the stars of women's bodyboarding. Really nice to see her back in the water again. And just a little adjustment of the bikini, and she's back into it. So last of white, 3.75. Chris Carley is sitting in second spot. Red in first. Gonzalez in third place, needing 2.26 to go to second. And Black in fourth place, netting a 3.61. Well, it is day number 3 now, folks, of the 2012 Rio Bodyboard International. Hope you're enjoying the webcast live from Copacabana here in Rio de Janeiro. Of course, we're once again situated at Posto 5, post number 5 along the boardwalk. And it's a very famous break, this one. Little backwash assist there for the rider in black. Nice little spin. Would have been nice if she hung on to that last little move there. And you can see Chris Carley once again just making her way back into the lineup as the men start to warm up for the next one. That is Kalani Lutanzi on screen. He's a very fit individual, Lutanzi, the IBA Latin American champion. He's had some very good results on the IBA World Tour over the last couple of years. And Lutanzi will take on Daniel Reyes, Fabio Rodriguez, and Diego Sequeira will be in the next one as well. Okay, last wave scores for Black with that little backwash roll was a 4.90. It looks like Rodriguez there, Fabio Rodriguez, just sitting on the shore. You can see the replay for the last of Black, and just the backwash kind of coming through. A little spin there. Just coming off at the end, but a 4.90. So right now it is Curtis Montenegro winning this heat in the red singlet. 6.75 and 4.75 her top two scores. Second place Black, third place yellow, fourth place is white. A real lot of talent in this heat in the water. So we have people online watching the webcast. Don't forget you can watch it in both English and Portuguese. So if you don't understand myself, Terry McKenna, IBA World Tour Manager, then please switch over and lock it into the Portuguese webcast. You'll find that webcast, of course, happening at riobodyboarding.com.br. And nice little one for Black Arrayo. Just good combinations. Wow, that girl's looking very, very snappy through those maneuvers. So riders starting to lock in their third waves. They've all got 2 waves minimum apiece, which is what we need. There goes Rodriguez. Lutanzi. Great heat coming your way next, folks, for Heat 1, round number 6. So lots of action coming up today. And then, of course, finishing off with round number 3 of the women later on this afternoon. Yeah, so send your little messages through via the webpage. And in English, preferably, so I can read them. Well, online at the moment we have Diego, Renato, Leo, Ivan is watching, Takashi also watching the webcast, and Junior is also online as well, enjoying this live broadcast. It's coming out of Copacabana in Rio de Janeiro. Currently the women in the water, and last Black, a 4.0 Last I read 1.5. No change to the leaderboard. It is Montenegro currently in the lead. Black in second, needing 6.61 to take first place. Yolanda Gonzalez sitting in third, needing a 5.60. That's her on screen at the moment. So Gonzalez chasing 5.60, and Chris Carley needing a 5.15. Really love to see Chris Carley get a good result here in Brazil. As I said, along with Jessica Becker, Chris Carley was one of the real standouts on the IBA Women's Tour, throughout 2008, 2009, and early into 2010. Well, here goes Gonzalez. And Yelena is going to need a little something more than that. Just one little roll off that end section. She's needing a 5.60, and I don't believe that she's going to get that sort of score. We also saw a little wave for Chris Carley as well. And that's going to be one of her better waves. It won't be enough to get either girls into first or second, which is currently being held by that girl in the red singlet. So very nice surfing from Curtis Montenegro in the red singlet. Rojo really surfing very strong in this heat. And Black unsuccessfully just coming unglued on that attempted roll. But very punchy little kind of one maneuver waves here at Posto Cinco. Just, it's not a bad way to showcase bodyboarding. Of course, it used to be in the old days all about length of ride and combinations of maneuvers. And in some aspects, fluid combos and variety of repertoire does really count for something. But, just that one big maneuver, a big flip or a big ARS, I'd say we're going to see the guys really trying to flip off some of these closeouts at the moment. The weather here in Rio de Janeiro, just a little cooler today. We've actually got just a light rain outside. So as a result, we've lost some of the camera angles and we've stripped the webcast down a little bit. So just a warning to those people watching the webcast that, we have lost a few little angles and we've just repositioned some cameras, and there might be some little differences than there was this morning, just as we deal with some showers passing at the moment. So Gonzalez, let's see what the Venezuelan can do with this one. Up and over. Nice little roll for Yelena. And she ducks out of that. Yelena Gonzalez needing a 5.40. That score's not coming through. It's a 3.65. So Montenegro. Curtis Montenegro in the red singlet. Still the current heat leader. 6.75 and 5.0. Top two scores. Black sitting in second place. Herrero looking for around about a 6.85. So red first, black second. Chris Carley sitting in third, needing 5.15. You can see Chris Carley just in the lineup there. One of the real great competitors coming out of Brazil over the last decade, Chris Carley. And here she goes. Had a little look at that wave, and she's gonna need a wave that's gonna hold up a little more and allow her to do some of those big moves that are gonna get the scores. Yes, a couple of people online watching the webcast. Kembo is on the IBA live site. G'day, Kembo. How are you, mate? Also, well, looks like a stack of people online there, just enjoying it. Keep your comments coming, folks. Go to the little section where you can type in and send messages straight to me, and I'll do my best to read them out. That's a good, strong bottom, top turn combination. Unfortunately, once again, just couldn't hang on to it for Rio. So, this is the rider in red that's currently leading this heat, Curtis Montenegro. She's had a couple of big, solid rolls, and that's the sort of, strength through those maneuvers, which is a real strong point for Curtis. Really just, using a very aggressive style, punching those rolls through the lip. So Alison Cruz, I think it is. Alison Cruz is online. And she's doing a bit of a shout-out to Curtis, saying that she does some ARSs and stuff. So, she's got some good manoeuvres up her belt. She can do the high-scoring moves. It'd be great to see her pull out an ARS in this heat. Right now, they're looking at Yolanda Gonzalez from Venezuela. She's gone down into 4th place, now needing 5.25. Chris Carley needing 5.15. So girls chasing scores, just on 3 minutes to go. Been a pretty tight heat, this one, and we're going into heat number 1, round number 6 of the guys coming up next, live from Copacabana. Also got, of course, my mate Juan is watching from Portugal. And he loves to see the girls do the paddle battles. They do really kind of battle it out, almost more than the guys, don't they? They really push each other in the lineups. It's crazy. We see Gonzalez once again. Yolanda Gonzalez has been surfing really well in Sintra and also over there in Jenks. And that bikini for Chris Carley has been just almost coming off after the end of every ride. I think she needs to get something that's a little tight around the waist. But, hey, I'm not complaining. Okay, big scores coming through for Chris Carley. That is a 7.75. She might have been losing her pants, but she's getting big scores, and that is enough to take her into 2nd place. So, situation changed with just 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. Montenegro still in the lead. You can see that rider in the red had a very strong campaign here in heat number 4, round number 2 of the girls. Chris Carley in 2nd place now, needing 5.0. Black is down into 3rd, needing a 6.61. And Yolanda Gonzalez, 7.65. But this is our heat leader. And that's why. There's one of those ARSs. She almost pulled it off. Very close to sticking that maneuver there. And lots of people doing a bit of a shout out. Elvis is back online. Nice to see you've left the building. Well, we're down to about 30 seconds remaining. The big question is, can black and yellow get the scores that they need? Chris Carley moving on to black, and you can see Chris Carley's going to stick to her like glue, isn't she? Because she's currently in 2nd spot, Chris, and she's not going to surrender that position too easily. So Curtis Montenegro, hasn't she had an awesome performance here? Very strong riding. There's Gonzalez. Well, she got a little caught up on landing. She did manage to come out of it. We'll see if that's enough on that last wave. It's not going to be enough for Gonzalez. Look, she needed a 7.85, and clearly that was only, a 3... Well, there it is, a 3-point ride. That's what I thought, around the 3-point mark. So she's been eliminated here for Yolanda Gonzalez. She'll head off to Venezuela for the next event. Also eliminated was the rider in the black singlet for heat number 4. And that was, of course, Alexandra Herrera. She's been also eliminated. Moving on through, that was Chris Carley. Great performance and an awesome comeback from one of Brazil's finest. And winning that heat was Curtis Montenegro in the red singlet from Brazil. Isn't she really looking like a danger woman in this contest? She served amazing right throughout that whole heat there. So, well, pretty tough on some of the girls there when they get eliminated. It's obviously quite disappointing. Coming a long way here to Rio de Janeiro to surf in this contest. It's no money in this round. The money will start for the girls in round number 3. In fact, 4th place in the next round will get you $200 US, and 3rd place in the next round will pick up $250 US cash. Nice bit of coin just for, going surfing. Well, right now we're watching Kalani Latanzi. He's having a little look at that one. And also in the black singlet, that is Diego Sequeira, and he opens up his account nice and early. But you are watching the IBA Latin American champion. That is Kalani Latanzi from, I do believe Latanzi surfs mainly up around Itacochara He's pretty much a local up that way. We've got from Venezuela, Daniel Reyes is out there in the white. Fabio Rodriguez, always hard to beat Fabio. He's a great competitor in yellow. And first wave scores coming through for Sequeira. And I tell you what, Diego Sequeira, he has opened up with a very, very good score. So, yeah, lots of people. There it is, 7.25 was the last of black. 7.25. Right now watching white. Great little wave coming through for the rider in the white singlet. Just the one manoeuvre. Juan Santos is online still. One talking about acai. 7 times more power than ginseng. I just had a big cup of it, one with bananas and granola. Oh man, you'd love it over here, brother. It's a real shame you're not here. Juan Santos, one of the best commentators in the business. He'd be just talking it up a treat, wouldn't he? Imagine Juan Santos on acai. That's crazy. They have too much power. Well, the riders in this heat just feeling their way through the opening stands. So Latanzi hasn't got... Well, that's his first wave. You can see Kalani just making his way out back into the lineup. Daniel Reyes from Venezuela. Boom, ARS off the end section, and Reyes sticking that one. Pretty much high tide here at the moment. You can see the waves breaking real close to shore. A lot of double ups out there, and you know, in a way, that's a good thing, because some of these waves, when they do double up, they have twice the power, and it's offering some really nice little sections. Well, there's the crew from Venezuela just flying the flag over the back. Cameramen, media entourage. There's a huge amount of people here, you know, covering this very important competition, the Rio Bodyboard International for 2012. Okay, well, Monica Pedrera is online, and she was pretty stoked about Chris Carley making it through. Just watching the replay here for Daniel Reyes, a 5.85 for the Venezuelan on that last wave. First of Latanzi, 5.0. At the moment, it's Sequeira with 2 very good scores. The rider in the black singlet, you can see him to the left of your screen, as opposed to the 7.25 and a 5.25. In second spot, well, here goes Black's last wave. Actually, that was the... Yeah, that might have been the 7.25. That was the big one that Sequeira got to post that really nice score. Daniel Reyes sitting in second in white. Third place is Rodriguez. Had a look at that wave. And fourth place, Kalani Latanzi. Well, Latanzi only needing a 4.11 to go to second. Rodriguez chasing 4.86 to be second. Reyes in second, chasing the sign of the devil, 6.66 to go into the lead. And the current heat leader is that bloke in the black. And that is, of course, Daniel Sequeira. Great heats coming up in round number 6, folks. You're watching heat number 1 at the moment. Heat 2, round 6, Daniel Ferreira will take on Beltramain Adan. And Adan, of course, one of the informed Moroccans. Rodriguez will be out there. That is Arai Rodriguez. And Junior Souza will be out there as well. Junior was ripping it yesterday, so this is going to be good to watch. Well, it looks like we've got Elmo Ramos is online. Elmo, of course, part of the Ride It family. So that's cool. Nice to see you online. I think Gonzalez was the Venezuelan junior champion, women's junior champ. So she's unfortunately been eliminated now, one. So we'll have to do more research on some of the girls that are still in the competition. Got Julie online as well. Leo, Ivan, and Talita is also online. as well as Felipe Serpa. So great to see, big online audience all getting involved, posting comments. Thanks, you guys. Keep them coming in English, and I'll be able to read them out and have a bit of interaction with our, wonderful little online audience here at the Rio Bodyboard International 2012. Thank you very much to Void Rider Bodyboards. They're one of our supporting sponsors. Also, the state government of Rio de Janeiro. Here's a replay of Black. And you can see that really nice, punching that through the roof there for Sequeira. That was a 5.0. It didn't fall in the top two, so he's throwing away those sort of scores. Thank you very much, Rio Tour and YouTube. Also, under the whole supervision of the Brazilian Bodyboarding Confederation. Wonderfully produced by Flavio Brito and the guy from Adding Sports Entertainment. And, of course, Rio Bodyboarding Federation keeping an eye on stuff as well. Just a few of our sponsors and supporters in this fantastic competition here in Rio de Janeiro. Well, Latanzi's been surprisingly quiet out there at the moment. Kalani Latanzi, IBA Latin American champion, is in 4th place. And Latanzi is chasing a 6.26, that last wave from yellow that we just saw then. 3.50 from Fabio Rodriguez. Rodriguez sitting in 2nd place at the moment. It is the rider in black, though. Daniel Sequeira in the lead, 7.25. He opened up with that just right on the button. He got as soon as the bell went, Sequeira just went to town and got a big score. So that really takes the pressure off him. He's also backed it up with a 5.25, which is not a bad second score. So he's sitting in the 1st place for Daniel Sequeira from Brazil in the black. Fabio Rodriguez, also Brazilian in yellow, in 2nd, netting 5.51 to take the lead. Reyes from Venezuela, Daniel Reyes in the white. He's in 3rd and chasing down a 5.41 to go to 2nd. Kalani Latanzi, 6.26 to go 2nd. Well, we've got Mike Stewart online. See, I can tell that this isn't the real Mike Stewart because he spelt Stewart Stuart. So that's funny. But he says, "Hello guys, soon I live in P5." And he says he loves it down here. So g'day Mike Stewart. Not the real Mike Stewart, the other one. Good to have you online, buddy. As we see big flurry of waves there. Daniel Reyes, Venezuelan, just trying to get himself back into that all-important top 2 position. He's currently sitting in 3rd place. It looks like scores are coming through for a bunch of riders. Here goes Fabio Rodriguez. Wow, nice. If he can hang on to that. See, the backwash kind of made things real tough on Rodriguez, and that was beautiful, that line into that maneuver for Fabio Rodriguez. But you could see that wave right on high tide. The backwash was just coming out, and unfortunately for Fabio, I mean, he pretty much did the perfect attempt at that maneuver, but sadly the backwash kind of got under his board there, and in the end he only picked up about a 1.5 average from the judges. Big scores dropping for Dan Sequeira, our current heat leader. He had a 7.25 and a 5.25 on his top scores, but it looks like he's going to replace the 5.25. In fact, he will do, and scores coming through for last black now. Definitely going to get rid of the 5.25. There it is there, 5.75 last to black. So Daniel Sequeira from Brazil in the black extends his lead over Fabio Rodriguez in yellow. Rodriguez now needing 6.01. Latanzi picked up a 5.5, so Kalani's gone to 3rd, and Kalani and Latanzi now needing 5.76 to go 2nd. Daniel Reyes, Venezuela, 5.41. Well, you can see the Venezuelans. That looks like Alberto Colucci and his lovely girlfriend. And Reyes, well, that's... I was going to say that's a bit better because you could see that really nice square bottom turn for Daniel Reyes. And he did all the hard work. But just on the high tide here, you can see the kind of the backwash going out through the break there. And it's making things, really, really difficult. Well, Juan Santos doing a bit of... he's not here. He's not here physically, but he's here spiritually. Juan Santos taking a look at the GQS Round 6 draw. He's going to see if there's some interesting heats coming up a little later on without the backwash. It will be good to watch, mate. It's going to be very nice. He's saying here also that Latanzi just got the Latin American champion crown last year at the Encanto World Series in Puerto Rico. Yep, so we've been talking about how, he's been the IBA Latin American Tour champion. Well, Latanzi's down into third place, needing a 5.76 to go second. You can see Latanzi on screen at the moment. Dan Reyes also needing a 5.41. This is really, really tight, this heat, folks, with just on 8 minutes remaining. All right, well, it is Fabio Rodriguez on screen at the moment, folks. You are watching Heat number 1, round number 6, live from Posto Cinco, Copacabana. It's a 6-star GQS Global Qualifying Series event on the IBA World Tour. And, of course, we've also backed it up with a Women's Grand Slam. Very big, important event for the girls and very critical for the guys chasing that all-important qualification into the 2013 Grand Slam Series. Well, there's Kalani Latanzi on screen at the moment. He's trying to remain composed, and he's also trying to make his way out of the lineup and away from Fabio Rodriguez because, Fabio's been around, man. Fabio's surfed a lot of contests. He's very contest savvy, and, that was Daniel Reyes. Daniel from Venezuela, very talented Venezuelan, only needing 5.41 to go to second, so... Latanzi and Reyes really looking at that second spot, and Fabio Rodriguez is going to have to work very hard to try and stay there. Fabio's had a 7.0 and a 4.25, so, Fabio Rodriguez really looking to try and get rid of it, but it's been this guy in the black singlet who's had just smooth transitions and clean combos. And Tanya Sequeira, once again, just adding to his collection. He's had, some really tidy waves so far locked in this heat with just on 6 minutes remaining. Okay, last of Sequeira was didn't fall in the top 2. It was a 5.50. So judges, just saying, do a little more than that. You'll be able to get rid of the second best score, 5.75. That one was 5.5, so he went very, very close indeed to replacing that second best wave. Real battle bubbling away underneath the surface here between Rodriguez, Latanzi, and Reyes. This is going to go either way. Latanzi, having a look at this one, Kalani's got to get a lot of speed on takeoff. He does. And leans right into it, tries to go for the ARS. Well, you know what? Maybe needing only a 5.76, Kalani Latanzi probably would have been better off just keeping that simple and just rolling through the roof on that, coming out and then trying a little something maybe down the line, even just a little spin in the foam there just to prove he's still in control. But I think he was in two minds there, and he probably looked like he kind of set himself up for a roll and then right at the last minute thought, maybe I can pull an ARS here. But either way, he was unsuccessful in his attempt. And, whilst the intentions were good, it was the execution that wasn't quite up to scratch. All right, we're under 5 minutes remaining now, folks. And you are watching Heat 1, Round 6 of the men's division, live from Copacabana, P5. And coming up next, let me have a look at the draw for you guys. We've got another killer heat coming away, and Steve Action Jackson will be back on the microphone to talk us through that one. It will feature Daniel Ferreira along with Adan from Morocco. The Moroccans, let me tell you, have been really surfing amazingly at Sintra. They're just incredible. And, the whole stack of them have come over here, and they've all been inspired by Brahim Iddoish. And we have a real big Moroccan following now, following all around all these guys and all these IBA World Tours. Adan, Brahim, it's just so many of them. And it's fantastic to see them, powering around on the IBA World Tour. And look, we really look forward to having an event in Morocco somewhere down the line. And I tell you what, it could be as early as next year. Well, there's heat number 2, round number 6, and that is Daniel Ferreira. Daniel has been absolutely blazing his way through the heats there, the Brazilian. He goes yellow now. Fabio Rodriguez, bam, nice extension, and that is a good punchy roll. Now, as mentioned earlier, Fabio Rodriguez needed to replace a 4.25 on his second best wave. Well, I got a feeling that he may have done that. That was very clean. There's white now. Dan Reyes also ripping off a very good roll. So judges will compare that to Rodriguez, who had, Rodriguez had that nice long drawn out bottom turn with a beautiful line up into the lip, and then he pierced through the lip and flew through the air and landed in front of the wave. That sort of maneuver is going to net you better scores. In fact, it does. A 6.25 for Fabio Rodriguez. And last wave score is just also locking in for Daniel Reyes. And let's see what that one comes through as an average. I'm just going to push Latanzi down into fourth. Kalani Latanzi on screen at the moment, needing about a 7 or an 8 point ride. He has to go hard on this wave. Let's see what he can do. And the kid from Itacoatiara, yes, he hangs on and rides out of it. And I tell you what, that was a very good wave as well. These guys are just going, hell for leather. And let me see that score come through for Kalani Latanzi. 6.10. Last wave score is coming through for Daniel Reyes. We'll just lock in one last score here. I mean, these guys have all had 6 and 7 waves apiece, so no action, no shortage of action here, folks, from P5 Copacabana for day number 3 of the Rio Bodyboard International. So Latanzi still needing 7.15 to get through this heat. And we're down to about 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. Dan Reyes needing about a 7.40. So, yep, that's what he needs. Daniel Reyes in 4th place, needing 7.4 to go second. Kalani Latanzi in the red, 7.15 to go to second. In second place, Fabio Rodriguez got a 6.25 on that last wave, and Dan Sequeira really has just led this from the get-go. His first wave was a 7.25, his last wave a 6.75. So 1 minute remaining. Big question is, can Latanzi, the current IBA Latin American champion, can he get himself out of trouble? He needs a 7.15 in under 60 seconds. It's a very big ask, and you can see Fabio Rodriguez is just sticking to him like Velcro. He is not going to give him too much of an opportunity. But, well, you can see him having a little look at this wave. And, in fact, Latanzi ducks out of there. There's about 30 seconds remaining. Well, Fabio Rodriguez, you could almost see him pointing him into that wave, saying, go right. Latanzi went left, and there was nothing there. 20 seconds to go. Little swell's approaching. I'd really like to see Kalani Latanzi at least have the opportunity to get a score back. And Rio, Surf City, here we come. Where's the bodyboards? What's going on with that? That is the end of that heat. And you know what? Kalani Latanzi has been bundled out of the Rio Bodyboard International. That is a real big upset. Daniel Reyes also packing up and heading off to Isla de Margarita for the Bodyboard Pro Festival. So we'll say goodbye to both those guys. Moving on through, though, was Fabio Rodriguez, and winning that heat was Dan Sequeira, and he was on screen at the moment, and he's very happy. As you can imagine, he's that's it for today. He can go home, rest, get his energy back. And, despite the fact that it's raining, we've still got a pretty good crowd down here on the beach, lapping up the action for day number 3 here in Copacabana. Okay, heat number 2, round 6 now underway. Daniel Ferreira. Daniel is in the red singlet representing Brazil. Baselman Adan from Morocco is in the white. Ara Rodriguez in yellow from Brazil, and Junior Sousa. Junior Sousa, of course, a Brazilian with a name like that. And, well, you can see the boys patting Dan Sequeira on the back saying, hey, you killed it, man. Put in a fantastic performance. That is really good, strong surfing there from Sequeira. And he's, he stamped himself as a real potential in this heat. Ooh, how was that? Junior Souza with a senior move. Look, Sequeira still getting back slaps. Boys are loving it. Yeah, plenty of people online at the moment, including Junior Fortaleza. Victor is online. Victor Mesquita. Also, it looks like we got a bunch of other people, including Juan Santos is there. He liked my line about that guy called Elvis. Yep. Well, he has left the building. There's Latanzi. He's been bundled out of the contest in round number 1. That was his first surf, and in the end, he needed a 7.15 to try and get through that heat. There's the girls from Venezuela. Pretty rare to see them so dressed up. They're normally just prancing around with their little bikinis on, but it's pretty cold out here today, so they're just, just rugging up, trying to keep out of the cold. And it's so patriotic, these people. Look at the flag just flying away there in the background. Stacks of people on the beach. And there is, of course, Alberto Colucci's girlfriend. She's a lovely girl, this one. Great bodyboarder, too. We're going to see more of the girls' action a little later on this afternoon. Lourdes Infalante from Venezuela. Gabriel Cavea. Andrea Diaz. Jessica Becker. These are all the type of people you're going to see. How was the speed on takeoff there? Little lift to the fin. Super fast maneuvering. Boom. If he hangs on to that, there's awesome stuff there from Rodriguez. And I tell you what, that's one of the most fast and exciting rides that we've seen here today. Really nice. You could might even be able to get the replay on that. That was just really cool to watch. Arai Rodriguez, his first wave scores coming through. They're going to be very solid. Benselman Adan from Morocco posted 6.75. Here he goes again. Adan, the Moroccan. Oh my goodness, that is just perfectly executed. We are seeing some very big scores posted in this one. Rodriguez, first wave in yellow, 6.0. First of Junior Souza in the black was a 6.0. Adnan, his first wave in the white was a 6.75. And we've got some very big scores coming through for his last wave. And we're just going to get the average on that. But I tell you what, it's going to be right up there in the excellent condition, excellent range. And a 7.75 second wide. So Adnan really looking good, the Moroccan, at the moment. Don't forget to keep those little comments coming via the live site, folks, and we will do our best to acknowledge you. Here's the replay of yellow. You can see the hand go out. Fins just got going as well. Up comes the left leg for a bit of speed, and again just to help point him in the right direction. And then he just ripped that off. He did not have much to work with. And Rodriguez, this kid has got real skills, let me tell you. He posted a 6.0 on that last ride. So heat number 3, round number 6 coming your way next. We'll see Cesar Parra, Lucas Faria, Inyek, I think it is, and Felipe Lima will be out there as well. But of course, Steve Action Jackson will be in the booth soon, and he's got his tongue around all these very tricky names. Real bad luck to see Kalani Latanzi. Yeah, Kalani was eliminated in that previous heat. Needed a 7.15. It was just up against some really tough opposition. And, that is the current heat leader, the Moroccan, in the lead. And these guys are fast developing as the brand new superpower in bodyboarding. And have a look at he had a look out the back just to make sure he was on the right wave. And incredible, these guys. really just don't have hardly any waves to work with. I know that, I mean, they do get really good waves in Morocco, but the other thing is that on some of the crappy little beach breaks on the metro beaches, they do get a lot of this junky stuff as well. They killed it at Sintra. They're killing it here in Rio. And look, I must say that, you know, in the big waves that we had down there in Chile earlier on in the IBA World Tour, they surfed really good in big stuff as well. So they are just a complete package, these Moroccan guys. And all very nice, real humble sort of guys, very well mannered and super talent. All right, well, that time Rodriguez once again ripping out an ARS, but that time was a little sloppier. Judges will compare that ride directly to the previous one. There's no way that it could be, you know, as good as that first ride, which had clean combos and clean transitions. There it is there, 5.25. So it's the Moroccan in the lead, Rodriguez in second, Junior Souza in third. Black needing 5.26 to go second. And at the moment, Daniel Ferreira has not got a wave. So the rider in red looking to get his first wave on the scoreboard. Okay, Junior, let's see what he can come up with. Well, he's got good skills as well, Junior Souza, hasn't he? He's a very good bodyboarder, this guy. You can see the fingers pointing out the back. Get out there. Go. So I've got a bunch of people online at the moment and a couple of little messages coming through from Rogerio Biola. I think he's saying, g'day to Steve Axon Jackson. He's going, how's your baby? How's your baby? Like, as in, how's your little baby?
No kids yet.
No, it's Steve Axon Jackson. I think he's saying, like, how are you, baby? Fabio was great, and I loved it very much. He loves this guy. And Steve Axon Jackson just walked back into the booth, actually, and he will be back on the mic in just moments from now. He's got himself a little shot of hot coffee. That's going to fire him up. It's an essential ingredient for good commentary. And, yeah, we're going to pass the microphone back over to Steve Jackson right now. Thanks for putting up with me, folks. My name's Terry McKenna, IBA World Tour Manager, and I'll be back a little later on today to help Steve Jackson right here at the Rio Bodyboarding International for 2012 live from Copacabana.
All right, Steve Action Jackson joining you back here in the booth. We are here in Heat 2, Round 6. Just under 11 minutes remaining in this heat, and right now out in the water, Uri Rodriguez back to work. 6.0 and a 5.25 on his first two waves. Just scored a 6.50 on that last ride. He's now sitting on a 6.5 and a 6.0 for his two high scores. He's currently sitting second, though, behind Adnan Benzlamine from Morocco. Adnan, one of the most mild-mannered bodyboarders I have ever met. An amazing guy. Got a chance to cruise around with him earlier this year here in Brazil at the Rio Pro. He's currently sitting in the lead on the strength of a 6.75 and a 7.75. Meanwhile, out in the water with him, let's see, where are we at? Junior Souza sitting in the third spot. Junior Souza with a 6.0 and a 4.25. And right now in the red jersey, there you can see him floating out in the water looking at the horizon. Daniel Ferreira, the P5 local, the Postal Cinco youngster, out there, no waves to his name. He has goose eggs across the board, waiting to get something under his belt out there with 9:40 remaining. And we've got a quick little shout-out online from Gabriel Cochina saying, Vamos, Daniel Ferreira, basically saying, go, Daniel. So again, right now, out in the water with about 9 minutes, 10 seconds remaining, the Moroccan, Adnan Benzlamin, is in first place. They inverted his name, or at least I believe so. If I double check on my Facebook page, which, yes, I actually am working off of Facebook, the IBA site, and a couple other sites while I'm doing the webcast. It's Adnan Benzlamin. He is currently in the lead, followed by Irai Rodriguez, Junior Souza, and Daniel Ferreira. That's the situation out in the water. Right now, Ferreira not on the board. He needs a 12.50. Like I said, no scores. He needs 2 waves immediately, if not sooner. 8.5 minutes remaining. Time running out for Daniel to start getting the work out there. Junior Souza sitting in third. He's a 6.51. There you can see one of the Ida Quachera bodyboard T-shirts on the beach. Ida Quachera about an hour's drive north of here without traffic. Some amazing waves up there. Some solid riders. We saw Giuliano Lara in action earlier today. Also, one of our judges up top, Dudu Pedra, known for his big wave charging antics at Ida Quachera. Here we have smaller conditions in Postal Cinco at Copacabana today. But as I was saying earlier, spoke with Jeff Hubbard. Everybody is all eyes on the swell forecast for the weekend. They're calling for a pretty pumping 6-foot-plus swell to fill in. There you can see Junior Souza on that wave. See if that will replace that 4.25 for him. As I was saying, big swell supposedly headed this way for the weekend, 6-foot-plus. Once this place gets bigger than 4 or 5 foot, it's a completely different animal out here. It gets pretty breakneck, just a thumping beach break, really shallow conditions. It could completely change the face of the end of this event as we get into the more well-known, higher-seeded riders and better conditions. Things could get very interesting very quick out here. Meanwhile, out in the water, things are pretty interesting for this man. Up and riding, the Moroccan Adnan Benzlamin takes off on this left, goes for the air roll spin, got a little caught up getting it around, but he will push out in front of that, and it'll be interesting to see how the judges score that. It looks like they're going to score it as an incomplete maneuver. He did not pull up in front of the whitewater and maintain control to demonstrate that he had completed the maneuver. So, waiting for scores to drop. Again, it looks like that will be scored an incomplete maneuver by the judges. Meanwhile, up and riding on his first wave of the heat, Daniel Ferreira in red, the Postal Cinco local, driving down the line on this little right, looking for a section. Not lining up to his liking. He doesn't get much of anything off of that. He's going to get sticks across the board from the judges. A 1.0 to get Daniel Ferreira on the board with 6 minutes remaining. So Daniel's got a lot of work to do right now. He's in combo land. He doesn't even have a secondary score under his wave. He doesn't even have a strong primary score. So again, Daniel Ferreira in a pretty deep hole right now, chasing a 12.51 combination land, not where anybody ever wants to be. Meanwhile, Adnan Benzlamin in that top spot. He's followed by Irai Rodriguez, who's sitting in that second spot, needs an 8.0 for the top spot, but sitting in that second and advancing spot. He's followed by Junior Souza, who's chasing a 6.50. 5.5 minutes remain in this heat. We are just under 5 minutes remaining, and Benzlamin up and riding on this one, driving down on the left, looking for a section, and it's going to close on him. It wasn't set up for it, so he ducks out. He will paddle back out. That will not affect his overall combined score. It will just eat up a little bit of time, but again, Adnan Benzlamine sitting in that top spot currently. 4.5 minutes remaining in this heat. He's followed by Rodriguez in second. Souza in third, chasing a 6.50. And Daniel Ferreira with one wave to his name, a 1.0. He is in combination land. He needs 2 legitimate scores if he has any chance of climbing back into this thing. And here you can see Daniel Ferreira up and riding on. Well, it looked like he was going to take off on that, but it closed. He saw that and backed off. He will paddle out and look for another one. 4 minutes remaining. Time ticking down for the Postal Cinco Local. Meanwhile, the Moroccan Adnan Benzlamine and this man in yellow, Irai Rodriguez, sitting in pretty good position right now, looking to advance out of this heat. We've got 3:45 and counting down left in Heat 2, Round 6 of the Men's Pro Division here at Day 3 of competition, the Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. We have 2:40 remaining in this heat, and there you can see Daniel Ferreira in the red jersey out in the water. He is in desperate need at this point of something, anything, to improve his position right now. Right now, he sits in the 4th position with a 1.0 under his belt, no other scores, and this is rather uncharacteristic of Daniel. Usually comes out, looks pretty aggressive in the water, and puts together some solid scores. He had a great showing in the trials at Arica for the Arica Chilean Challenge earlier this year on the IBA Grand Slam Series World Tour. He also made it through the trials into the main event at the Ida Quachera Pro, and now here at his home spot, he really hasn't been able to put much together, struggling. It looks like the waves have eluded him in this heat. 1:45 remaining, and it looks like he may very well be done. He's still on the hunt for something, but right now, not much coming his way. Right now, it's the Moroccan Benzlamine Adnan in control with that top spot, and Irai Rodriguez maintaining hold of that second and advancing spot. Meanwhile, that looked like Junior Souza up and riding on that wave. Lost visual for a moment, but it looks like he will score a 3.65 from the judges for that. No situation change out in the water, counting down to the 1 minute mark. And again, Benzlamine in the lead. Rodriguez in second. Souza in third, chasing a 6.50. And Daniel Ferreira in combination land needs a 12.51. Only has a 1.0 out there. And rather disappointing showing from Ferreira on this one. Counting down, 45 seconds remaining. Again, Adnan Benzlamine in the lead. Irai Rodriguez in second. There you can see Ferreira taking a look at that one. Not much there. Counting down, about 30 seconds remaining in this heat, and it looks like Adnan Benzlamine is going to advance out of this heat along with Irai Rodriguez, the Moroccan and the Brazilian. Rodriguez continues his strong performance moving through his heats, and the seeded Adnan Benzlamine will win out in this heat. 10 seconds remaining, and here Adnan Benzlamine, one more for good measure, takes off, hits the left, and he will call it a heat on that one. 5 seconds remaining. And that horn sounds the end of the heat, and there you have it. Adnan Benzlamine from Morocco claims the top spot, wins the heat. He is followed out of that heat by Irai Rodriguez. So Benzlamine, the Moroccan, Rodriguez, the Brazilian. Meanwhile, Junior Souza, Daniel Ferreira, their day is done. And we are underway out in the water now with Heat 3, Round 6 of the Men's Pro Division. In the red jersey, Cesar Parra. In white, Lucas Faria. In yellow, Bruno Invik. And in black, Felipe Lima. Felipe Lima and Bruno Invik advancing through previous rounds. Invik with the high score for the day so far. He has had an 8.50 in his earlier round 5 heat. We'll see him in action again in this one. We're just underway here in this 20-minute heat. Top 2 waves count for each rider. Towards their final combined score, top 2 riders will advance on to the next round. So it's pretty simple from here on out, folks, for round 6 of the men's. You finish in the top 2 spots, you survive to compete again tomorrow. If not, competition's done, you get the hang. And there you can see Faria paddling over, taking a look at this one. Not going to line up for him. Red Parra taking a look at that one as well, but not a whole lot to work with. Cesar Parra coming to us from Venezuela. He is joined by 3 Brazilians out in the water. There you can see Cesar Parra out in the lineup in the red jersey, but up and riding in white. Faria driving down the line on this right-hander, punches the roll through the pitching lip, comes out clean, and then ducks out. That will get Faria on the board with his first wave. Still waiting for that first score from Parra to register. I will give you an update on the situation out in the water as soon as the scores are available. And up and riding, Felipe Lima on the right-hander throws into a forward spin, then a reverse. Still driving down the line, connects the roll. So a nice combination wave there from Felipe Lima. And here we have Bruno Invik taking off on his first wave, driving down the line on this left, throws into a nice forward spin in the pocket, combos it with the air roll spin, and gets it around. So a nice combination there from Invik to get him on the board. And it looks like we have a paddle interference dropping white on red. So that will make things a little bit more interesting here. White will be penalized half his score on that first wave. Again, a paddle interference, white on red here in the early going of this heat, 16 minutes. Right now, Felipe Lima in black with a 5.25 sits in the early lead, followed by Bruno Invik with a 4.90 on his last wave. Parra scoring a 4.50 has him situated in third, and Faria getting the interference call for the paddling interference. He's in the white jersey. He currently sits in fourth. He was scored a 4.0 on his first wave, but that will be cut in half with the interference penalty. And that was Felipe Lima on that wave. That will get him his secondary score out in the water. That should help firm up his lead here in the early going. 15 minutes remaining in this heat. He will score a 3.65 from that, Felipe Lima. And here we have red up and riding, a replay of Para's wave. 4.50. There you can see Para in the red jersey out in the water. Cesar Para from Venezuela. He currently sits in third place. He needs a secondary score to improve his position. Really only needs a .41. Here's that replay once again. Got good projection off of that end section and landed cleanly. Came out ahead of the whitewater. Good solid mid-range score for Para on that one. Again, he's currently sitting third. Needs a secondary score. Anything over a .41 is going to move him into second spot, and a 4.40 or better will move him into the lead. We have just under 14 minutes remaining right now in this heat. And it looks like maybe a little something rolling in. Para paddling over, looking to get into position. But it's going to be... Looks like it's going to be the man in white. Faria up and riding on the left, coming down the line. Goes for the flip. And unable to complete the maneuver. A nice attempt there from Faria, but unable to complete. Lucas Faria going for it on that one. Meanwhile, here we go. Cesar Para up and riding on this smaller little left. Gets the roll before it closes out, and then he will duck out and get back to the lineup for another one. That will give Para his secondary score and should help change things a little bit with just under 13 minutes remaining out in the water. Currently Lima in the lead, Invik in second, and we have situation change. Para to second place now has a 4.50 and a 4.0 for his two scores. That's enough to situate him in that second and advancing spot. Meanwhile, Bruno Invik with a 4.90. He now needs a secondary score. He needs a 3.60 or better to move him back into that second spot. Meanwhile, Faria sitting in fourth needs a 6.50 or better. 12:25 remaining in the heat. And here we have Para up and riding again on the left, going for the flip, gets the land, comes out ahead of the whitewater, and that will be another decent score for Cesar Para from Venezuela. This could very well be a new high score in this heat for him and replace that 4.0. Just waiting for that to register. 5.0 on that one for Cesar Para. That will be his new high score at this point in this heat. So he has a 5.0 and a 4.5. He sits in the lead just ahead of Felipe Lima. And in third place right now, Bruno Invik has a 4.90. No secondary score. So he's looking for a 4.01 or better on his second wave if he's going to move back into that advancing position. Up and riding Felipe Lima on that one, and he hits the eject button, bails his board, goes flying headfirst into the bottom, and he went Superman style on that one after he tossed his board. Not much to work with there. He'll get a 1.0 from the judges on the bail for that one. And up and riding Bruno Invik. Invik looking for a 4.01 or better. Gets a nice roll, combos it with another roll, and that should definitely get the 4.1 or better that he needs to move into that second position. We'll wait for the official score from the judges, but two very solid, powerful, and clean rolls on that wave. Nice combination. And he will score a 6.75 on that wave. That is enough to move Bruno Invik into coming to us from Campos in the northern portion of Rio State. He moves into the top spot right now. And here, up and riding in the white jersey, Faria going for the flip and unable to complete the maneuver. There you see his board pop up, and he pops up next to it. A good attempt, but an incomplete maneuver nonetheless for Lucas Faria in the white jersey. So again, right now, quick rundown of the situation out in the water at the halfway point in this heat. I will give you that in just a sec as we have Felipe Lima up and riding, throws into a forward spin on the takeoff, resets his line, throws the roll. Nice little spin roll combo on that smaller right-hander. That should be a pretty decent score for Felipe. That should replace that 3.65. And actually, it will not. A 3.60 on that last wave. So Felipe Lima still with a 5.25 and 3.65. He remains in third position. He needs a 4.25 or better to bump Para out of that second spot and move into the second and advancing position. Meanwhile, Faria still sitting in fourth. He needs a 7.50 at this point. Again, Faria tagged with a paddling interference, so that is definitely going to play into his score throughout the course of this heat. Just under 9 minutes remaining. And again, Invik in first, Para second, Lima third, chasing at 4.25. Faria in fourth, looking for a 7.50. And here we have Cesar Para up and riding, throws into a forward spin, resets his line, drives down the line, goes for the flip, unable to complete the maneuver, so he'll get scored on the forward spin, but not the end maneuver. He will receive a 2.90 on that. So Para from Venezuela remains in the second position. He's followed by Lima, who's searching for a 4.25. And this man, Faria, looking for a 7.50. Battling against not only the competitors in the water, but that paddling interference he was given at the beginning of this heat. We are just under 8 minutes remaining here in Heat 3, Round 6. This is Day 3 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. And here you can see Felipe Lima taking a look at this one. Starts to paddle into it and then decides to let it go, as it looks like that one was just going to shut down. We are at the 6:45 mark in this heat. Time counting down. Right now, that man in yellow, Bruno Invik, in the lead. He's followed by Cesar Para from Venezuela. The man in black there, Felipe Lima, he sits in the third position, needs a 4.25. This man, Faria, needs a 7.0. Drives down the line, gets a forward spin, tries the combo with the roll, but unable to complete the maneuver. Again, Faria chasing a 7.0, battling not only his fellow competitors out there, but that paddling interference that cut in half his score on his first wave. So right now, he's sitting on a 5.0 and a 4.0 that's cut in half. When you get an interference call in your heat, it really cripples what you can do. You really have to have an exceptional performance out there if you're going to be able to overcome losing your secondary score or having it cut in half. And right now, Faria is stuck in fourth position, really not having a lot of luck overcoming that interference. That really handcuffed him out there in the water. And that was Felipe Lima, the man in third position currently, needing a 4.25. That will be an incomplete maneuver, will not help his cause. Meanwhile, the heat leader, Bruno Invik, going for the flip off of that section as it was jacking up from the backwash, unable to complete the maneuver. That will not affect his overall score. He is currently sitting on a 4.90 and a 6.75 for the lead in this heat. And here in red, Cesar Para kicks into this left-hander. Not much to work with. Hits the roll off of the closeout section. comes out clean before bailing off his board. So a quick ride, one and done for Cesar Parra. He will get a 3.50 on that one. That will not help improve his overall score any, but he does remain in the second spot with 4.5 minutes remaining. Meanwhile, Felipe Lima still chasing a 4.25. Meanwhile, Faria improves his situation slightly as he now has a 6.62 to chase down. He scored a 5.75, which means that his 5.0 is cut in half. So, again, Faria chasing a 6.62 at this point if he's going to move into that second and advancing spot. He has some work to do if he's going to take over that second spot, advance out, and overcome his paddling interference. We have 4 minutes remaining. Real quick, I'd like to give a shout-out to Kesa hitting me up on the IBA YouTube channel, watching the event. Thanks for the shout-out. I appreciate it. Meanwhile, out in the water, Felipe Lima up and riding on that one. Throws the spin off the top and spins off the back of the wave. Again, he is still chasing a 4.25. 3 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Time running down. That man right there, Bruno Invik in the yellow jersey, holds the lead. 4.90, 6.75, throws into a clean forward spin off the top. Not going to get around that section, so he ducks out. So a quick wave for him. Meanwhile, here, Faria trying to improve his situation. Forward spin off the top, resets his line on the left-hander and not lining up, so he'll kick out and paddle to the lineup and look for another one. 240 and counting down in this heat. And again, current situation out in the water. Bruno Invik in first. Cesar Parra sitting second. Felipe Lima in third, looking for a 4.25. And in the fourth position in the white jersey, we are looking at Lucas Faria in need of a 6.62. Keep in mind, Lucas Faria battling a paddling interference, so his second high score has been cut in half, which has basically been handicapping him this entire heat. Coming down to the 2-minute mark, and again, Invik in the lead, Parra in second. Those two in the advancing spots right now, Lima and Faria on the outside looking in. And here we have Bruno Invik taking a look at this one. Some of his friends jokingly calling Invik Obama, saying he resembles the U.S. president. It'd actually be funny to see Obama out on a bodyboard. I don't think he would have near the skills that Bruno Invik has, but that's neither here nor there. Maybe if Obama wins re-election, we can get him on a bodyboard out in Hawaii during the pipe contest. That'd be pretty killer. Or not. Anyway, enough about American politics. Back to the action out in the water. Coming down to the 1-minute mark, Invik still in the lead. Gets a 3.25 on his last wave. Will not affect his overall score. Meanwhile, this man, Lucas Faria, in need of a 6.62. Throws into a forward spin. Driving down the line on this little left. Goes the combo it with the air roll spin and an incomplete maneuver on the end there. So he'll get scored on the spin, not the ARS. That will not help his cause any. Counting down, 40 seconds remaining, just waiting for the last round of scores to drop. 4.75 for Felipe Lima on that wave. 30 seconds remaining, and again, it's Bruno Invik in the lead. Felipe Lima has moved into that second spot on the strength of his 5.25 and a 4.75 on his last wave. So less than 20 seconds remaining. Invik on the top spot. Lima in second. Parra up and riding, looking for a 5.01 to move into the second spot and recapture the advancing position. Gets the flip. There you see the fist pump, the claim. Will that do it for the Venezuelan? He needed a 5.01. Waiting for scores to drop. Will he knock Lima out of advancement position? There you can see sitting at the edge of the water. That's it for the heat. Time is up. Waiting for the scores to drop. Will he or won't he? Cesar Parra waiting to hear the results from the judges. The judges pondering their scores. Here we start to see scores drop, waiting for the official confirmation. Again, right now, Bruno Invik in the lead. Lima sitting in that second spot, but Parra waiting for the score to drop on his last wave. Will he advance out? Yes, a 5.75 for Cesar Parra in the closing seconds of that heat, enough to bump Felipe Lima out. The Venezuelan moves up into the second spot. So Bruno Invik, Cesar Parra, they move on. We will see them again in action here tomorrow. Unfortunately for Felipe Lima, knocked out at the last second. His competition run is done. He and Faria will be cruising on the beach as spectators from here on out. It is Bruno Invik and Cesar Parra moving on. All right, so coming up on deck, we're just waiting for the horn to sound for the start of this next heat. Out in the water, we're going to see the Postal Cinco local, Hermano Castro, joined by the American Jason Bitzer, one of the only competitors from the mainland U.S. involved in this event, if not the only mainland bodyboarder involved in this event. Jason Bitzer, originally from New Jersey, now resides in Hawaii, works as a lifeguard on the island of Oahu. He is out in the water with Lucas Noguera and Ailton Netu. We've seen Noguera and Netu plowing through competition and, making an impression so far. And here it looks like Jason Bitzer, the mainlander, up and riding, drives down the line on the right-hander, gets the roll, pushes out ahead of the whitewater. That will get Jason Bitzer on the board first. And he will score a 3.50 on his first wave. That will get things started here in this heat. Again, this is a 20-minute heat. Top two waves will be scored. Top two riders will advance on to the next round. They will survive and live another day. We will see the heat winners again tomorrow when we continue with the men's division. Again, right now we are in Heat 4, Round 6. Day 3 of competition at the Rio Bodyboarding International 2012, coming to you from Postal Cinco in Copacabana. After round 6, we are going to go into women's round 3, and that will wrap things up for the day. But right now, again, Heat 4, round 6 of the men's in the water. Hermano Castro from right here in Copacabana in the red jersey there. You can see him paddling over. And the man in white, Jason Bitzer from the U.S., getting things started with a 3.50. He's the only one with the wave so far. But here, up and riding, Ailton Neto in the black jersey, driving down the line, going for the air roll spin, gets it around, comes out through the white water. That will get him on the board with his first wave. With a 5.0 on his first wave, that will move him ahead of Jason Bitzer for the early lead. Right now, Neto in first, Bitzer in second. Bitzer up and riding on his second wave, pulls into the right-hander, tries to roll through the closeout section. Meanwhile, on the left, Lucas Noguera with the big flip off of that end section. That will be a solid opening score for Lucas Noguera. And Neto up and riding again, rolls off of that closeout section as the backwash hits it and jacks things up a little bit. Solid maneuvering, intelligent maneuvering from Ailton Neto on that one. So waiting for the scores to sort out from the judges. I will give you an update in just a moment. Meanwhile, in red, Hermano Castro getting on the board with the smaller left-hander, driving down the line looking for some speed, gets the air roll spin and unable to complete the maneuver. So now we have all riders on the board with their first wave. Just waiting to see where the scores drop. Hermano Castro will get an incomplete maneuver. Lucas Noguera with a 6.75. That will put 50 Cent in the lead. Lucas Noguera with a 6.75 on his first wave. That puts him on top of the board. Waiting for scores to drop. Elton Neto looking like he will get a 5.25 for his second score. That will move him back into the lead at the moment. Jason Bitzer looking at an incomplete maneuver as well. He's currently sitting in third spot. Hermano Castro with just one wave, an incomplete maneuver. But again, all riders on the board now either just getting or looking for their secondary score. We are here in Heat 4, Round 6. And there you can see by the texture of the waves out in the water, the rain has started pouring down again here in Copacabana. Keep in mind, this is winter in Rio. This is their rainy season. I would gladly take a 70, 80-degree day with rain here in Rio over a cold and snowy winter day in New Jersey anytime. But definitely chasing some people off the beach. I see some people running for the competitors' tents, the tourist tent from Rio Tour. Everybody running for cover right now as the rains have started coming down. There you can see the texture of the rain falling on the water on top of our competitors out in the water. Not that it really matters to them. They're getting wet anyway. But see, there you can see everybody trying to get out of the rain, whether ducking under an umbrella, standing under their board, coming up here and climbing under the tents. It just crazy weather today. We saw it moving in, and today is just one of those days where Mother Nature wants to rain on our parade a little, but we keep plugging along and moving forward. Meanwhile, out in the water again, current situation update. Elton Neto in first, Lucas Noguera in second on the strength of his first wave, a 6.75, looking for a backup score. Jason Bitzer in third, Hermano Castro sitting in the fourth position right now. And here we have Lucas Noguera up on this left, looking for a secondary score. Gets a nice clean roll, lands, gets another roll off of the end section. A nice combination of maneuvers. Gets a couple of rolls on that one. That should be another solid score for Lucas Noguera. And I'm willing to say that that will probably bump him up into the top spot once again, once the scores have registered with our judges. Okay, so as I was saying, the rain coming down pretty hard. If by chance we lose the video feed, it's because they're trying to move the camera equipment. That's why you might see some squiggly lines in the screen, interruption in the connection. Please bear with us. Mother Nature throwing us a little bit of a curveball, but we're trying to stay on top of it. Updated situation out in the water at 5.90 for Lucas Noguera on his second wave. He's now sitting on a combined score of 12.65. He maintains the lead. That bumps Elton Neto back down into the second spot. Meanwhile, currently sitting in third, Jason Bitzer from the USA needs a 6.75 or better if he's going to move into that second spot and advance out. And currently sitting in the fourth position in the red jersey, the local boy from here in Copacabana, Postal Cinco local, Hermano Castro, is in the fourth spot, needs an 8.75. He's up and riding on this one. It gets the roll off the right-hander as it closes out. That will improve upon the 1.50 he has on his first wave. That should be a decent score. He can build off of that. Just waiting for it to finalize with the judges. Again, like I said, it looks like he's going to score a 4.0 on that one. Just waiting for final confirmation, though. Stand by. Looks like a little paddle battle out in the water. Lucas Nogueira wins out over Jason Bitzer, takes that right-hander, rolls through the closeout section, but unable to stay with it. And Jason Bitzer taking a look at the one after it. That one's not going to stand up. Nogueira will get an incomplete maneuver. Castro does get a 4.0. That will move him into third position and bump Jason Bitzer down into the fourth spot. So the lone American in the men's division gets dropped to fourth. He is looking for a 6.75 or better to move into that second spot and advance out. Meanwhile, it's the three Brazilians in control right now in the top spot. Lucas Nogueira in second, Elton Neto, and currently in third, Hermano Castro chasing a 6.25. We have just under 10 minutes remaining. We're a little past the halfway mark here in this Heat 4, Round 6, Day 3 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. And here we have Elton Neto taking off on this little set wave, going for the air roll spin and unable to complete the maneuver. Saw a slightly bigger set wave, took off on the left and went for it on that section. But when he headed up to the top, he didn't quite have enough speed, hit the maneuver, but got caught up in the whitewater and, again, unable to complete the maneuver. He will get a 2.0 for his efforts on that wave. He still resides in that second position. That will not affect his overall score any. That 2 will be a throwaway score. Meanwhile, there you can see out the back, Hermano Castro in the red jersey paddling for this wave. Castro taking a look and then thinks better and turns around as that one shut down. He was a little too deep on that one. So again, with 8:25 remaining, Nogueira in first, Neto in second, Castro sitting in third, chasing a 6.25. Bitzer in fourth, looking for a 6.75. We have 8 minutes remaining and up and riding. Elton Neto on this left-hander, driving down the line, eyeing up that oncoming section, goes for the air roll spin, gets it around clean this time, and that wave was what he was looking for on the previous one. He gets it right the second time. That should be a solid score from the judges. And there you can see in the red jersey, Hermano Castro currently sitting in that third spot, chasing Neto. At the moment, he needs a 6.25, but we will see how this latest score from Elton scores with the judges may increase the distance between him and Castro. And it looks like it very well could be a higher score. Here's the replay. Neto driving down the line, looking at that section, getting a lot of speed, gets the air roll spin around, gets the rotation line on the right, gets the roll before it shuts down, throws a forward spin in the whitewater for good measure. I know Jason. I grew up with him in New Jersey. I used to drive him to amateur contests. I may very well have to kick him in the butt for throwing that cheapy spin in the whitewater. And Jason will score, waiting for it to drop from the judges. It looks like it'll be a pretty decent mid-range score. Meanwhile, up and riding, Hermano Castro on the right, driving down the line, looking to get a lot of speed, eyeing up the section, air roll spin, and comes unglued. There he comes out through the whitewater. It looked like he had lost it for a second. I saw the tail of his board. Apparently he was able to hold on and come through on that one. It'll be interesting to see how that scores. Jason Bitzer with a 4.25 that momentarily moves him back into the third spot. Waiting to see what Hermano Castro scores, a 3.40. He will sit in fourth place. So right now, Nogueira in the lead. Neto second. Bitzer in third, chasing a 7.4. Hermano Castro in fourth, chasing a 7.65 with just under 6 minutes remaining. We have 5 minutes remaining in this heat, and right now, situation out in the water. The heat leader, Lucas Noguera, coming to us from Espiritu Santo. He has a 12.65 combined score. He holds the lead. He is followed by Elton Neto in second place. Neto looking to hold off the American. Jason Bitzer looking for a 7.40, and currently in the fourth spot, Hermano Castro. He is in need of a 7.65 or better. Castro having a little difficulty sticking his maneuvers out in the water. Meanwhile, up and riding Elton Neto, the second place rider, takes a look at that and then kicks out. That one not lining up the way he would have liked. He saw it, took a look down the line, decided to kick out. And they can see on the beach getting ready to hit the water in the next heat. In the yellow jersey, Israel Eduardo. We saw him earlier. He put on a pretty solid performance. He will be joined out in the water by Lucas Isnard, Mateus Dias, and Anas Hadar. So that will be a international mix out there. A couple of Brazilians, a Chilean, and one of the Moroccans. But right now, out in the water with 3:40 remaining, it's Lucas Noguera in the driver's seat. 12.65 has him sitting on top of the scoreboard out in the water. Elton Neto with a combined score of 11.65 sits second. Jason Bitzer third, needing a 7.40. And in fourth, Hermano Castro needing a 7.65. All right, 2:30 left in this heat. Right now, again, out in the water, Lucas Noguera from Espiritu Santo holds the lead. Elton Neto in second. The American Jason Bitzer currently sitting third, looking for a 7.40. And the local boy, Postal Cinco local, Hermano Castro, sitting in fourth, needs a 7.65. Hasn't really been able to put together the consistent rides that he needs, that he would normally put together. He currently sits fourth. Again, Noguera in first, Neto in second in the advancing spots. Real quick, I'm going to grab one of the local boys in the booth with me right now, six-time world champ, Guilherme Tamega. Getting him situated here in the booth. He's a little tangled in the cords. We'll get him situated. And thanks for joining me, Guilherme.
It's my pleasure. You know, it's just unbelievable to see all this set up at my home break. This is my spot, guys. This is where I grow up. This is where I collect everything I have today. And this is the place that prepare me for the world, pretty much.
And it looks like we had Neto in black and Bitzer both taking off on that left. I don't know how the judges are going to score that. It looked like Neto was pretty far back and wasn't going to make that section. But again, Bitzer taking off on that wave as well. Neto in that second spot, Bitzer chasing him. And Bitzer going to get an incomplete score, but here he is up and riding on the right-hand wave. He gets the roll, comes out through the white water. I really don't think that's going to get the 7.40 he needs at this point. Time running down, 45 seconds in this heat. Real quick before the end of this heat, and then I'll let you go. You were talking about how cool it is to see all of this here at your home break. Did you ever imagine you would see the World Tour here at Postal Cinco?
To tell you the truth, I never thought. An event this big here at my home spot. First because it's really hard to get waves here. It's kind of inconsistent, and again, we've been so blessed. Again, our sport is always blessed by the gods of the ocean, and yeah, so. I still can't believe it, this whole setup, this whole thing is here, and we've been really lucky.
All right. Well, that horn sounds the end of that heat. That was Hermano Castro on that last wave. That looks like it was probably his best wave of the heat, but it might be too little, too late. Right now, it looks like Noguera and Neto will advance out. Thank you, Guilherme, for joining me here in the booth, letting me reel you in real quick. I'll let you get back to what you were doing, and I'll catch up with you later.
No worries. I'm gonna comment now with the Portuguese at the other side.
All right, so there
Have
you
fun,
have it.
guys.
If you want to tune in and listen to Guilherme do commentary in Portuguese, tune into the other channel. He's headed over to the other commentator booth. Tamega, thank you. All right, so again, Lucas Noguera and Elton Neto taking the top two spots. They will advance on to tomorrow's competition. Hermano Castro moves ahead of Jason Bitzer to finish in third. Bitzer dropped to fourth. Those guys, they are done. They will be cruising as spectators from here on out for Rio Bodyboarding 2012. All right, and there you have it. That horn has sounded the beginning of the next heat. We are in Heat 5, Round 6 for today in the Men's Pro Division. Right now, out in the water, we have Lucas Isnard in red, Mateus Diaz in white from Chile, Israeli Eduardo from Brazil, and Anas Hadar from Morocco in the black jersey. So again, Lucas Isnard, Mateus Diaz, Israel Eduardo, and Anas Hadar out there in the water. Two Brazilians, a Chilean, and a Moroccan. We've got a few Moroccans here. Definitely some Europeans coming out for this event. We saw 90s ripper Nicolas Capdeville from France make his return to competition earlier today. I'm hoping I get a chance to catch up with him. I'd love to do an interview with that guy, or maybe reel him into the commentary booth and ask him a few questions. But Nicolas Capdeville from France coming out. We are also going to see another one of his countrymen coming up later on in Maxim Osina. We will see him in the last heat of men's round 6 today. And so the Frenchmen, the Moroccans, definitely seeing a European turnout. Some of the guys from Portugal. Meanwhile, out in the water in the red jersey, Lucas Isnard getting things started for his campaign in this heat. It was Eduardo getting the first wave and incomplete, but Isnard getting a solid result on this one. Looks like he will score a 5.0 to start. And so Isnard in the early lead. Eduardo here up and riding for his second wave. A 1.5 and incomplete on his first wave. Nice big air roll. Clean execution on that one. That will definitely score much better in Israel Eduardo's favor. And a 6.25 from the judges that will move him into the top spot for the early lead. 18 minutes remaining in this 20-minute heat. Top two waves scored. Top two riders will advance on to the next round, and we will see the top two riders from each of these heats again tomorrow. Day 4 of competition coming up tomorrow. Meanwhile, here, day 3 of competition, up and riding. Lucas Isnard on the right-hander goes for the roll through the closeout and unable to complete the maneuver. There you can see him slapping the water. a little frustrated with not being able to complete that maneuver. Didn't help that wave got hit by the backwash and jacked up as it was pitching over. May have thrown off his timing a little, but an incomplete maneuver nonetheless for Lucas Isnard on that wave. We are just about at the 17-minute mark here in this 20-minute heat. Again, I'd like to welcome everybody for joining us. This is day 3 of competition here at the Rio Bodyboarding International 2012, coming to you from Posto Cinco in Copacabana in a rainy Rio de Janeiro, Brazil right now. The clouds rolled in, the rain started coming down, that started to let up a little bit, and then poured down even heavier. Sent a lot of people chased a lot of people off the beach, sent a lot of people running for cover. And we continue on with competition. Here you can see Hadar up and riding, going for the air roll spin, completes the maneuver, rides out in front of the whitewater. That will be a complete maneuver and a decent score for Hadar. Anas Hadar coming to us from Morocco. There you can see the rain has let up a little bit. People back out on the beach, not hiding under the umbrellas or their bodyboards at the moment. And it looks like Hadar will score a 4.50 for his first wave. That will move him into the third position. Hadar and Mateus Diaz both looking for secondary scores. Right now, Isnard with a 5.0 and a 1.5. He'll want to get rid of that 1.5. And the same can be said for Israel. Eduardo has a 6.25 and a 1.5. That 1.5 will eventually be a throwaway score. Meanwhile, up and riding. And it looks like that was Anas Hadar once again. And not much to work with, so he'll duck out and paddle back to the lineup in search of another. There you can see Isnard in the red jersey taking a look. Meanwhile, up and riding Israel. Eduardo driving down the line on the left. Powers the roll through the lip as it pitches over. Completes the maneuver. Rides out in front of the whitewater. That will be a good secondary score for him. Meanwhile, Lucas Isnard looking for a strong backup score. Pulls into the closeout barrel on the left. Driving. Looked like he may find it, but he got pinched on that one. So that will be, it looks like the judges will give Isnard a 2.0. Meanwhile, Eduardo a 5.75, up and riding Diaz with a nice roll off the closeout right-hander. So a quick wave exchange out there from our riders. Yellow with the 5.75, waiting for the final score on Isnard and waiting for the score to drop on Diaz. And it looks like Eduardo had another wave. So, again, just waiting for a series of scores to drop. I will give you the situation update in just a moment. We have 14:40 remaining in this heat. And that was Lucas Isnard taking a look at that one, counting down to about 14 minutes left in this 20-minute heat. Currently, Israel Eduardo in the lead. In the second spot, Mateus Diaz from Chile. He's followed by Lucas Isnard in the third position, that man right there in the red jersey. He is looking for a 3.95 or higher. He currently has a 5.0 and a 1.9, looking to get rid of that 1.9. And currently in the fourth position with a 4.5 and a 1.15, Anas Hadar from Morocco. So still in the early going here. I'm sure things will shuffle up a little bit as we've seen throughout the course of the day. Some last-minute flurries of rides in both the men's and the women's. Still in the early going. Guys getting warmed up. We'll see what happens. We're counting down to the 13-minute mark. There you can see in the distance Fort Copacabana and the gray skies that have settled in over Copacabana here on day 3 of competition. Intermittent rain, clouds. It's definitely turned into a funky kind of day. 2 to 4 foot beach break waves coming in, shifting winds, predominantly side offshore. but the occasional onshore shift. We are working our way through day 3. Right now we are in round 6 of men's heat 5. Coming up after this, we will go into women's round 3, and that will round out the day. And then we'll resume tomorrow with the next round of men's and women's as we work our way towards the end of this event and the weekend, which has a promising swell forecast. Is looking like 6+ foot for Saturday and Sunday, so the last 2 days of competition. If the riders can survive these smaller conditions here, the first few days may very well pay off for them at the end. We've had a lot of people asking about where the waves are, what's going on with the swell. That's the story, folks. I was speaking with Jeff Hubbard earlier, and he was really optimistic about the potential for swell this weekend. Forecast calling for 6 foot plus again, like I said. So this place could really light up and start firing this weekend if this swell forecast holds true. So you're definitely going to want to stay tuned. Everybody working their way through these smaller, more challenging conditions could very well be battling it out in the final days of competition, looking at some heavier surf and some thumping beach break here at Postal Cinco. So fingers crossed on that one. Everybody say their prayers to the surf gods. Hopefully we'll see that come to fruition this weekend. Meanwhile, right now, again, out in the water, 2 to 4 foot conditions, shifting winds, generally side offshore today. Clouds, rain, wind. It's definitely been an interesting day. We've seen a lot of great competition out in the water. People making the best of the conditions, some big maneuvers, some technical maneuvers, a lot of really clean, smooth combinations. We've seen some interferences. We've seen some heavy paddle battles, some aggressive maneuvering. Definitely has not been short on action today. And the action out in the water, up and riding Diaz from Chile, Mateus Diaz in the white jersey on that wave. And that looks like it'll be a solid score for the Chilean, waiting for the scores to finalize from the judges. 6.75 for Diaz. That has him in the second spot. So currently, as we count down to the 10-minute mark, halfway through this heat, it is Israel Eduardo in the lead on the strength of a 6.25 and a 5.75. Mateus Diaz with a 4.75 and a 6.75 sits in that second spot. Lucas Isnard in third, seeking out a 6.51. And in fourth place, Anas Hadar, that man in the black jersey. He is currently on the hunt for a 7.0 if he's going to move into that second spot and advance on in competition. So for those of you who were listening while Guilherme Tamega was here in the booth earlier, Tamega talking about how he never would have imagined there'd be a World Tour event here at Postal Cinco, his home break. I am fortunate enough to call this my home break when I am here living in Brazil. I live 3 blocks up the street. I walk up here almost every single day to check the surf. I'm out in the water 3 or 4 times a week on average. I love this place. And it's really cool to see the history, not only here, but throughout Brazil, that exists in the world of bodyboarding. And we have a really special event coming up on Friday at Café Del Mar here on Avenida Atlantica. We are going to have a little get-together, I guess you could say. They're going to have an event honoring all of the Brazilian world champions for the first time ever, and it will even be attended by the mayor of Rio himself. I am really looking forward to this. I'm not used to being put on guest lists for things, and for something like this where they're honoring all of the previous Brazilian world champions and the mayor's going to show up, I think that's pretty cool. I'm pretty stoked on that. If you're around here, it's primarily an invitation-only event, but there are some spots to get in. There's some tickets available. 30 Hayais or $15 American roughly to get in for the men, 20 Hayais for the women. Definitely going to be something worth checking out. I'm going to try and take lots of pictures of that. Meanwhile, up and riding, the Moroccan Anas Hadar with a nice roll on that one. That should be a decent score for him. That'll definitely get rid of that 1.15 that he's looking to replace, and this will definitely help his overall score. Just waiting for that to register from the judges. So again, Friday, 11 p.m., Cafe Del Mar here on Avenida Atlantica, a Brazilian Champions Banquet, and a visit from the mayor of Rio. There's that backwash rolling back out I've been talking about all day. That's definitely been making things interesting for the riders out in the water. You can either time it just right and use the backwash to your benefit, or if it catches you unaware, it has a way of really jacking you up out there. Up and riding, going for the air roll spin, Mateus Diaz from Chile, and trying to push out in front of the whitewater, unable to. I don't know if that'll be scored as a complete maneuver or not. He was unable to demonstrate control and a clean exit, and yeah, he will be given a 1.5 for his efforts on that one. Meanwhile, Hadar with a 5.50 on his last wave. That moves him up into the third position. He's now chasing a 6.01 or better to move into that second spot, which is currently occupied by the Chilean, Mateus Diaz. So, again, current situation out in the water with 6 minutes remaining. Israel Eduardo in first, Mateus Diaz in second. Anas Hadar in third, needing a 6.01, and Lucas Isnard in fourth, needing a 6.51 or better. And there you can see Anas Hadar on that left-hander. Not a lot to work with there. He got a nice maneuver off of the end there, but I don't think it's going to score very high. Yeah, it looks like he will score a 3.25 with the judges on that one. That will not improve his overall score yet, overall score at all. He is yet to find the 6.01 that he needs to move into that second spot and advance out of this heat. But he has 5 minutes remaining in the heat. Still plenty of time for Anas Hadar to track down that 6.01. Meanwhile, again, Lucas Idnard sitting in fourth. Lucas needs a 6.51 or better. And here we have Israel Eduardo, the current heat leader, up and riding, throws into a forward spin, driving down the Rhine, goes for the roll and unable to complete that end maneuver. So he'll be scored on the spin, not the roll. There you can see a 2.50 for Israel Eduardo. Waiting for some scores to drop. 4:30 remaining in this heat. Again, Eduardo in the lead. Diaz from Chile in second. Hadar from Morocco in third, chasing a 6.01. And Isnard in fourth, chasing a 6.51. And Anas Hadar up and riding, a nice flip off of that end section. We'll see how that scores for Hadar. That may very well be that 6.01 he's been looking for to move into that second and advancing spot. We'll wait to see how it scores with the judges. Again, currently, Mateus Diaz from Chile sitting in that second spot, that advancing position, but Anas Hadar from Morocco waiting for his wave to score. Meanwhile, Israel Eduardo taking a look at that one. He's going to let it pass by as that wave kind of jacks up a little bit with the backwash. 3:30 remaining and a 5.50 for Hadar. And then he will draw sticks on his follow-up wave, a 1.0 from the judges. So, again, Hadar still sitting in that third spot, chasing at 6.01. Trying to find a way to knock Mateus Diaz out of that second spot and advance out of this heat so he can continue on tomorrow with the next round of men's. Meanwhile, up and riding, Lucas Isnard pulling into the closeout barrel. He's looking for a 6.51. That's really not going to get the job done. That's just going to eat up time and energy. 3 minutes remaining. Again, Isnard currently sits in fourth. He needs a 6.51. And the heat leader, Israel Eduardo, up and riding on that one. Quick little exchange amongst our riders out in the water. Eduardo with a quick roll off the closeout section, waiting for scores to drop. He will get a 4.0 from the judges. So there you have it, quick wave exchange, and it keeps on coming here. Mateus Diaz in the white jersey currently sits in that second and advancing spot. Driving down the line, goes for the air roll spin. Little bounce there, gets it around. Nice clean wave for Diaz on the left-hander there. So, again, quick wave exchange, waiting for some scores to drop there. You can see a little further down the beach, guys out in the water for a free surf. Gray skies in the background. We've had intermittent rain, but everybody's still hanging out here, either under the tent, under umbrellas, hiding out under stacks of bodyboards, whatever it takes to brave the weather, watch the competition out in the water. We have a few more heats of men's coming up, and then we're going to go into round 3 of the women's, and that will wrap up competition for the day here on day 3 at the Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. Anas Hadar up and riding on that left and gets another nice flip off that end section. Again, Hadar chasing a 6.16 at the moment. And right now, waiting for the scores to drop. He gets a 5.65. Again, that will help improve his overall score, but it will not be enough to move him out of that third spot ahead of Mateus Diaz from Chile. All right, so there you can see time counting down, under a minute remaining, 50 seconds for that matter. Israel Eduardo maintains the lead. Mateus Diaz from Chile in the second spot. And whoa, a big air roll spin from Anas Hadar, the Moroccan, making a last-ditch effort. Again, he needs a 6.01, and he only gets a 5.0 on that. Not quite enough to move into that second advancing spot. Doing everything he can to try and take down Diaz. 25 seconds remaining. It looks like he's going to come up a little short right now. Eduardo Diaz in the driver's seats. Those top 2 advancing spots. Hadar desperately trying to put together something to get that 6.01, move him into second, and carry him through to tomorrow's competition. Isnard currently in fourth. Needs an evil 6.66 at this point if he's going to move into that second spot. I always refer to that kind of score as evil because nobody likes the 666. The sign of the devil. When you need a 6.66 out in the water, that means you're in trouble. And that's going to sound the end of that heat. Israel Eduardo is going to win the heat. Mateus Diaz from Chile will also advance on. We will see those guys again tomorrow. I'm going to step out of the booth to take a little bathroom break. I'm going to let Terry McKenna step in and handle the last few heats of the men's round 6. I will be back to cover round 3 of the women's. I'll be back in a little bit. My name's Steve Action Jackson. See ya. Woo!
Okay, well, thank you very much, Steve Action Jackson, taking a very well-earned break from the commentary booth. It's myself, Terry McKenna, IBA World Tour Manager, stepping in to check out the action for the tail end of what has been an incredible round number 6, coming to you live from Copacabana, the Rio Bodyboard International for 2012. Hugo Pinheiro, one of Portugal's finest, is, he's currently posted a 4.25, and Nicolas Chiara 1.40. Ricardo Paez in yellow. Luis Villar is in the black. This is a really tough heat, this one. And don't forget to keep your little comments coming online at the moment. Raquel Elizabeth online, along with Ariel, also sending a little cheerio to Nicholas Chiara. Gabriel's online. Why not make the competition on the shore break of Copacabana? I think he's being a little cheeky, Gabriel. Yeah, it pretty much is on the shore of Copacabana, mate. It's just a big shore dump at the moment. Hey, you want to talk about shore dumps? You should have been in New Jersey for the Jenks Pro. That was crazy, man. It was like these big 4 to 6 footers breaking right on the sand, way closer to the beach than this. In fact, some guys did maneuvers and landed on the sand. So, it's just the way it is. It's, unfortunate, but, it would have been nice with a bit more swell. But it could be a lot worse. At least we got some waves. And this guy's getting a wave at the moment. This is yellow. And Paez's first maneuver is a nice big ARS. This guy surfed really good in the previous heat. And he's pretty much picked up where he left off. That's Nicholas Chiara, Argentina, in the white singlet. Pinheiro, of course, from Portugal in the red. And Paez, a Brazilian in yellow, posting a 5.75 on his opening wave. So Ricardo Sales is online at the moment. He's doing a shout out to Luis Villar, who's up and riding. And Lewis looking really fit. Luis Villar, I believe, has been doing some triathlons, and I saw him a little earlier, and he's lost a moustache. He's lost a lot of weight. He is looking incredibly fit. And, with the skills he's got and the sort of level of fitness that he has, it's going to be very hard to stop Lewis in this competition. So you are watching heat number 6, round number 6 coming up in heat number 7. Let's have a little look at this one, shall we? As we see White and Nick Chiara, little power pocket. He's a excitement machine from Argentina. This kid is really solid. Okay, so coming up in heat number 7 of this round, of 6th round of competition, Rio Bodyboarding International, we'll see Edwin Aldana, Matias Costa, Luis Cesar, and Ricardo Ramos will be out there as well. 3 Brazilians up against the Venezuelan Aldana, so that will be the next one in the water. All right, so we still got Juan Santos watching from Portugal. Thanks, Juan. I'll let the guys know on the... maybe just refresh the page and see if anything happens there, mate. He's telling us that there's a little hiccup on the live on the scoreboard on the webcast site. So we'll try and sort that out for you, mate. But I do appreciate you keeping an eye on stuff from way back there in Portugal. It's like you're here right next to me, brother. Okay, scores coming through at the moment. It is Paez on screen. That is the current heat leader in yellow, posting a 5.75 on his first wave. Nicholas Chiara sitting in second. Luis Villar opened up with a 5.0. And in the red singlet, Pinheiro sitting in fourth place. And you can see Hugo Pinheiro. Nice little combination riding. Pinheiro's been at the top of his game for so many years now, and really has been one of the most professional riders in the world. I mean, he's just a consummate professional. And in fact, that last wave for Pinheiro takes him from 4th into the lead. 4.5 last to Pinheiro. So now it's Pinheiro first, Paez second, Chiara in third, needing 2.11. And Luis Villar just went to 4th spot. You can see Luis on screen at the moment. He only needs a 3.75 to take the lead, or a 0.76 to... well, look at that guy just trying to outswim the boat. Look, he's going. Nice little camera work there from the Beach at Bite webcast team. Got like a long-distance swimmer out off the break here at Copacabana. Posto Cinco. Got a nice little fishing vessel returning after a big night at sea. And, of course, anchored offshore some of those cargo ships. All right, well, Nicholas Chiara, that was a smart move there from Nicholas. Only needed a 2.11 to go to second, but this is Paez in yellow. Bit better wave. Nice little roll there for Paez as well, so this will be interesting. Nicholas Chiara. Let me have a look here. Nicholas's last wave scores coming through. We'll take him to second, but Paez will get him back And that will just mean it will be one step forward and one step back for Nicholas Chiara. Yeah, he did. So Chiara got a 3.15, a 3.1 rather, and just waiting. Yeah, 3.80 for Paez. So the lead is just seesawing out there at the moment, folks. For heat number 6, round number 6 of the Rio Bodyboard International 2012. We are coming to you live from one of the most iconic beaches in the world here at Copacabana in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro. And, well, this place has just got such a long, rich history. It goes back to the 1500s and beyond. But, of course, it's always been one of the world's most exciting cities. And I'm finding out why now after spending a couple of days here. This place rocks. So, once again, he's in the lead. This fella here, Ricardo Paez, he's from Brazil. He's been surfing extremely well throughout the tournament. A 5.75 and a 3.8 puts him ahead of Hugo Pinheiro. Hugo from Portugal in the red now, needing 5.06 to move back into the lead. Nicholas Chiara, you can see in third, needing a 5.1. So, that's not too much for Nick. And Luis Villar needing 3.75 for black. So, this heat's really tight. Plenty of time to go too, folks, with 12 minutes left on the clock. I'm not sure what the hell that was about. I was just trying to have a look out the window, but the crowd was just going nuts out here and girls were screaming. Don't know what's happening, but I'll try and find out for you as we see Paez once again. Well, that man in yellow, he just got rid of that 3.8. In fact, that's the best move of the heat so far for my liking. And also Luis Villar beaching a wave there as well. Judges will, send through those scores and we'll give you the update, so please stand by. Don't forget you can listen to the webcast in Portuguese right next door to us. We got two guys going for it, and if you can't understand me in English, then go to the bodyboarding site Rio Bodyboarding, riobodyboarding.com.br. Here's the replay. Luis Villar, look at this former IBA World Tour competitor. Bam! Nice big hit off the end section. Luis Villar did. Well, he did lose a bit of control. It was a really nice attempted manoeuvre, but unfortunately, Villar lost control of that, and he won't get a very big score. Just waiting for a couple of scores to lock in for Paez, whose last wave looked like it was about a 7.75, maybe even an 8-point average. So he's going to get a very good score on that last wave for yellow. And you can see him just waiting for that average to come through. Pinheiro also posting a little score in there. And this is Nicholas Chiara spinning off the back of that one. You can see Chiara just, looking up to the stars there and blowing up about that. Well, some of the top riders, of course, from Brazil, been represented here at this contest. Fernandez, Viana, Rodriguez, Abrantes, Valadeo, Stam. They're all here. Roberto Bruno, some of Brazil's finest. And speaking of finest, there is one of Argentina's little pocket rocket, Nicholas Chiara, He's he's a very happy man on the land, always smiling and laughing and joking about stuff. But you get him in the water and pull a singlet on, and that kid fires right up. So Juan Santos, once again, helping out with some statistical information all the way from Portugal, tells us Hugo Pinheiro is the 2009 ETB. That's the European Tour of Bodyboarding champion. And as I mentioned earlier, Hugo Pinheiro has been just an incredible role model for the young Portuguese riders. Now, of course, we're starting to see the emergence of a new wave of riders coming out of Portugal. Guys like Miguel Adu, little 15-year-old kid, killing it over there in Sintra. And stacks of other, real good talent coming out of that part of the world. Also, Santos telling us that Nicolas Chiara is living for the last 2 years in Galda, Gran Canaria. He's been, he's been local at Fronton. He's been training there and surfing some really good waves. Coming up in the next heat, Edwin Aldana is the Venezuelan 2011 Junior Bodyboard Champion. Thank you very much, Juan Santos. You're killing it with that statistical stuff, mate. So please keep it coming. Okay, Pinheiro, nice high flying roll off the end section, and the 2009 ETB champ starting to look the goods now. There's White. So Nicolas Chiara just doesn't need to panic. There's about 6.5 minutes remaining. Look at Luis Villar. He's just sitting in fourth place. He's been around. He's not going to paddle for any crappy stuff. He only needs a 3.75. So Villar will just play it cool, wait for the waves to come to him. He's not going to chase them down. He's just positioned where he's been. He's made he's planned his tactics, and he'll just wait for something a bit bigger than that to try and get that score required. So Luis Villar sitting in fourth place, as we said, needed a 3.75. Chiara on screen at the moment needing 5.10. Pinheiro, Portugal, in second. The rider in red needing 8.75. Try and take up into the lead. And the current heat leader, of course, is Ricardo Paes from Brazil. Well, okay, finally, Nicolas Chiara sticks a little something. That's not going to get him out of trouble, though. Okay, finally we got Luis Villar's second wave in, folks, at a 5.0. So at the moment, Paes leading Villar. So it's yellow first, black second. Pinheiro down into third place. 5.50 to go to second. 5.5 segundo. And Nicolas Chiara also needing a 5.5 to go to second. So we're coming down to the crunch time, folks. 5 minutes left on the clock. Hope you're enjoying the action live from Copacabana Beach. Day number 3 of the Rio Bodyboard International. And Hugo Pinheiro from Portugal punching off a nice little roll. Well, as we said, 5.5 segundo. And looks like he's not going to get it. Nah, he's not. He's going to fall short. Maybe just it was a nice roll, but it was very quick and it wasn't a very big wave, and it was a 4.75. So now Pinheiro in third needing a 5.25. So he just reduced it a little bit. Chiara in fourth place in white needing 5.5. Luis Villar sitting in second needing 8.25 to take the lead from an informed rider in yellow. Oh, okay. So bump and grind out there at the moment between Luis Villar and Hugo Pinheiro. And look at Luis Villar. He is mean. Look at this is a great paddle battle. And I tell you what, when you get Portuguese, the Portugal guys and the Brazilians trying to do a paddle battle, mate, nobody's going to give an inch, are they? Both those guys of both those nationalities are, naturally competitive and just got the chili running through the veins. Really, they're very fiery. Okay, well, time remaining, about 3 minutes left on the clock. Yellow first, black second. Black is, of course, Luis Villar. Luis has had a couple of fives, two 5.0s. Paez, current heat leader in yellow. You can't see him on screen. He's letting these guys fight it out for second. Ricardo Paez has had a 5.5 and a 5.75. Hugo Pinheiro only needing 5.25 to go to second. And Nicolas Chiara on screen in white. Looks like he's going to head down the beach a little bit, needing a 5.50. But it's been this guy in yellow who's led the heat. And you can see him just leaning through. Oh, a little bit of tube time. Getting a nice little barrel on that one for Ricardo. Okay, so it's not Ricardo. It's Rafael Paez. Okay, Rafael Paez. Okay, my apologies. The scooper. Okay, I know this guy's name. This is easy. And that's easy for him as well, isn't it, Luis Villar? Making it look like it's just a walk on the boardwalk, like it's a cakewalk for him. He was looking to try and improve on a 5.0. He's got two of those scores, and I don't believe he's going to do that. Just a little wave. Didn't get too much protection. As a result, judges agree with a 4.90. So no change to the current situation. 1 minute 45 seconds remaining. You can see Villar on screen at the moment. He's sitting in second, but only just because Hugo Pinheiro in red from Portugal needing 5.25, and Nicolas Chiara, Argentina, the little pocket rocket, needing a 5.50. Crazy little heat. Coming up next, Edwin Aldana from Venezuela, taking on Mateus Costa, Luis Cesar, and Ricardo Ramos will be out there as well. Okay, we're coming down to a real important time in this heat. And Pinheiro, wow, what's going to happen there? I mean, Luis Villar can't do that. He can't push his board in front of Hugo Pinheiro, and I wouldn't be surprised to see an interference on that one. And you can probably see Pinheiro just looking up the judges and saying, come on. Be interesting to get a replay on that one, just for the judges mainly, because that's getting very close to a paddling interference on Luis Villar. He's going to have to be careful. He's sitting in second. He does not need to do that. And there's 35 seconds left on the clock. Last white, Nicolas Chiara was a 5.40. So Chiara now only chasing 4.6, 20 seconds remaining. Time running out for one of Portugal's finest, Hugo Pinheiro, needing 5.25. And that's about it, folks. So counting down his current heat in the water in 3, 2, and 1. Just waiting for the horns. There it is. Okay, 2 horns. That signifies the end of that heat. And it was Paez, Rafael Paez from Portugal. Great performance from him. Takes out that heat ahead of Luis Villar. Luis was really lucky, I reckon, not to get an interference. Nicolas Chiara clearly disappointed in third, and fourth place went to our friend from Portugal, Hugo Pinheiro. All right, well, there's just some of the beautiful little sights of Copacabana. Some really lovely women lining the beach here, as you can imagine. It's really lived up to expectation, and it's raining today. They're still down there in their skimpy bikinis. I love it. Bring it on. Well, we're just about to get into heat number 7. Edwin Aldana in the red singlet. Mateus Costa is in the white, Luis Cesar in yellow, Ricardo Ramos in the black. That's next. All right, well, just on hold here at the moment, folks, because there was potential interference in that previous heat. I just spoke to our head judge, Shika Garitani. He's just going to look back at the video. So this next heat is currently on hold at the moment with heat number 7, round number 6 coming up next. Edwin Aldana is, of course, from Venezuela. Matias Costa is from Brazil in the white. Luis Cesar will be in yellow. And Ricardo Ramos from Brazil will be in the black. That is the next hit coming your way. Well, we're just going to... I don't know if we're going to see the replay here as well. Maybe the judges have just got a dedicated replay up there that they're going to look at. Either way, the competition is currently just sitting on hold here at the moment. And the guys from Beach Bite dialing up that incident where Luis Villar paddled in front of Hugo Pinheiro. I mean, I was sitting in the booth here, and my personal first thoughts was that, and you guys would have heard me back home, was that Luis Villar had to be very careful in that situation. And it'll be interesting to see how this pans out. Juan Santos back in Portugal asking if the girls wear bikini when it's raining. What do they use when the sun's out? Juan, you cheeky little bugger. I can see you. You're sitting back there with your feet up, headphones on, having a little laugh to yourself, twisting your little moustache away. What a classic. Yeah, mate. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? Because there's not much material on there. Crazy. And imagine Santos in Copacabana with his with a bowl of acai under his belt. That would be unstoppable. So once again, just on hold here at the moment, folks. Waiting for the judge's decision regarding a potential interference on Luis Villar. It was Villar on Pinheiro. So these guys in heat number 7 are still on hold. If you look at the live site and you see those scores there, so we've still got scores in there from heat 6, round 6, and they're not going to send those off until the judges make a decision about what's happening. All right, well, looks like they're going to print the result, and it appears that they're decided against the interference. It was very lucky for Luis Villar there. So, in the end, it was Rafael Paez taking that one from Brazil. Second place went to Luis Villar. Third place, Nicolas Chiara. And fourth place went to Pinheiro. Well, you've got to be thinking that Hugo Pinheiro was very unlucky in that situation. We didn't get to see the replay here on the webcast, but the judges watched it over and over, and they did make a call. They did make a call on it. So, that's the beauty of having a dedicated replays. And thank you very much to Beach Bite, of course, the best in the business, sending dedicated replays to the judges to make very important decisions like that one. Well, we're into heat number 7 now. Edwin Aldana is representing Venezuela. He's wearing the red jersey. Taking on 3 boys from Brazil, Matias Costa in white, Luis Cesar in yellow, and Ricardo Ramos is in the black. We're just waiting for a bit of action here for day number 3 of the Rio Bodyboarding International for 2012. All right, well, we got a little bit of support coming through in the form of messages on the message board. Siri, once again, is online. Vamos, Luis Cesar, representa. I'm sure that's a good thing. I hope so. I hope I'm not like swearing in Portuguese or anything. But yes, Luis Cesar getting a bit of support on the message board. And Gabriel, yeah, I do apologise. for that previous misannouncement. I didn't have the updated sheet, but I do now. And, of course, it was Rafael Paez was the winner of that heat. I said Ricardo a fair bit. It was only because I didn't have the proper paperwork in front of me, so I do apologise. Don't forget to keep your comments coming via the message board, folks. We've got a couple of little scores coming through. Looks like a little one just coming through. First of yellows, not going to be too much to talk about. It's only a little throwaway wave for Luis Cesar. On screen at the moment, you're looking right now at Matias Costa. Having a look at his first wave, deciding to go left and driving it up and through. Nice little extension on the roll, and then a very clean exit. You know, I must admit I like it when somebody, ducks out of the wave there and looks very professional like that. Ricardo Ramos also up and enjoying his first wave. Ramos, whoa. You could see the board just chattering. So Ramos was doing like 80 in a 60 zone. He was flying down the line. And, that's been the best wave of the heat so far for my liking for Ricardo Ramos. Really speedy maneuver. And, very, very good skills, that kid. Ricardo Ramos coming up in the next heat. Renzo Facioli from Peru will take on Nestor Toro from Venezuela. Maxime Usina from France. And Jonathan Barroso from Brazil. Be coming up in the next one. After that, of course, just 4 heats of the girls. Great heats coming up in the girls division. Let's have a little highlight of these girls heats, shall we? Claudia Ferrari, Marta Leo, Patricia Satubal, and Machado will be in the first one. So, yeah, really tight stuff here, folks. I hope you're enjoying day number 3 of the 2012 Rio Bodyboarding International. Alrighty, so sorry about that little break in the action there, folks. Just getting a clarification from some of our technical staff upstairs, and it was regarding that situation there with Hugo Pinheiro and Luis Villar. And what had happened was another similar situation happened earlier in the heat, where it went the other way, where Pinheiro had been sort of pushing the board in front of Luis Villar. So those guys played cat and mouse, and it was kind of tit for tat. In the end, it was Hugo Pinheiro just needed another wave. I mean, that was the bottom line. The boys, just deeming that one came out pretty much a draw. Look, the beauty of the replay with the beach and bite system is that the judges have the absolute dedicated replay up in the judges' tower. They asked to see both incidents. They reviewed them time and time again, and in the end, they just didn't make a call on both. And they said, "Look, Pinheiro pushed it the first time. Villar pushed it the second. Let's just call it even." So it's it's tough in these small conditions, but that's what happens here, folks, on the World Tour when there's a lot of money and points up for grabs. Well, we are down to 12.5 minutes remaining. You are watching heat number 7, round number 6 of the Rio Bodyboarding International for 2012. Coming up in heat number 8, Renzo Facioli from Peru will take on Venezuelan Nesta Toro, Maxime Stina from France, and Dionathan Barroso from Brazil will be out there as well. Well, nice little combination riding there, and Costa, the Brazilian, has really posted a pretty solid ride there on his second wave. He didn't need too much of a score to move up into the top 2. He's yellow. He's had a bunch of waves. In fact, that's his 5th wave there for Luis Cesar. And also black, having a look at this one for Ramos. And this kid has really got some skills. And looking really nicely coordinated. Unfortunately, just rolling off the back of that one. And that is, of course, Ricardo Ramos. Really cool local rider, Ricardo Ramos. How was that? Oh, what a shame that he didn't make it, because Edwin Aldana, the Venezuelan, really nice cylindrical roll, big punchy one. We can see Costa just lifting his hand up there, and so it was just asking some kind of question for Mateus Costa. He's got, it looks like you can hear whistles out there on the beach. Looks like a set wave coming through, and Costa into this one. This is a bigger wave. Let's see what he can do. Bam, nice big roll. And, well, he's had a 5.5 and a 4.5, and that looks like being his best wave to date. Here's the replay, folks, of that one from Edwin Aldana. Very nice attempted roll, but unfortunately just getting bumped off, and pretty good numbers dropping through for Mateus Costa on that last wave for the rider in the white singlet. All right, well, amazing landscape, warm water, good food, bunch of women. Brazil is quite a destination for wave riders. I tell you what, it's amazing here. And thank you very much to my script writer, Juan Santos, for that little words. Yeah, killing it, Juan. Loving it. You haven't got a drink in your hand, have you? You cheeky little bugger. All right, well, we're down to around about 10 minutes left on the clock. And, well, Costa currently leading this heat, 6.5 and 5.5. In second position, Luis Cesar holding on to a 5.5 and a 4. Third place at the moment is Ramos. Well, he only needs a 3.25 to go to second. Very, very close indeed there. And fourth place, Edwin Aldana from Venezuela in the red singlet, needing a 6.25. Well, here's a little replay of the rider in the black singlet, and Ramos just exploring his options. In the end, rolling off the back of that wave, and that one was only a 1.50. So, you know, that's left him in third place, and Ramos now chasing 3.25 to go second. Aldana in red, Rojo needing 6.25 to go second. But here goes Ramos again. Ricardo Ramos is a very exciting bodyboarder. Some guys, how is that? Is he going to hang on to it? Yes, he does. And as I said, some guys, you know, I just like watching exciting surfers like bodyboarders, rather like Ricardo Ramos. You know, when he gets up on a wave, you never know what he's going to do. He's always very unpredictable. Here's the replay. Let's watch this one, and you can see him just building up a bunch of speed. You can see that inside fin just coming, outside fin lifting up a little, trying to pump in a bit of speed, and there it is there, up and over. Nice flip off the end section, and Ramos is going to get a pretty good score. Judges watching that replay and posting a 7.25. That is the best wave of the heat so far. Now Luis Cesar bumping and grinding, just bouncing like bed springs on a honeymoon, and he had to really try and deal with that. Yeah, why not? Let's get... I just saw Magno Passos walking past, and he gave me a little wave and said, "You want me to come in?" I said, "Hell yeah." And welcome along to the commentary booth, Magno. How are you, mate? Just you got to turn the little microphone on there. Yep, push it up. Hello, mate. Welcome.
Hi, Terry. How are you?
Very well. I'm in Copacabana. I couldn't be anywhere else. I don't want to be anywhere else in the world.
This is beautiful, isn't it?
It's amazing, mate. And we've got some pretty fun waves out there as well.
Yes. The waves are really looking good, you know. Isn't the waves that we used to surf here in Copacabana, but still good, still contestable, and hopefully still going to get some waves until the end of the comp.
Yeah, I heard that Sunday now is shaping up okay. It looks like a little more swell possibly coming in for the final day, which is very good news. At the moment, we've got a really good battle. I tell you what, I haven't seen this guy surf too much, but you probably have, Magno. Ricardo Ramos. Tell us about that guy.
Oh, yeah. Ricardo Ramos is a rider from Rocinha. He surfs in São Conrado, and a lot of people call him Choco. So Choco from chocolate. He's a really good bodyboarder. He was raised in Rocinha, which is one of the biggest favela in Brazil, maybe in the world. And man, this guy has a lot of potential. He's an amazing bodyboarder.
Yeah, he's just exciting to watch. And, you know, sometimes when you see someone take off on a wave, he just is very unpredictable. He always surfs very fast. And he's just really good to watch. Yeah, I really enjoyed watching him through the tournament.
Yeah, he's really light, and he was raised surfing this amazing left in São Conrado, and man, he does amazing stuff.
Yeah, he reminds me a lot of like when Sergio Alonso from Venezuela takes off on a wave. I get excited because you think, what's he going to do? You never know, because he's going fast, he's got skills, and Ramos kind of reminds me a little bit like that. But very good to watch. And right now, Edwin Aldana of Venezuela looking to try and get out of trouble. Edwin has elected to surf without a leash out there. I guess most of the guys haven't got a leash, but he's lost his board twice in this heat, and he's lost a bit of valuable time. So, I mean, that's the chance you take, when you don't wear a leash.
Yeah, especially when you have, like, this backwash. Man, it's crazy. You don't know what's going to happen. It's better to have a leash, definitely.
Well, I guess they do that because they feel that without the leash, they feel a bit more free.
Yeah.
And, you can go a little faster in the small waves.
Yes.
All right, well, Magno Passos just sitting in here doing a bit of guest commentary. Magno, did you get a chance to watch the previous heat with Luis Villar and Hugo Pinheiro?
No, man. I was doing a massage. I was having a massage over there.
Well, that was a good roll.
Yeah, big wave, huh?
Yeah, that was a very good big roll there from Mateus Costa.
Mateus Costa, yeah.
Yeah, he's been also surfing really well. I'll tell you what happened in the heat between Luis Villar and Hugo Pinheiro. Firstly, Pinheiro was really lucky not to get a paddling interference on Luis Villar. These guys really kind of hassling. There's the replay. That was solid.
Wow.
Oh, look at the scores. Excellent scores dropping for that wave. So, Mateus Costa just
I think he's a local guy here in Copacabana.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, he's looking really, really comfortable. 8.0, that takes him in the lead. Wow. Ramos down into second. Cesar down into third. Aldana combo in fourth. Yeah, but back to the situation with Pinheiro and Luis Villar. First, Pinheiro, he was real lucky not to get an interference on Luis Villar. And then right at the end of the heat, Luis Villar kind of paddled in front of Pinheiro and stopped him from catching a wave. And I thought for sure these guys are almost going to drop the board and start going for it. But it was crazy. There was no interferences called because the judges just thought in the end, you know what? He did it to him first. He did it to him second. Let's call it even.
Oh.
They were really lucky both not to get an interference.
Yeah, that was interesting. And who made it through?
It was Luis Villar who came second. Yeah, came through, and
Hugo went off.
Hugo unfortunately eliminated. Yeah.
Oh.
But it was a really good heat, and I think it was Rafael Paes, Brazilian guy. He won the heat, and he was ripping.
Oh yeah, Rafael Paes is amazing. He's a tall guy. He's from Rio das Ostras, and man, Rio das Ostras only like small waves, and these guys are specialists on these conditions.
Yeah, he was really getting a lot of speed, and that was the difference between him and the other guys, is that somehow he could find the energy in the wave, in those small waves, to get into them really early and fast with a lot of speed on the entry. And that just made the difference, because when he hit the lip, he just kind of projected right out, and his moves were totally in another level.
Oh, and this is Choco, Ricardo Ramos. Yeah, that was in a great wave.
That's a great story, that one about Ricardo Ramos, and very inspirational. I mean, how old is that guy?
He would be, I think, 21 years old, 20.
Well, he's an inspiration to all the other kids, in that situation. And, that's super cool. And, in fact, I was talking to Flavio Brito, and he said that, the bodyboarders work really closely with some of the projects around Brazil to, steer the kids away from, the bad things in life and get them into a healthy sport like bodyboarding.
Yeah, we have a lot of bodyboarding schools, and they not only teach about bodyboarding, but teach about how to live a life outside of the crime and the drugs and things like that, So, and most of these schools are like non-profit organizations, which is amazing. And thanks God we have these guys that are working through the society, and through the poor society that wouldn't have good conditions to maybe money or things like that to buy equipment and things like that. Yeah,
it's super cool, Magno, and I think bodyboarding and just the ocean in general is such a cool way to have a good, healthy life. And it's awesome that the Bodyboard Federation and the Confederation working together, along with some of the social people here in Brazil, to steer the kids, into a healthy sport like bodyboarding. Well, we're down to around about 1 minute remaining in this heat. Costa is currently leading with an 8.0 and a 6.5. And you can see Ramos in second. Ramos is just sticking to Cesar like glue. That's what you do when you're in second spot, don't you, Magno?
Definitely. Luis Lai needs 8 points, I think, to go second. But, Luis Lai is a comp machine as well. So Ricardo Ramos won't let him catch any waves, I think.
Yeah, well, time is running out. 40 seconds remaining. And Edwin Aldana, well, he did post a 4.5 and a 3.5 on his last two waves, but he's chasing a 9.0. So, Costa and Ramos really dominating this heat at the moment. Well, coming up in the next heat, we will see there's about 20 seconds left on the clock on this one. Renzo Facioli, Nestor Toro, Maxime Usina, that little French guy. If you've seen him surf, he's amazing. And Jonathan Barroso will be out there as well.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, really cool heats. We're starting to get down into the hard stuff. Aldana, well, nice extended roll. With a couple of seconds remaining, he's not going to get a 9, but, that was nice, nicely done. And you can see the Venezuelans, they're so patriotic, aren't they? They travel in a team, and, they love representing their country.
Always carrying the flag and things like that. It's amazing. They work together, and it's really good to have people like that on the beach rooting for you. And Terry, I think I'm going to have to go to the Portuguese commentator.
You right go now. And do your thing, mate. No, it's been awesome having you in here, mate, and hopefully we'll get together again throughout the competition.
Okay, Terry, it was nice to talk to you.
Okay,
man.
Thank you very much. That was Magno Passos, of course, one of Brazil's finest. He's been representing Brazil for a number of years now at the highest level. There's the response there from... There's the last wave replay, for the last of red, and that was Edwin Aldana. He didn't get the score he needed. It was a 4.50. So whilst it was a Uri Valadares just making his way past the booth. They've been in the Portuguese commentary booth. Magno Passos is now in there. If you want to listen to it in Portuguese, then please feel free to switch over. And, of course, there's a stack of little places where you can go and get on and find that Portuguese webcast, including riobodyboarding.com.br. If you're sick of listening to my commentary, then rock over to there and you'll be able to listen to the whole thing in Portuguese. Okay, first wave scores locked in at the moment. 5.25 for Nesta Toro. Maxime Ossina, from France is holding on to a 1.50. Renzo Facioli and Barroso both needing about a 1.51. So not a lot happening so far at the moment. Hope you're enjoying the action, folks. It is day number 3 of the Rio Bodyboarding International for 2012. Steve Jackson will be back a little later on. He's just enjoying himself at the moment. He's sitting out on the beach on a banana chair. He's got his feet up. He's got a little cocktail. He doesn't have a cocktail. He's got a cocktail Frankfurt in a bun. Yeah, they're awesome, those things. They're actually too good. Too good for a man like me because, they're so plentiful around here. They're just everywhere. How was that roll from Nesta Toro? Well, the Venezuelan really smashing off a big maneuver there for Nestor. And his first wave was a 5.25. He's probably going to get a similar score. And also, really nice wave coming through there from Nathan Barroso, the rider in the black singlet. Maxime Ossina, little Frenchman, sitting out the back there in yellow, just waiting for a little something to come through. Pedrola is currently online. He's talking about the video with Jeff Hubbard, the Mexican Dream. It's on video, so why don't you check that out? Thank you very much, Pedrola, for that little bit of information. Renzo Facioli rolling off the end section. And who else have we got online here? Paula Dejano. Oi, how are you? Nice to see you guys. You're online. Anderson is online as well. He asked what the... Actually, Anderson asked the video about Jeff Hubbard. And then it was Pedrola who came back and answered it and said, yeah, it's Jeff Hubbard, Mexican Dream. It's on video. Vimeo, I should say. There's a real iconic little shot there looking down towards the far end of the beach. The fortress, of course, one of the things that's really protected this fine city of Rio de Janeiro over the years. Some big anti-aircraft guns right out on the end of the point there. And, you wouldn't want to mess with those things, that's for sure. Okay, scores coming through from that last exchange. Everybody now has 2 waves apiece, and it is Barroso in the black with a 5.75 and a 4.5 currently out in the front. Nesta Toro, Venezuela, in second. Nestor on screen has a 5.25 and a 4.65. Renzo Facioli sitting in third place has posted 4.5 and 4.15. And Maxime Ossina from France has had a 4.35 and a 1.50. So right now, Nesta Toro attempting to get into this one, but it was the bloke in black, Barroso, that is Renzo Facioli in red. And there was a bit of a wave there from Barroso. Yeah, I thought it was black originally. So scores for black and red coming through. Stand by. Well, also coming up next, that last wave for Renzo Facioli, 4.0. And last to black for Barroso was a 1.50. You are watching heat number 8, round number 6, live from the Rio Bodyboard International 2012. We are coming to you, of course, from one of the most iconic beaches in the world, Copacabana in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, for this 6-star GQS event. And, well, big move attempt there from Ossina, the Frenchman. So the intentions were good. Unfortunately, just couldn't hammer the execution. Just needed to land that thing to get the big scores. Coming up next, the ladies in the lineup will hit the water for round number 3 of this World Women's Tour Grand Slam event here in Copacabana. We're going to see the likes of Hawaii's Claudia Ferrari. Of course, Claudia formerly representing Brazil, but has been living over in Hawaii for a number of years now, and she's a very, very experienced campaigner. Facioli. Oh, nice. Okay, that was well executed. Hit that at high speed, rolled around, looked solid, looked pretty nice, and that's very interesting. There's those big anti-aircraft guns that we spoke about earlier, and you can see those just protecting this fine little beach of Copacabana. And I intend on getting out to that fortress at some point and having a bit of a look around. I'm sure Steve Jackson knows the history of that fortress, and he'll probably come in after me and give you guys a bit of an update on how that works. So yeah, Claudia Ferrari coming up next. She will take on Marta Lateo from Portugal, Patricia Setúbal from Brazil, and Parola Machado will be out there as well. Really nice seats coming up for the girls in round number 3. Andrea Diaz, Jessica Becker, Maria Helena Toss, and Juliana Freitas. That's the second one. Heat number 3, Annabella Guttard, Gabriela Gouveia, Fabricia Silva, and Chris Kyle. And then in the last one, it is Lourdes Infante from Venezuela taking on Fatima Zara from Morocco, Kirstis Montenegro from Brazil, and Jocelyn Amorim also from Brazil. That's coming up later on, but meantime, let's focus on Renzo Fascioli. Big, strong hit there. Nice, little punchy, little bossy little invert off the end section there for Fascioli. Well, I tell you what, that's going to go very close to getting him into second spot. Let's check the replay on Maxime Ossina, and also nice extension there from the Frenchman. Did he make it, though? That's the question. Well, that's why the judges probably asked for the replay on that one, just to get a clarification on it. And I do believe that that's been deemed... We'll just wait and see if any scores come through, but maybe Chico and the boys upstairs may have deemed that one to be incomplete. And that's one of the problems when you land and bounce off straight away. Sometimes creates a perception it's an incomplete ride. So kids watching, take notes. Make sure you ride out of your manoeuvres, for some time before you duck out of the waves. Here's a replay of Barroso in the black. Ooh, nice one as well. Really critical section. He just punched it through the roof on that and got a 5.0. Fascioli 5.75. Nestatoro 5.65. And it was Maxime Ossina in the yellow singlet. The Frenchman only got a 1.25. So yes, that was incomplete according to the judges. Right now, Nestatoro is holding down the lead, folks. Nesta's, with 12 minutes remaining, looking to replace a 5.65 for the second best of white. Renzo Fascioli, the Peruvian, has moved into second place. Red now needing 6.01 to take the lead. Barroso in the black now in third place, needing a 5.60 to go to second. And Maxime Ossina, the Frenchman, chasing a 7.0. Ooh la la, that's a pretty big score. 11 and a half minutes to go. Final heat of round number 6 here at the men's for the Rio Bodyboarding International for 2012. Don't forget to keep your little messages coming via the live site, and you can use that message board. And just incomplete there for Nestatoro. Yeah, use the message board to get some messages to me. Nestatoro, well, I can tell you that he comes from... I just lost that little message there from Juan Santos. He was telling me about Nestatoro, but the message board kind of moved forward and that little message just disappeared. But we'll try and get that one back. We'll give you some information on that man, Nestatoro. Thank you very much, Juan Santos. Doing a great job, mate, with the statistical information coming to me all the way from Portugal. So Juan Santos, one of the world's best commentators in my books, multilingual. A funny guy, as well as being a wonderfully talented human being. So it's a shame he's not here, but hopefully we'll see Santos, some more IBA events later on this year. Well, we're coming down to around about 10 minutes remaining. 10 down, 10 to go. Nestatoro, Venezuela, winning this heat at the moment on the strength of a 6.1 and a 5.65. Fascioli sitting in second, needing 6.01 to go into the lead. Barroso in third place. Black needing 5.60 to go second. And Ossina, Maxime Ossina, the Frenchman, needing 7.0 to go into second position. So we're into this last half of the final heat for the guys. Today, of course, Steve Action Jackson will be back at the end of this heat, and he'll take us through the last four heats of day number 3 here at the Rio Bodyboarding International for 2012. All right, well, we're here, and Nesta Taro currently in the lead. And Nesta's got a 6.1 and a 5.65. Facioli in second position. Barroso in third. Orsina is in fourth. Right on screen at the moment, though, we're looking at first and last in this heat. On the left of the screen, of course, Nesta Taro from Venezuela looking to replace a 5.65. And Maxime Orsina, looking to improve, rather looking to get himself a 7.0. So the Frenchman has got a bit of work to do. This is second and third place getters now on the screen. In the black singlet is Barroso from Brazil. He only needs 5.60. That kid's been ripping a whole contest. So, that's pretty easy for a guy with his skills. And Renzo Facioli, looking to improve on a 5.6 or possibly a 6.01 would take him into the lead. That's the current situation. White first, red second, black third, yellow in fourth place, and we are down to 8 minutes remaining in this final heat of round number 6. So, it's going to be a pretty cool sort of a afternoon here as some of the world's best women get out here in the waves of Copacabana. And Nesta Taro, well, he hung on to that. And the Venezuelan, a little tied up. It'll be interesting to see the judge's interpretation on that. Yeah, so it was a good move, but what happened was Taro kind of disappeared into the whitewash there for a while. And I'll tell you what, this is one of the main reasons the IBA uses red and yellow for when we have man-on-man heats. When you've got a white singlet on, sometimes you can get a little lost in the suds, and you can't see the definition. That time round for Nesta Taro, that didn't fall in the top 2. It's not a keeper for white, a 4.90 for Toro, and you can see just pressure starting to mount on the Frenchman. He's just looking towards the shoreline there. He's got the war paint on. He's looking for a 7.0 to try and get through this final heat of round number 6. Of course, tomorrow we're going to see some real big guns hit the water for round 7 and 8. They're the top seeds here of the competition. And speaking of competition, there's Patricia Setúbal, I think it is, from Setúbal. Disculpa, amigo. Yes, just have a little trouble trying to get my, Aussie tongue around some of these Portuguese names. Steve Jackson's a champion at it. And he's coming up next as we see black. That is once again Barroso. Well, he needs a little something more than that, folks. He's chasing a 5.60. And time is the enemy troops. We're down to 6.5 minutes remaining in this last heat of round number 6. Well, Barroso, what's happened here? Has he lost a fin or something? Something's going on. Did he crease his board? Maybe? Or has he injured himself? We're going to find out here shortly. He just runs backwards out of the shore break, and he's going to run up the beach. I think it's just a positional change. Well, have a look at that. He's mixing it up. He's mixing it up with the arms and the legs. He's gone, you know what? I'm going down to Posto Quattro. He's out of here. He's had enough. Somebody said to him, quick, there's a sail on. And he's just decided to run right down the beach and get away from the other guys. He must have been getting a bit of pressure, so he realised that a 5.60 would get him into second. And he saw some waves coming through down on the edge of the competition area. And rather than paddle down there with limited time, 5.5 minutes remaining, Barroso's just got out and he's just done the 100-metre sprint. He looked like Usain Bolt. Yeah, well, that was pretty cool to watch, I'll tell you what. All right, well, we're coming down to the closing stages of this heat, around about 5.5 minutes remaining. And still some plenty of action coming through on the message board. And, of course, that's not only for me here in the English-speaking commentary booth, but it's also for the guys in the Portuguese-speaking commentary booth, which is next door. And at the moment, it's they got Magno Passos over there. Juan Santos just having a bit of a crack up. How's that Barroso runaway? Looks like he went to... yeah, he was running towards a fortress. Maybe he saw the cavalry coming. Yeah, and off he went. He was out of it. Where is he? He's not even on the screen anymore. That's hilarious. Okay, so Maxime Messina, time is running out for Maxime, needing a A 7.0 with about 4 minutes remaining. And in the white singlet, current heat leader, Nesta Toro, Rhino charging a little inside closeout. So Toro looking pretty comfortable at the moment, folks. He is on song to move through to round number 7 tomorrow. And Facioli, Renzo Facioli, also looking the goods. He's from Peru, but Facioli sounds very Italian, doesn't it? Don't know. It's just kind of got that little kind of fettuccine kind of feel about it. In third place, though, Barroso. That sounds Brazilian. He's only needing 5.60. Did Barroso? There's Barroso. Look, the camera ended up picking him up. He was down on the fortress rights. Look at Facioli sticking to him like a piece of well-cooked pasta. That is classic. And Osina from France. Well, he's up the other end of the beach, and he's dealing with Nesta Toro. So, yeah, it's just a hectic little setup here at the moment. Folks, for the final heat of round number 6, this is heat 8, round 6 of the Rio Bodyboarding International. Just checking some of these little messages that come through. Only occasionally will I see one that's written in English, because most of the Aussie guys are crashed out, and about the only bloke who's managing to bang out some English stuff on the keys is Juan Santos in Portugal, of all places. Okay, well, time is definitely slipping away now. We're getting down to the pointy end of this one, folks. Have a look at that nice little multi-layered shot from the camera crew there with the big tankers out the back and the buoys, the riders all sort of jostling for position, just kind of moving around in the lineup. Once again, Barroso in the black, Facioli in the red. 2 minutes remaining. It's going to be interesting to see if, Barroso can get that score required. And don't forget this man in yellow, Maxime Messina, has been really surfing good. And okay, he's looking for something special. Gets a little lip to work with, but no, he lost some valuable momentum in that situation. And, that's the thing in small waves. You've got to have your technique has got to be right on the money. Biomechanically is the actual term for it. Bio meaning life, mechanics meaning movement. There's a little Latin lesson for you. But yeah, biomechanics is the movement of any sport, whether it be swinging a golf club or riding a surfboard or a bodyboard. And on a day when the waves are small, you've got to have your technique on the money. I remember reading an article years ago that said, anyone can ride a big wave. You go 100 miles an hour, you got speed to burn. But what's really hard to do is to surf good in small waves. That's really difficult, and that's going to show up any flaws in your technical ability. So we're coming down to the mad minute, folks. Nesta Toro in the lead. Facioli, the Peruvian/Italian, sitting in second. There's Barroso in third, and Maxime Messina. Wow, how was that little claim? That was a move made famous by Ross Hawke 20 years ago. Okay, coming down to just on 40 seconds left on the clock. Boom. Barroso goes for the big move, and you can tell that he would be disappointed. Look, there's 45 seconds remaining. He might even get out there and get another one, as did Osina from France. Maxime Messina's last wave, 1.9. It fell in the top 2. That gives you an idea why he's in fourth place. He still needs a 7 to try and get himself out of trouble. Facioli has been surfing a very, very smart heat, and you can see Renzo just, he forced that first little move. That was a bit better one. Nice little bowl roll. And punching off a nice little one at the end there. So Renzo Facioli giving him a good nudge. And, of course, Nesta Toro finishing on a high note as well. He's had a very memorable heat for the Venezuelans. So looks like Facioli and Toro will move through this one at the expense of Barroso and Lucina. Well, don't know if the judges will claim that's been before the hoot. It doesn't matter anyway, because I think the body language pretty much summed it all up for the Frenchman there. He just looks up to the sky and just says, ooh la la, sacre bleu. What's going on there? All right, folks, that is the end of round number 6 from the Rio Bodyboarding International for 2012. I've had a blast keeping you guys up to date. See you later, Juan Santos. Enjoy your night, mate, and enjoy the rest of the competition. Everyone who's watching this live webcast from Copacabana in Rio de Janeiro. Steve Jackson next. Set a really high standard.
cool. Appreciate the cover. The t-shirts. Bring. Please, my friend. Obrigado. All right, and we are underway here in Heat 1, Round 3 of the women's. Out in the water right now in red, Claudia Ferreira. She is joined by Marta Leitown in white, Patricia Sechabel in yellow, and Parola Machado in the black jersey. And it's Leitown getting on the board first with 4.0. Meanwhile, up and riding, Parola Machado looking to follow suit. She hits a nice roll off of that end section on the right-hander. And there you can see Patricia Sechabel in the yellow jersey paddling over, taking a look at this set. Not in position. She will let that one roll by. But up and riding, Claudia Ferrari from Hawaii, the Brazilian residing in Hawaii. She's actually been spending a lot of time back here in Brazil in Sao Paulo hanging out with her mother. And a 1.50, an incomplete maneuver for her. Meanwhile, a 4.75 for Patricia Machado. Just waiting to see Patricia Sechabel in the yellow jersey get on the board here in the early going of this heat. We're at 18:40, counting down this 20-minute heat. Top two waves. Top two riders will advance on to round 4 tomorrow. Up and riding, Patricia Sechabel in the yellow jersey, driving down the line on this right. Hits the roll, and then that wave shuts down. So she will get one maneuver off of that wave, but that will get her on the board with her first score of this heat. And that should be a pretty decent starting point for her. A 5.0, that puts her in the lead. All 4 competitors on the board with their first wave. Now they will look to find a good backup score and go from there. 18 minutes remaining in this heat. All right, so for those of you just joining us, this is Heat 1, Round 3. This is going to wrap up the day. We're going to run Round 3 of women's and then call it a day. Tomorrow we will resume competition on Day 4 with the next round of men's, Round 7, and then Round 4 of women's. Again, right now out in the water, Round 1. Heat 1, Round 3 of the Women's Pro Division. Currently out in the water, we have Patricia Sechabel in the lead, Machado second, Leitown in the third position, Fahari in fourth, and there you can see Parola Machado in the black jersey, an incomplete maneuver on that wave. Some challenging conditions today, 2 to 4 foot, small, inconsistent. We've got some side onshore winds, periodic rain, a gray cloud cover, but we've been plowing through, making the best of it. There you can see gray, overcast. We get some rain, it goes away, it comes back again. So Mother Nature playing some games with us today, but we've been able to plug through. And as I was saying earlier, according to Jeff Hubbard and a bunch of the pro guys who were checking swell forecasts today, it's looking like a pretty solid swell is headed our way for the end of competition. So getting the bulk of competition done in smaller, more challenging conditions, we're looking at 6 foot plus potentially for Saturday and Sunday. So stay tuned on that. But right now, right here in the water, 16:20 left in Heat 1, Round 3 of the women's. Currently, it is Parola Machado in the lead ahead of Patricia Sechabel. Machado with a 4.75 and a 1.5. That 1.5 will eventually need to be replaced. Sechabel with a 5.0, still looking for a backup wave. She's followed by Leitown, who has a 4.0, and Claudia Ferrari with a 1.50 out in the water at the moment. Again, this is Day 3 of competition here at the Rio Bodyboarding International 2012, coming to you from Posto Cinco in Copacabana in a rainy Rio de Janeiro right now. But I'll take this, like I said, I'll take this for winter weather anytime. I'll take gray and rainy with like 70, 80 degrees anytime. It beats snow and cold. And up and riding, Parola Machado in the black jersey on the right, looking for a section. Punches the roll through the pitching whitewater, and that will be all she writes on that one. So waiting for that score to drop. That should replace that 1.50 she has currently. And just waiting for the scores to register from our judges. And there you can see the score falls down. It is a 4.25, so that will be her new secondary score. That will put her in the lead here in the early going. Just under 15 minutes remaining in the 20-minute heat. Meanwhile, up and riding, Marta Leitown in the white jersey. A nice little roll off of that section. Closed out. She hit it just in time. She should get a decent score on that one. Real quick, a shout-out to Bruno Uzeda, who is a Postal Cinco local. He is currently residing in Iowa at the moment. So big shout-out to him for watching from Iowa, stuck in the heartland of the United States, as we call it. We are just under 14 minutes remaining, and currently, situation in the water, Machado first, Setchable second, Leitown in third, chasing a 4.51, and Ferrari in fourth place needs a 7.0. And here we have Patricia Setchable taking off and pretty much doing a Rolo takeoff. As soon as she started to take off on that wave, it stood up and was about to break. She goes for the Rolo takeoff, unable to complete the maneuver. She'll get a 1.5 from the judges on that one. She will remain in the second spot. That score will not affect her overall combined score, which currently sits at an 8.5, comprised of a 5 and a 3.5. We have just under 13 minutes remaining, and real quick, I'd like to say thanks to Terry McKenna, Teza covering the booth for me for a few heats, so I could run back down the street to my apartment, see what my wife was up to, take care of a few things, and then cruise back here, walk around, take some photos. You know, running around doing my thing for a few heats before stepping back to cover round 3 of women's. Also, a big shout-out to my wife and family. Thank you for watching. Also, my friends back and family back home in New Jersey. And big thanks to our sponsors, Void Rider Bodyboards, the state government of Rio de Janeiro, Rio Tour, Guidoguinho, YouTube, and a big thanks to the supervising and producing bodies of this event, Brazilian Bodyboarding Confederation, Adding Sports and Entertainment, and Rio Bodyboarding Federation. Without them, there would be no event here, so big thanks once again to our sponsors and the supervising bodies. There you can see out in the water Marta Leitown and Patricia Setchable cruising the lineup looking for the next round of waves to come through. 11:30 remaining in this heat. Currently Setchable sitting in the second position. Leitown in third looking to unseat her. Leitown chasing a 4.51. So it'll be interesting to keep an eye on these girls here. You can see it is going to be Leitown taking off on this one. She airdrops into the wave, lands mid-face, digs a rail, and she just got pumped on that one. So, again, even though it's smaller, that inside there where you see the white water churning around is very shallow. There's some spots where it's only like 6 inches of water, so if you wipe out on one of these waves, even though it's a smaller wave, it'll plant you in the bottom. There you can see at the water's edge getting ready to head out for the next heat. We're going to see in the red jersey, Andrea Diaz. She'll be joined out in the water with Jessica Becker and a couple others. Excuse me, I just need to get an updated heat draw, and I will get you the names. Here we go. I knew I had one somewhere, folks. Trust me, if you could see me on camera right now, I've got my computer going. I've got posters. I got tour guide books. I got maps. I got notebooks and heat draws and pens and markers, and you name it, I've pretty much got it scattered on here. The only thing not left on here are the dogginos that have been getting put in front of me, and that's because I've eaten them and put the wrappers off to the side on the floor over here. But it looks like if you've been to college and you know what a late night cram session looks like, that's what my desk looks like right now today. So bear with me. In that next heat, we're going to see Andrea Diaz, Jessica Becker, Maria Helena Tostas, and Juliana Freitas. So there you go. But right now, out in the water, heat 1, round 3, 9:40 and counting down left in this heat. Currently, Parola Machado in the lead, Patricia Setchable in second, holding on to that advancement spot. And currently in third, Marta Leitown in search of a 4.51 and currently in the fourth position. Claudia Ferrari needs a 7.0. There you can see Marta Leitown out in the water waiting for something to come her way. We're coming down to the 9-minute mark. We've passed the halfway point in this heat. And here you can see she's paddling into position for this one, taking a look. But it's going to be the current heat leader, Machado, taking off on that one. Again, Parola Machado in the black jersey. And that's an incomplete for Parola. She will paddle back out to the lineup and look for a better one. So again, right now we are in round 3 of the Women's Pro Division. We are going to wrap up the day after round 3. We will resume tomorrow. Tomorrow we will be going into round 7 and 8 of the men's. We will be going into rounds 4 and 5 of the women's. And another full day of competition tomorrow. Also, don't forget, tomorrow night, the Champions Banquet at Cafe Del Mar at 11 p.m. We will be honoring all of Brazil's world champions in bodyboarding. We'll even have a visit from the mayor of Rio. So definitely don't want to miss that. If you check the Rio Bodyboarding International Facebook page, there's also an event page for what's going down at Cafe Del Mar. You can check that out. It's 30 reais for the guys, 20 reais for the ladies. A majority of the guests that will be there, it's an invitation only, so spaces are limited. So definitely want to check that out and get on that sooner rather than later. Right now, out in the water, coming down to the 7-minute mark. That competitor right there, Marta Leitown, in need of a 4.51, up and riding, taking this right-hander, and that's going to close right off the bat. She goes for the flip off the top, but really no momentum, unable to complete the maneuver. That will not help her any. So she will draw a 1.15 for the incomplete maneuver on that one. Again, that will not help her cause any. She's currently chasing a 4.51, and there, the competitor in red, Claudia Ferrari, in need of a 4.51. She scored a 4.0 on her last wave. Meanwhile, here, the second-place advancement slot holder, Patricia Setchable, on the right. She got the opening maneuver and then lost the handle on her board. And here we go, Marta Leitown up and riding on this one. She takes off, hits the roll, throws a 360 and another one in the white water. She'll get scored on the roll, not the spins in the white water. And it looks like a 4.25 for Patricia Setchable. That's enough to move her ahead of Parola Machado. So right now, situation change out in the water with just under 6 minutes. Patricia Setchable moves into the top spot, bumps Parola Machado to second. Marta Leitown in third, still chasing that second spot. She needs a 5.15. And now Claudia Ferrari in need of a 5.15 as well. So again, current standing out in the water with 5.5 minutes remaining. Setchable first, Machado second, Leitown third, and Ferrari in fourth. And here we have a little bit of a paddle battle between white and red. Neither of them taking it. That's Marta Letown in white, Claudia Ferrari in the red jersey. We are under 5 minutes remaining in this heat. Letown looking for a 4.85. Ferrari needing a 5.15. It's currently Setchable and Machado in the top 2 advancing spots. And here you can see Setchable and Letown taking a look at that. A little paddle battling going on out there, getting a little heated. Under 4.5 minutes remaining. And here we have Marta Letown again in the 3rd position, taking a look at that one. She still needs a 4.85 or better to supersede Parola Machado. I'm sorry, I keep switching first names for Setchable and Machado. It's Patricia Setchable and Parola Machado. Parola sitting in 2nd, Patricia in 1st. Marta Letown chasing a 4.85 to get that 2nd and advancing spot away from Machado. Claudia Ferrari in need of a 5.15 sits in 4th. There you see her in the red jersey, keeping an eye on the horizon, hoping for something to come through. 3:25 remaining in this heat. And flying into the screen out of nowhere, that looked like Parola Machado in the black jersey. It actually may have been Marta Letown. I will wait to see what scores drop. Coming down to the 3-minute mark. And, yes, that was Marta Letown. She gets a 3.15. And then there on the outside, Claudia Ferrari keeping an eye on things. There you can see Andrea Diaz waiting to hit the water for her heat. She will be coming up next, hitting the water with Jessica Becker. Maria Helena Tostes, and Juliana Freitas up and riding. Parola Machado on that one. Not much there, so she's going to duck out and bail. She'll paddle back out for another. We have 2.5 minutes remaining, and again, Patricia Setchable in the lead. Here we have Claudia Ferrari up and riding on this smaller right-hander. Claudia getting a roll off of that wave, and that's about it. I don't know if that's going to be the 5.15 she needs, but that should definitely replace the 1.50 she has as a secondary score. That's only her 3rd wave of the heat, counting down to about 2 minutes left. Claudia Ferreira with a 2.90 on that wave. So she sits on a 4 and a 2.90. She needs a 5.15 still if she's going to move out of the 4th spot into the 2nd position and advance out of this heat. We are now under 2 minutes remaining in this heat, and it's crunch time now. Marta Letown in 3rd. There you see in the white jersey, she needs a 4.85 or better if she's going to move into that 2nd spot and survive to compete again tomorrow. Right now it's Patricia Setchable and Parola Machado holding on to those top 2 spots, and time counting down, less than 1.5 minutes remaining in this heat. One minute remaining, and Claudia Ferrari up and riding on this left-hander. Gets a nice little roll off of that section. That was a better wave for her. That should be a decent score for her. 1 minute remaining, and again, that was Claudia Ferrari. She needed a 5.15. That was a slightly bigger set wave, a nice clean left, and she will score a 6.65 and moves to the front of the pack with less than a minute left. Claudia Ferrari in the red jersey from Hawaii. She scored a 6.65 on that last wave. She now has a 6.65 and a 4. 40 seconds remaining. Ferrari moving to the top. Situation change. Ferrari first, Setchable second. Parola Machado getting bumped down to 3rd. She now needs a 4.51. Marta Letown getting bumped to 4th. She needs a 4.96 or better to move into that 2nd spot. 24 seconds and counting down. Ferrari first, Setchable second. Letown needs a 4.96. Machado needs a 4.51. Here we have Marta Letown taking a look at that. She's not going to be able to get into it. Time counting down, running out. 10 seconds left in the heat. Marta knows it. Here she is, up and riding on the right, throws into a forward spin, digs the tail, and that will not do it. Time is going to run out, and within the last minute, Claudia Ferrari, moving from 4th to 1st, will advance out along with Patricia Setchable. So Claudia Ferrari from Hawaii, Patricia Setchable from Brazil. They are the heat winners. Ferrari winning the heat, Setchable second. They will advance on. We will see them again tomorrow in women's round 4. All right, and the horn has sounded. And out in the water, we are going to see Andrea Diaz in red, Jessica Becker in white, Maria Helena Tostas in yellow, and Juliana Freitas in black. There you can see Patricia Setchable coming out of the water, sitting down on the beach. Everybody in that heat pretty much wondering what the heck happened, except for Claudia Ferrari, who managed to get a 6.65 on her last wave within a minute left of the heat and went from 4th right to 1st, moved out of the heat, bumped everybody on down the line. Patricia Setchable fortunately finished second and still advanced out. The other two girls, they're still scratching their heads wondering what the heck happened there. So again, Patricia Setchable and Claudia Ferrari advancing out. Claudia with the last second heroics, pulling out the score that she needed to take her from 4th to 1st with about 50 seconds left in the heat. That was a pretty impressive wait till the last minute performance from her, but she pulled the right wave, got the right score that she needed, and boom, from 4th to 1st, on to the next round. Meanwhile, here we go out in the water, getting things started for this heat. Maria Helena Tostas taking off on the left, gets a roll, comes out through the white water, and up and riding Andrea Diaz. Andrea going for the roll, unable to complete the maneuver. So we have the first couple of rides up on the scoreboard, just waiting for the judges to finalize those. It looked like Tostas got the better of the exchange. Scores dropping. And just waiting for that to sort out. Meanwhile, out in the water, we have Juliana Freitas in black and Jessica Becker in white waiting to get on the board. And actually, it looks like we have threes for both Diaz and Tostas. So 3.0 for each of their first waves. So we currently have a tie for first with the first two riders, waiting for the other two riders to get on the board. Still in the early going, 17 and a half minutes remaining in this 20-minute heat. As I've stated all day, 20-minute heats, top two waves count towards final combined score. Top two riders will advance on to tomorrow's competition and the next round. And there you can see Jessica Becker in the white jersey getting her first wave. And it looks like she may very well come out ahead of the other girls. And there is Juliana Freitas in the black jersey taking a look, but backs off at the last moment as she saw that wave was going to close down and wasn't worth her while. So, yes, a 4.75 to get Jessica Becker started. She will paddle back out to the lineup and look for a secondary score. Meanwhile, that girl right there in the black, Juliana Freitas, still looking to get on the board with her first wave of the heat. Still early going, just under 17 minutes remaining, 16:45 and counting. And there we have Jessica Becker pulling into the right. Pulls into a bit of a closeout barrel, and somehow she sneaks out of that. She comes out through the whitewater. She held on to her board. That was a pretty good ride there for Jessica Becker, and it looks like she is going to get a decent score from the judges, a 6.75. She pulled into the closeout barrel. It looked like she rolled out of it and somehow squirted out through the whitewater and completed the maneuver. So critical move in a critical closeout. Even though it's a smaller wave, she somehow managed to hold on and push through. She gets rewarded for her effort, a 6.75 to go with her 4.75. This has Jessica Becker in the lead at the moment. She is followed by Andrea Diaz and Maria Helena Tostas. They both have a 3.0 to their name, and again, we are still waiting for Juliana Freitas to get on the board with her first wave of the day. So again, still here in the early going, just under 15 minutes remaining in this heat, and there's Juliana Freitas riding into your screen, a quick little up and down ride. It won't be much of a score, but at least it gives her her first wave of the heat, something to get going, and now she can go from there. Each girl with at least one wave. The rest of them looking for backup scores. Jessica Becker already with her first two waves. She sits in the lead with 14.25 remaining. And here we have Andrea Diaz on her second wave. Pulls in, goes for the roll. Kind of gets caught up in the whitewater, but manages to push out in front. She will complete that maneuver. That will give her her second wave of the heat. And she will score a 3.05 on that. So right now with a 3.0 and a 3.05. Again, still here in the early going, just under 14 minutes remaining. Andrea Diaz sitting in second. Now up and riding. Maria Helena Tostas hits the eject button on that one. There you see her board pop up through the roof of the wave. She goes for a swim, and she bails out on that one, a 1.25 for the effort. Meanwhile, up and riding, Juliana Freitas on the right goes for the roll and unable to hold on to her board. That will be an incomplete maneuver for her. So a little bit of difficulty with the conditions out here right now. Jessica Becker having the best of it so far. Here she is up and riding again on the right-hand wave. Down the line, throws into a nice clean forward spin, gets the around pretty clean, and then she bails before that closeout section at the end. Not much to work with. So a quick little wave for Jessica Becker. That probably will not factor into her combined score right now. And there you can see a helicopter flying by. You see a lot of helicopters flying around in Brazil. Police helicopters, private helicopters. I've heard stories about how in Sao Paulo, the richer families don't even bother driving because the traffic is so bad. They will just fly building top to building top in their own private helicopters. That's pretty interesting. If somebody wants to buy me a helicopter, I'll gladly fly rooftop to rooftop and stop driving. But until then, I guess I'll stick to four wheels instead of the propellers. All right, we have 12 minutes remaining in this heat, and real quick, it's shout out to John Barbs. He posted up on the IBA YouTube, "Swell sounds good." Yes, it does. And there you can see Jessica Becker on that wave. She's currently sitting on the strength of a 4.75 and a 6.75 and sits in first place. We'll see if this score replaces that 4.75 on that ride. And yes, a 6.15 from the judges. So now she sits on the strength of a 6.75, 6.15. That has her perched in first place in this heat right now. 11:20 remaining. She is followed by Andrea Diaz, who has a 3.0 and a 3.05 thus far. She is also followed by Maria Helena Tostas, who has a 3.0 and a 1.25. She's going to want to get rid of that 1.25 as quickly as possible. She needs a 3.05 or better to supersede Diaz. And currently in the fourth position, Juliana Freitas has a 0.5 and a 1.4. These two girls, Maria Helena Tostes and Juliana Freitas, advanced through their earlier rounds. They were looking pretty strong, but they're having a little bit of a struggle out in the water with the conditions right now. It's definitely a little tricky out there. A smaller surf, 2 to 4 foot, occasional side shore, occasionally onshore winds, some backwash, shallow conditions on the inside, some swirling currents. It's definitely a little bit of work out there right now, but as we were saying, and as John Barbs commented on, we have a swell on the way. It sounds good to all of us. I know Jeff Hubbard was pretty amped at the outlook. Saturday and Sunday could get real interesting. So if riders can hold on and make it through these smaller conditions and make it to the last couple of days, their efforts will be rewarded double by seeing the likes of some bigger swell. And there, quick wave exchange, Juliana Freitas and Jessica Becker up on that one. So we will wait for scores to register, and I will update the situation as soon as possible. We are just under 10 minutes remaining in this heat, Heat 2, Round 3 of the Women's Pro Division. And Jessica Becker with a 3.25 on that last wave. That will not factor into her final combined score. She remains in first place. And again, right now, Andrea Diaz sitting in second with a 3 and a 3.05 to her name. She's going to want to firm up her scores a little bit. She's a little vulnerable in that second spot right now. She needs to fend off Juliana Freitas, who just scored a 3.0 on her last wave, so that replaces one of her low scores. Now she needs to replace that 1.40. She only needs a 3.05 if she's going to move into that second spot and advance out of this heat. She is followed by Maria Helena Tostes, who sits in the fourth position. She also needs only a 3.05 or better. She's sitting on a 3.0 and needs to get rid of that 1.25. And there, that was Maria Helena Tostes in the yellow jersey up and riding on that wave. And that may very well bump Diaz. Yes, it bumps Diaz out of second into third. She gets a 4.0 for that, so she has a 4.0, 3.0. That's enough to put her into second position and bump Andrea Diaz to third. Andrea Diaz now needs a 3.96 or better to move back into that second advancing spot. Meanwhile, Juliana Freitas only needs a 4.0 or better to move out of fourth into second. So with 8 minutes remaining, some shuffling starting to go on out in the water with positioning on the point scores. Stay tuned. I'm sure we'll see some more. We've seen it all day long. A lot of last-minute scrambles and position changes, some of them coming right down to the very end and having to wait for scores to be finalized after the final horn. So, again, stay tuned. It's anybody's game at this point. 7.5 minutes remaining. Becker in the lead. Tostes in second. Diaz in third, needing a 3.96. Freitas in fourth, needing a 4.0. With 6.5 minutes remaining, it is Maria Helena Tostes taking off on this left-hander. Backwash hits it and pretty much closes it out. She tries to roll through the white water, but unable to complete the maneuver, ride through ahead of that. She will score 1.5 with the judges for that effort. She'll paddle back out and look for something a little better. Meanwhile, up and riding in red, Andrea Diaz on this left-hander throws into the forward spin. Tries to combo it with the roll, but just pulls out the back. So a quick wave for Andrea Diaz on that left-hander. Scores coming down the pipe from the judges right now, a 2.75 for her effort on that one. That is not going to be enough to reclaim that second spot. Andrea currently needs a 3.96 or better. She receives a 2.75 on her last wave. And scores dropping for Maria Helena Tostes, a 2.95 for her effort. She sits in that second spot. That will not affect her overall score at all. She currently has a 4.0 and a 3.0. She needs to replace that 3.0 if she's going to firm things up a little bit in the second spot. But right now it is Becker in first. There you can see cruising the lineup in the white jersey and paddling into this. Juliana Freitas in need of a 4.01. Drives off the bottom, hits the roll, completes the maneuver, rides out in front of the white water, and then she will turn around and head back out. That should be a decent score for her. We'll see how it registers with the judges. She needs a 4.01 to move into second. And we have a situation change out in the water with less than 5 minutes remaining. Juliana Freitas moving into the second spot. She scores a 4.25 on her last wave. That's her new high score for the heat so far. That's enough to jump ahead of Tostes, who's now in third, needing a 3.26, and drops Diaz to fourth place, needing a 4.21. And there you can see in the red jersey, Annabelle Guittard from Venezuela, the sister of Lumar Guittard, the pro bodyboarder, also one of the event organizers for the upcoming Venezuela Pro Bodyboard Festival. That will follow this event several days after the window. After this event, everybody will be heading down to Venezuela for the next Women's World Tour event. It is also a global qualifier series event for the men and a Drop Knee World Tour event. So again, we will see Lumar Guittard's sister Annabelle Guittard coming up in the next heat. She will be in the red jersey. She will be joining Gabriela Gouveia, one of the local girls, Fabricia Silva, and Chris Kale. We saw Fabricia and Chris move through their earlier heats. Meanwhile, out in the water, we had a little wave action while I was talking about that. Situation remains unchanged, though. Jessica Becker in the lead. Freitas in second. Tostes currently in third, needing a 3.26. And Diaz in the fourth spot, needing a 4.21. We have 3 minutes remaining in this heat. .245 remaining, and there you can see the heat leader in white, Jessica Becker. And on the opposite end of the spectrum, in the red jersey, Diaz. And up and riding on this one, Tostes currently sitting in third, needs a 3.26. Will that be enough on that wave to get the 3.26 she needs to move ahead of Freitas? Waiting for the scores to drop from the judges. 2:20 remaining in this heat. She will score a 3.0. That will not be enough. She remains in the third spot with 2:15 and counting down. Right now, Jessica Becker in the lead. Juliana Freitas in that second spot, trying to hold off Maria Helena Tostes in the yellow jersey, who needs a 3.26. Tostes with a 3.0 on her last wave. Came up just a little bit short. She needed a little bit more than what she got. She's back out there. She's still got a little time. Just under 2 minutes remaining. Meanwhile, Diaz in the fourth spot. She needs a 4.21 or better. She currently has high scores of 3 and 3.05. And here we go. Tostes up and riding again. Drives off the bottom. Gets a nice, powerful roll. Punches through the pitching lip. And there you can see a replay of that wave from another camera angle. And just waiting for scores to drop on that. That could very well shake things up out in the water. I apologize. That last wave was actually Jessica Becker immediately following Tostes. So waiting for scores to register with the judges. 3.75 for Maria Helena Tostes with 1:15 remaining. That's enough to move her into that second position. Juliana Freitas getting dropped to third. She now needs a 3.50 or better. Meanwhile, Diaz needs a 4.70 or better if she's going to get out of that fourth place spot and into second to advance. There you can see Juliana Freitas and Andrea Diaz taking a look at things. Under a minute remaining, counting down, 45 seconds left. Again, Becker in first. Tostas moving into second. Freitas down to third, needing a 3.5. And Diaz in fourth, needing a 4.7. So there you can see the competitors out in the water, all bunched up in a pack. And I'm going to be willing to say that Tostas is going to shadow Freitas as much as possible. Try and make sure she doesn't get that wave that she needs. 20 seconds remaining. Becker, Tostas in the advancing spots. Freitas and Diaz hoping for something to come through to get a shot. Coming down to the 10-second mark. Looks like there might be a little bump coming through, but it might not be in time. 5 seconds remaining in this heat. Again, Becker first, Tostas second, Freitas in third, needing a 3.50. She's not going to get it. It's going to be Jessica Becker and Maria Helena Tostas moving out of this heat. We will see them again tomorrow in round 4 of the Women's Pro Division. All right, and the horn has sounded for Heat 3, Round 3 of the Women's Pro Division out in the water. Right now, we're going to see Anabel Guitard in red from Venezuela. She is joined by the Brazilians, Gabriela Gouveia, the local here at Postal Cinco. They are joined by Fabricia Silva and Chris Kale. This is a 20-minute heat. Top 2 waves scored. Top 2 riders advance on to Round 4. For those of you just tuning in, this is Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. We're coming to you live from Postal Cinco here in Copacabana in a gray and rainy Rio de Janeiro, Brazil today. The weather rolled in earlier. It got funky on us. It's been gray and cloudy and overcast. We've had intermittent rain, shifting winds, and up and riding there you see Gabrielle Gouveia getting things started out. She will get the first wave of the heat and get things going. She hits a nice little roll off of that right-hander, waiting for scores to register. Gabrielle Gouveia getting on the board first. As I was saying, some tricky conditions and tricky weather today. Mother Nature raining, not raining, raining again. So we've had intermittent passing showers. We've had shifting wind. Sometimes it's side onshore. Sometimes it's side offshore. And it's definitely made things interesting. Out in the water, surf 2 to 4 foot with some backwash, some shallow conditions on the inside, a lot of closeouts. Wave selection has been crucial, but we've seen a lot of big maneuvers out in the water. Some really technical stuff, air roll spins, flips. We've seen some solid combinations from the men and the women, and making the best of the conditions today, as we've been talking about. Swell forecast is looking pretty good for the weekend. So the riders that make it through these smaller, more challenging conditions here in the opening rounds and the heats and rounds we're running today will most likely be rewarded Saturday and Sunday when the larger swell fills in and ends things with a bang here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. And with about 17 and a half minutes remaining up and riding, Anabel Guitard on her second wave. Her first wave, a 1.25, an incomplete maneuver. This one will be a 1.5 or maybe waiting to see what the judges throw. It's actually going to be a 1.10. Meanwhile, that rider right there, Fabricia Silva, with a 5.0 on her opening wave. And now Chris Kale up and riding, getting her opening wave of the heat. A nice roll from Kale on the left. That should be a good opening score for her. Right now, it is Silva with a 5.0, Gouveia with 3.75, Guitard with a 1.25 and a 1.1, and Kale will move up into the second spot with a 4.25, and she will be on the hunt for a secondary score, as will Silva and Gouveia. And here we have Silva up and riding on her second wave. Throws into a forward spin, resets her line, drives down, trying to get some speed, looking for a section. Goes for the roll. A little sloppy there, but completes it anyway. Tries to finish off with another roll, but unable to complete the maneuver. So she'll get scored on the first 2 maneuvers, and scores dropping from the judges. That should be a pretty decent, moderate score. Should help her hold on to that top spot that she is sitting in here in the early going. Again, 16:20 remaining in this 20-minute heat. And, yes, a 4.75 for Fabricia Silva. Meanwhile, up and riding Gabrielle Gouveia in the white jersey. Gabrielle going for the roll, gets caught up in the lip, unable to complete the maneuver. So that will be a 1.5 from the judges for her. She currently sits in third. Now everybody on the board with at least 2 waves, except for this girl, Chris Kale, and she's looking at one right now. We'll see if she takes off. No, she's going to let that one roll by. So again, real quick, thank you for joining us here. The 2012 Rio Bodyboarding International coming to you from Copacabana in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. My name is Steve Action Jackson. I've been hosting the English commentary all day long. Big thanks to Terry McKenna for helping out, giving me a chance to take a break here and there. And also big thanks for Jeff Hubbard and Guilherme Tamega for stopping in the booth, helping with commentary, answering a few questions. There you can see Gabrielle Gouveia getting a roll on that one, a little bit more solid than her last wave. And just waiting for a couple of scores to drop again. Chris Kale still looking for her second wave. Annabelle Guittard is having a little bit of a struggle out there. She's got a 1.25 and a 1.4 for her high scores so far. Fabricia Silva with a 5.0, a 4.75, and Gabrielle Gouveia is going to score a 4.65 on her last wave. That's enough to push her up into the second spot behind Silva. So currently in the water with 14:30 remaining. Silva in first, Gouveia second. Kale sitting in third, needs a 4.16. And Annabelle Guittard in the red jersey needs a 7.0. We have 14 minutes remaining, and Annabelle Guittard up and riding, pulls into his left-hander, drives off the bottom real quick, tries to hit the roll, unable to complete the maneuver. She got caught up in that one, and she's having a little bit of difficulty out there. She hasn't really been able to complete her maneuver so far. She gets a 1.5 on that one, so she has high scores right now of 1.5 and 1.4. She's definitely going to want to replace both of those scores. She just needs to settle down, be patient, and focus out there, and she should be able to put together a couple of scores and get her right back into the mix of this. But right now, her first 5 waves, a little difficulty out there for Annabelle Guittard from Venezuela. Meanwhile, currently in the lead, Fabricia Silva, not much difficulty on her first waves, a 5.0 and a 4.75 has her sitting in the lead. Meanwhile, Chris Kale in the black jersey gets her secondary score under her belt, and a nice projected air roll on that one. A lot of speed, a lot of power. Chris Kale looking strong on that one, and that's definitely going to score well with the judges. So we are waiting for scores to finalize for Gabrielle Gouveia and Chris Kale. Chris Kale with a 6.25 on her last wave. That is enough to sit her in second place. She moves up to the second spot. And a 6.0 for Gabrielle Gouveia. She will move into the top spot. So right now, Gouveia in first with a 6.0 and a 4.65. Chris Kale with a 4.25 and a 6.25. Up and riding Annabelle Guittard in the red jersey. And again, having a little difficulty out there. So current situation out in the water with 12 minutes remaining. Gabrielle Gouveia in first. Chris Kale in second. Fabricia Silva currently in third, chasing a 5.51. And at the moment, in fourth place in the red jersey, Annabelle Guittard from Venezuela with in need of an 8.35 or better. She scored a 2.15 on her last wave. Up and riding, Gabrielle Gouveia, the local girl, also the local motorcycle cop here in Copacabana. She was up and riding on that one. It looks like she's going to get a pretty good score from the judges on that. A 5.25. That will become her new high secondary score. So she has a 6.0 and a 5.25. She sits in the driver's seat right now. She is in first, followed by Chris Kale. That girl in yellow, Fabricia Silver, sitting in third, needs a 5.51 to overtake Kale for that second and advancing spot. And right now, Annabelle sitting in the fourth spot. She's chasing an 8.35 right now. She's got her work cut out for her. We have a 10:20 remaining in this heat, almost at the halfway point. And again, right now, it's Gouveia first, Kale second, Silva in third, in need of a 5.51, and in fourth, Guittard seeking an 8.35. 10 minutes remaining in this heat. Don't forget to stay tuned for all the latest news, highlights, and updates. Be sure to visit riobodyboarding.com.br as well as ibaworldtour.com. Rio Bodyboarding International on Facebook and the IBA World Tour Facebook page. All the information up there. Also live webcast on riobodyboarding.com.br and youtube.com/IBA World Tour. You have your option of Portuguese and English. Choose the language you want to watch the webcast in and go from there. Enjoy the action out in the water. Again, tomorrow we'll be getting into the heavier action, some of the higher-seeded guys, some of the bigger names in the sport, men's and women's. And we should start to see an increase in swell hopefully tomorrow. Saturday and Sunday looking pretty good forecast-wise for the swell. Up and riding on this one on the right-hander, Gabrielle Gouveia. Gabrielle drives off the bottom, gets the roll, and throws the spin in the whitewater for good measure. Gouveia currently sitting in the top spot. She has a 6.0 and a 5.25 to her name so far. Waiting for her scores to register on that last one. I don't know if that's going to change her combined score any or have any effect on it. Nope. She will get a 5.0. That will not replace the 5.25. So, again, 5.25 and a 6.0 for her high scores. She sits in the lead. She is followed by Chris Kale, who has a 4.25 and a 6.25 to her name. Fabricia Silva sitting in third, needs a 5.51. And Annabelle Guittard is now chasing an 8.35 if she's going to climb out of that fourth spot and advance out of this heat. We have 8 minutes remaining in this heat, Heat 3, Round 3, Day 3 of competition here at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. We are just under 7 minutes remaining, and out in the water, no change in situation. It is still Gabriela Gouveia using her local knowledge to maintain the lead out there in the water. She is sitting on a combined score of 11.25 and the lead. She is followed by Chris Kale in black with a 10.50. Currently in third, Fabricia Silva needs a 5.51 or better. She's going to move into that second spot and advance on to tomorrow's competition. And Annabelle Guittard out there in fourth position in the red jersey. She needs an 8.35 or better to advance on, move into that second spot, and hope to compete tomorrow. Coming down to the 6 minute mark right now. And again, Gouveia first, Kale second, Silva third, and Guittard in fourth. Five and a half minutes remaining, and that is Annabelle Guittard taking off on that one. And unable to complete the maneuver on that one. Again, Annabelle really just not able to get into a rhythm and complete her maneuvers. She's been struggling a little bit out there. Definitely not giving up, but having some troubles. Meanwhile, this woman has not been having too many troubles. Gabriela Gouveia unable to complete that maneuver, but she has been able to put together a 6.0 and a 5.25 to maintain the lead out in the water right now. And there's one of the bigger sets of the day breaking in front of her, and they're pulling in to that little closeout barrel and somehow finding the doggy door and squeezing out. Fabricia Silva, she's not really going to score much of that, as barrels are not going to score much on a small day like this. She basically took off, the wave closed, she snuck out through the doggy door, and that was all she wrote on that one. And that will be a minimal score at best. But we do have a situation change out in the water with about 4:20 left in the heat. Chris Kale in the black jersey scoring a 5.90. That is enough to move her into the top spot, bump Gabrielle Gouveia down to second. So, again, we're counting down to the 4 minute mark. Chris Kale moves into the top spot. She has a 5.90 and a 6.25 for a combined 12.15. She bumps Gabrielle Gouveia down to the second spot, who has a combined score of 11.25. Fabricia Silva in third spot, chasing a 6.25. And now the gap increases for Annabelle Guittard. She is now chasing a 9.10. She is creeping ever closer to that unfriendly territory known as Combination Land. 3.5 minutes remaining, and again, Kale in first, Gouveia second, Silva third, and Guittard fourth. 3:25 and counting down. Silva with a 1.50 on her last wave. That will not help her cause any. She still needs a 6.25. And it looks like Annabelle Guittard has reached her 10 waves. I don't recall if they're doing a 10 wave or a 12 wave max. I think it may be a 12 wave max. But she currently has 10 waves out in the water, and she has been, like I said, she's been having a little trouble out there reading the waves, completing her maneuvers. She's currently sitting on a 1.5 and a 2.15 as her high scores. So a rough go out in the water right now for Annabelle Guittard. Again, she needs a 9.10. She's on the verge of entering Combo Land, which is territory nobody should venture into if they have any say on the matter. On the opposite end of the spectrum, though, it is Chris Kale. She has 3 waves to her name, 4.25, her low score that does not count. Her scores that do count, a 6.25 and a 5.90. We are counting down to the 2 minute mark in this heat. Heat 3, round 3 on day 3 of competition here at the Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. And we have just under 2 minutes remaining, and it looks like, yes, she has reached her 10-wave maximum. Annabelle Guittard is done for the day. She will finish fourth in this heat. She will be cruising the rest of this competition as a spectator, unfortunately. Hopefully she'll have better luck down in her home country of Venezuela. And that was Gabrielle Gouveia taking off and catching a rail, throwing into a forward spin. That will not affect her overall combined score. She currently sits in second with a 6.0 and a 5.25. She has 8 waves, 2 waves remaining with 120 left on the clock. And currently it is Chris Kale maximizing the use of minimal effort out there. Again, a 6.25 and a 5.90, her high scores. She's only caught 3 waves, but she's made them count, and she's now sitting atop the scoreboard right now with 1 minute remaining. So it is Chris Kale in first, Gabrielle Gouveia in second, and right now Fabricia Silva needs a 6.25 to move out of third into second and advance on. Less than a minute remaining, 50 seconds and counting down. So Silva looking for something, 45 seconds left. She's trying to bump that woman, Gabrielle Gouveia, out of the second spot to advance on to tomorrow's competition in round 4 of the Women's Pro Division. 30 seconds remaining in the heat. Is anything going to come Silva's way? Waiting to find out. Will she be able to beat out that woman there, Gabrielle Gouveia, or will Gabrielle Gouveia continue on and advance out of this heat with Chris Kale? Counting down, 15 seconds remain. Again, Chris Kale in the lead, Gabrielle Gouveia second, Silva in third, needs a 6.25. And as I mentioned before, Annabelle Guittard reached her 10-wave max. She is already out of the water. Time runs out, and there you can see the local girl, Gabrielle Gouveia, a local here at Posto Cinco, and like I said, one of the local motorcycle cops for the police, for the municipal police department. She will advance on to competition tomorrow. So Chris Kale, Gabrielle Gouveia, they move on. We will see them again tomorrow in round 4. All right, and we are underway with the final heat of the day, Heat 4, Round 3, Women's Pro Division, here on Day 3 of Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. Right now, out in the water, we have Lourdes Infante from Venezuela, Fatima Zara from Morocco, Kirtis Montenegro, and Joselene Amorim from here in Brazil. And it looks like Montenegro getting on the board first with that one. That will be an incomplete maneuver, though. She will get sticks across the board from the judges, but that will get her started, and she can build from there. Meanwhile, up and riding, Zara from Morocco with a nice little left-hander. Hits the roll, and that will get her on the board. That should be a pretty decent mid-range score for the Moroccan. So again, just underway here in this 20-minute heat, Heat 4, Round 3, Day 3 of competition. And here we have a couple of girls taking a look. This is Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. We are coming to you from Posto Cinco here in Copacabana, Rio de Janeiro. A little bit of a rainy day, some tough conditions out in the water, small, tricky, backwash, current, you name it, some rain. It's been an interesting day for sure. We've seen some big moves in these smaller waves. We've seen some heated battles out in the water, some interferences, some serious jockeying and paddle battling. And here we are at the conclusion of the day. This is the last heat of the day. We are in the Women's Pro Division Round 3, Heat 4. And again, out in the water right now in red, Lourdes Infante from Venezuela. In white, Fatima Zara from Morocco. In yellow, Kirtis Montenegro from Brazil. And in black, Joselene Amorim from Brazil. Currently, Infante, Zara, and Montenegro all on the board, and it looks like Amorim on the board as well. So each of our riders with at least one wave under their belt, they will look to build from there. And again, 20-minute final, top 2 waves score towards your final combined score, and the top 2 riders at the end of the heat will move on to the next round. And up and riding in black, Joselene Amorim. And she gets a nice little ride there. We'll wait for scores to finalize from the judges, and I will give you an update on the situation out in the water here in the early going of Heat 4, Round 3. One last time today, I'd like to thank our sponsors for this event, Void Rider Bodyboards, the state government of Rio de Janeiro, Rio Tour, Guido Guinho, YouTube, and the supervising and producing bodies for this event, adding sports and entertainment, the Brazilian Bodyboarding Confederation, and Rio Bodyboarding Federation. Or, I'm sorry, I messed that up. That's the Brazilian Bodyboarding Confederation and Rio Bodyboarding Federation. I'm used to reading these names in Portuguese, so much so that now when I try and translate them and say them in English, I have a tendency to mix them up and get all mumble-mouthed on them. So I apologize for that. It is late in the day. It's been a long day. I'm kind of wiped out at this point. Despite the excessive amounts of coffee and espresso that I've had, and even a nice helping of acai, I'm starting to fade a little bit. I'm going to hang in, stick it through, give you the play-by-play, give you the wave-by-wave action here in Heat 4, Round 3 of the women's. Then we will call it a day. We will pick things up again tomorrow with men's Round 7 and women's Round 4. There you can see Joselene Amorim with another nice wave, unable to complete the maneuver, a little trouble sticking the roll there. And up and riding Montenegro on the right-hander, Montenegro with the roll. So quick wave exchange there from black and yellow. I'm definitely fading fast, folks. But gonna stick it out and do my best to carry you through to the very end. We're 15 minutes and 20 seconds away from the end of competition today. So bear with me. We'll soldier through and get this thing done today. Out in the water right now, getting it done, Joselene Amorim. She has a 5.0 and a 4.75 for the early lead. 15 minutes remaining in this heat. She is followed by Fatima Zahra from Morocco, who has a 4.0 on her first wave. She now gets bumped down to third as, let me get this name right, Kirtis Montenegro has a 3 and a 1.50. That's just enough to bump her into the second spot. Now Zara sitting in the third spot. She really just needs to get her second wave under her belt, and just about any score she gets will move her back into that second spot. Meanwhile, in the third position in the red jersey, Lourdes Infante from Venezuela yet to get on the board. And here up and riding, Amorim hitting the roll on that one. She rides out through the white water, and it looks like she lost a fin there. She's holding her foot up in the air, no fin on it. So it looks like one of her fins got sucked off. I was telling you, even though the waves are a little smaller, there's a lot of power. It's real shallow in the inside. It can be a little treacherous if you're not careful. There you can see the whitewater explosion ripping a fin off of Amorim. She runs up onto the beach, grabs her fin as somebody retrieved it from the water, or actually that may be a different fin altogether, and she will jump back out into the water. So Amorim in the lead. She gets out of the water after having a fin ripped off her foot. She's on her way back out there. She won't lose any points, but she will lose a little time and burn a little energy on this, but she will get back out there, scoring a 5.60 on that last wave. So she now has a 5.6 and a 5.0 for the lead. 13:30 remaining in this heat. She is followed by Kirtis Montenegro sitting in that second spot, currently in third. Fatima Zahra from Morocco needs a 4.01 or better. She basically needs a decent follow-up wave. Here she is up and riding, Fatima Zahra from Morocco, going for the roll on the closeout section, unable to complete the maneuver. that will not help her any. Again, she is still seeking a 4.01 to move back into one of those advancing spots. She needs the 4.01 to move into second. And there, Lourdes Infante in the red jersey with her first wave, basically going for a Rolo takeoff as that was about to close as she was taking off. She will get a 1.25 for her first effort, an incomplete maneuver, but it will get her on the board. 12 and a half minutes remaining, and currently out in the water, it's Amorum first, Montenegro second, Zara third, and Infante fourth. All right, and it looks like we have a set rolling in. Fatima Zara taking a look at this one. She's going to paddle in, up and riding on the left, goes for the roll, completes the maneuver, comes out through the white water, rides in front of it, and then ducks out. That was a solid roll there for Fatima Zara. We'll see how that scores. Will that be the 4.01 she needs to move back into second? We'll just have to wait and see. Meanwhile, Kirtis Montenegro doing her best to hold on to that second spot. Score dropping for her, and there was Red Lourdes Infante on her second wave. So a bunch of scores dropping from the girls, a quick wave exchange. Montenegro with a 5.0. It looks like she will maintain the second spot, a 4.0 for Fatima Zara. She now needs a 6.0 or better to move out of that third spot. And currently Lourdes Infante with a pair of 1.25s. She needs an 8.75 or higher at the moment to move out of fourth into that second and advancing spot. Just under 11 minutes remaining in this heat, counting down to the halfway point here. And right now it's Amorum with a couple of solid waves sitting in the lead. Montenegro in second. The Moroccan, Fatima Zara, sitting in third in need of a 6.0 right now. And the Venezuelan Infante currently in fourth, needing an 8.75. 10:35 and counting remaining in this heat. And getting a message from Juan. Just a heads up to Juan. I've been trying to read messages off of the Rio Bodyboarding Facebook page, the IBA YouTube in English, and every once in a while I will look up underneath the live instant scoring and try and read some comments on the instant scoring monitor. To answer your question, the time for tomorrow, same as today and the day before. We're looking at a 7:30 a.m. check-in with an 8 o'clock start time. So be sure to tune in tomorrow. RioBodyboarding.com.br, IBAWorldTour.com, and YouTube.com/IBA World Tour. Again, the webcast will be available in Portuguese and in English. So pick your language, choose your channel, and enjoy the action out in the water. Meanwhile, out in the water, we've got a couple of quick waves out there. That one, Lourdes Infante. And Juan, thank you as well. Good to hear from you. Stoked you're tuning in from Portugal. And can't wait to work another event with you, brother. Until then, stay tuned. And again, out in the water, quick wave exchange, waiting for some scores to drop. I will give you an update on the scores in just a moment. 9 minutes remaining. We are past the halfway point. And let's see, just trying to scan some other comments. I tell you what, I've got my work cut out for me doing this commentary stuff solo. I'm used to having Manny Vargas with me or somebody else in the booth doing guest commentary spots. By myself, I'm sitting here looking at one monitor, two monitors, my netbook computer, notebooks, heat draws. I need like an extra 3 sets of eyes or something over here. But anyway, I digress. Doing the best I can. Here we are, 8.5 minutes remaining. Holding it down in the commentary booth. I'm Steve Action Jackson. And thanks, Juan, for the kind words. I appreciate everybody's positive feedback for me in the commentary booth. I always do my best. I have fun doing this. And if you have any questions, comments, feedback, suggestions, whatever, feel free to throw them my way. I'm always open for constructive criticism and always looking to improve upon the job I'm doing. So have at it, boys and girls. Meanwhile, out in the water, that looked like Lourdes Infante and Fatima Zara with quick wave exchange. Right now, the situation remains the same. Amorim in first, Montenegro in second, Fatima Zara in third, needing a 6.0, and Lourdes Infante from Venezuela in need of a 7.0 currently, 7:30 and counting down left in this heat. All right, so with about 7 minutes remaining, there you can see out in the water, that is Joselini Amorim in the black jersey. Taking a look at that, she will not take it, but up and riding. Kirtis Montenegro in the yellow jersey. And while we're watching the action on there, ooh, nice little roll off the backwash there, up and riding. Amorim on this one gets a roll off of that left-hand section. So quick little wave exchange there. We'll see how that shakes out with the judges. Actually having a little conversation here with Juan, the IBA announcer. I worked with Juan in Puerto Rico back in November. Really cool guy. Love cruising the contest scene with this guy. And he's leaving me messages on the board here. I'm responding. Juan, definitely looking forward to working with you again. Can't wait for it, brother. If Puerto Rico was any indication, definitely good times to come in the future. And for those of you curious, I haven't really talked about the schedule much. We've been in the thick of a crazy juggernaut portion of the IBA World Tour and just bodyboarding in general. We had the Central Portugal Pro recently. Immediately on the heels of that, we had the Jenks Pro US Tour finale in New Jersey. From there, we came here for Rio Bodyboarding International. A couple of days after this event ends, everybody will be in Venezuela for the Bodyboard Pro Festival. And then from there, everybody will be going to the recently rescheduled Zicatela Pro in Mexico. And that will wrap up that'll take us through the first week of October. So we're basically going nonstop from late August to early October. And then everybody gets a few weeks to rest up, and then we'll be on their way down to Puerto Rico for the second running of the Encanto Pro. I got to work that event last year, an amazing event, great waves, great setup. Big shout out to Bianca and Natasha. They did an amazing job of running that event. And I'm actually a little bummed I won't be able to make Mexico or Puerto Rico this year, but I'm hoping the IBA is interested in bringing me along for Fronton because I'm totally down to go to the Canary Islands. I'm dying to check out the waves there and do my thing on the commentary with Manny Vargas. But we'll just have to wait and see if that happens. Until then, right now here out in the water, 4.5 minutes remaining. Again, situation unchanged. Amorim first, Montenegro second, Zara third, and Infante currently in fourth. Zara looking for a 6.0, Infante chasing a 7.0 out in the water. That is the situation at the moment. Up and riding, Fatima Zara takes off, tries to punch the roll through the lip, gets caught up, and then we had another rider there. Couldn't quite tell the color of the jersey, but a couple of incomplete maneuvers to add to the scores out in the water. Again, 10 wave maximum. Top two scores will count towards final combined score. The top two riders will advance on to the next round. So if the top two riders in this heat want to see action tomorrow in round 4, they need to hold on to those spots and fend off the Moroccan and the Venezuelan. There's 3.5 minutes remaining, and right now it's Amorim and Montenegro, the Brazilians, ahead of the Moroccan and the Venezuelan. We have 3 minutes remaining, and that's Joselene Amorim taking a look at that one. But she's going to let that roll by there. You saw it just kind of shut down on the inside. A lot of swirling current and shallow water. Not worth the potential beatdown, but she is going to take a look at this one. She will let this pass by as well, as that's going to shut down. There you can see how shallow it is on the inside. It's just sucking the sand off the bottom and turning it into a big, foamy, sandy mess. Here's a set wave coming through. A few girls taking a look. Joselene Amorim taking off on this. This one's going to shut down. She's going to ride out in front of it and then duck under and just get punched by that liquid sandy fist of a whitewater wall. Like I said, even though it's small, I mean, this shore break wave we've got going here with Postal Cinco, even though it's small, it's got a lot of punch. And like I said, on the inside, some current. It's very shallow. It's not uncommon for riders, men and women, to just get pounded into that bottom. I was out for a free surf this morning and just pulling into some closeout barrels, playing around. There was a couple that planted me on my back to the bottom and just held me there until the current let up. And then when I came up, was just about to get another one dumped on my head. So this place can beat you up even on a small day. Doesn't matter if you're one of the top level pros or mid-range talent, or, an old guy like me who likes to sit in the commentary booth a little too much. You definitely got to be careful out here. Postal Cinco has a way of hurting people. And as all of you riders know, it's not necessarily the big days that you get hurt on, but it seems to be more likely the smaller days where you're pushing it a little harder because it doesn't seem as intimidating. Those are the days where you find a way to accidentally jack yourself up out in the water. You don't want to do that. You definitely want to be careful of that inside section here at Postal Cinco. But and it remaining out in the water, and it is still Amorim in the lead, sitting on the strength of a 5.60 and a 5.0. Here she is up and riding on this left, pulls in, and she's going to get lipped. And then we had another rider there pull into the barrel. She was a little too deep for me to make out the color, but it looks like that was Lourdes Infante. As scores start to drop for her, she will get 6 from the judges on that one for pulling into the closeout barrel. 40 seconds remaining. Again, Amorim in the lead. Montenegro in second. Fatima Zara currently in the third position. Here she takes a look at this one. She needs a 6.0 or better to move into that advancing spot. She's going to let that pass. 25 seconds left in the heat. So counting down 20 seconds. Amorim, Montenegro in those top 2 spots. The Moroccan and the Venezuelan, Zara and Infante, they're on the outside looking in. They need something. Zara needs a 6.0. Infante needs a 7.0. 5 seconds remaining. Doesn't look like it's going to happen for them. Although it looked like Zara was turning around and taking a look. But not going to happen. Time runs out. It's going to be Joselene Amorim and Kirtis Montenegro, the Brazilians, advancing out of this heat. We will see them in action again tomorrow for round 4. So that is going to wrap up competition here today. Day 3 at Rio Bodyboarding International 2012. Again, tune in tomorrow. Check-in is at 7:30. Heats begin at 8 a.m. And tomorrow we will go into rounds 7 and 8 of men's, round 4 and 5 of the women. So, again, tune in tomorrow. RioBodyboarding.com.br, IBAWorldTour.com, and YouTube.com/IBA World Tour for all the latest news, updates, highlights, and the live webcast tomorrow. Again, live webcast available in both Portuguese and English. Choose your language, pick your channel, tune in, and enjoy. Until tomorrow morning, my name is Steve Action Jackson. I will catch up with you then. That's all for me today. I'm out of here. You!